Okay, guys, that means no picking your noses anymore.
Too funny. Morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us today for the plumbing module. We have Taylor here with Spartan Mechanical Services. He's going to be teaching the day. He's got quite a bit of background, and I'm going to let him do his own background and I guess information for you guys.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. How are you all doing today? I see a lot of mute buttons on. You're not going to be able to ask any questions if you're all muted. If you do have lots of background noise, then stay muted for the meantime. If you guys do have any questions, unmute yourself. We'll write it in the comments. You guys are familiar with Zoom, Alex has told me. So welcome to your folks plumbing module for Canadian Institute of Home Inspectors. My name is Taylor Weisgerber. I own and operate Spartan Mechanical Services in Regina, Saskatchewan. To give you guys a little bit of background information, I've been in the industry for about 10 years now. I worked for my stepfather, who was a mechanical contractor, for about 2.5 years, 3 years too many. Worked with another mechanical contractor doing plumbing, gas fitting, as well as HVAC. Our scope was with our well-developed public school system. We've done work on the Trans-Canada pipeline system for maintenance and repairs. We've done a couple of really cool things that way. I've done 8 months to a year rural Saskatchewan plumbing, anything from home septic systems to leach fields to mound systems, maintenance of lagoons. Not so as much as that, but it's definitely been there. And then shortly after that, I decided to pull the pin when I wasn't getting what I wanted and decided to come out on my own, start my own mechanical contracting business. I've been in business for myself for 3 years. And in that 10-year span, especially where I am, you go anywhere from 120, 130, 140-year-old homes, all the way to the new stuff that they're building today. Now, that being said, the 140-year-old homes seem to be standing a hell of a lot better than the new ones these days. But that's subjective. That's subjective. We do want to kick off kind of first thing, guys. What I will get you folks to do, and Alex, I'll see if you can't follow up just because you can see the chat. We'll take a quick vote, guys. We've got an hour of break coming up. How we want to block that off is determined by you folks in this course. We are going to take a mandatory half-an-hour break in around the middle of our day, get you guys something to eat, get you guys coffee. Want you guys kind of paying attention anyways, so we're going to keep that. Now we'll have either 2 15-minute breaks, or we can combine another half-an-hour break. That half-an-hour break, we can tag it on the end. We'll see if we can't get you guys out here a little sooner if you guys want. Other than that, we're going to vote for 2 15-minute breaks here. We're going to vote for a half-an-hour break at the end so that you guys can get out early. Please leave it in the Zoom chat what you guys want. Alex, I'll get you to cut me off whenever you get the general consensus there.
Sounds good.
So I'll give you guys a minute to type in your answers in the chat. While you guys are trying to figure out the chat, let's start on our first slide. So we're going to get into inspection tools. Now, you folks are going to have more of a relative understanding of what different tools are going to be available. We do work with a disaster restoration company, so a lot of these different tools, whether they are just a general moisture meter, pin moisture meters, FLIR cameras, you know, your thermal imaging cameras, we do have some experience with that. So here's a question. Why should you have all of these tools, and how do they relate to the plumbing industry? Well, as you know, generally from the street to the home, right to the tap, we've got water coming in. Now, from the past 120 years, we've had a variety of different piping systems running through our homes, and we have a variety of different piping systems leaving our homes. So how do we tell whether it was Betsy the dog leaving a mess on the upstairs floor, whether it was, you know, drain, waste, vent, water leaving? Well, your thermal imaging cameras are going to be a great way to tell from the underside, or possibly from a small borescope hole that you create, or whoever does create in certain circumstances. You're going to have a way better idea of what's going on subsurface or even on the surface itself. Pin moisture meters, you folks are going to have an idea better than I of the different standards for whether it's OSB, whether it's, carpeting, whether it's, your mold factors. That's where your pin moisture meters are going to be way more beneficial in the long run. Pinless moisture meters are absolutely great because it'll give you a general consensus of what that general area is doing. Those 150-year-old homes, especially in the basements, you get that chilly, disgusting, wet feeling generally, and that's going to give you a little bit more insight into what kind of mold conditions have been there, more so currently are there. So they're excellent tools either which way. Let's see here. So thermal imaging cameras, they are pretty much industry standard now. There is a huge debate on the type of camera you need. Personally speaking, I would start with an entry-level camera. There are thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars worth of cameras available. This really depends on what you need, the definition of what you want to be able to offer in terms of your imaging. But if you're doing troubleshooting or trying to give a general idea, it may be completely unnecessary to be spending all of the cannolis all at once. And I'm going to tell you that, especially from experience in starting a business. Spend the money where it needs to be spent, but on some of the extra bells and whistles, maybe hold off, maybe get an entry-level camera. If you find yourself using that imaging camera, 5, 10, 20 times a day in a variety of different applications, well, then you may want that better definition, So I'm not going to tell you to not buy all the tools in the world, but there definitely is a time and place. Be critical about your thoughts when you're buying these different tools. Double check the reviews, right? Because at the end of the day, I don't know everything. The people running the counters don't know everything. The best insights you can get is from other people with actual experience. So, and of course, in your guys' industry, there is still going to be a variety of different tools because you folks are going to have your laptops, your cell phones, your cameras, right? And all those materials, all those tools are going to be subjective on what you want, on what your clients want, right? So at the end of the day, we want to build a good reputation with your clients. We want to build, positive rapport because of what you know and how you disseminate that information, right? That's why you folks are here, because you're smarter than I am at doing that. Okay, we're going to get into some municipal water system components. Pardon me. So in the great budding province of Saskatchewan, with our 1,000,001 residents here, a lot of our water comes in from Diefenbaker Lake. It runs down through our creek and lake system, and the rainwater gets put through the cycle and ends up at Buffalo Pound. Buffalo Pound is our reservoir. It is our source. So generally speaking, the water gets drawn from the source. It ends up through the municipal main piping, all the way either getting pumped up to a water tower, either getting pumped up to a storage tank, which here in Regina we have two. And of course, it ends up getting treated from the source to the point of use. The point of use is your home tap. Okay. So generally, a lot of the waters are going to come from some kind of low-lying system, whether that's an underground aquifer, whether that's a lake, vice versa, different springs. It really depends on the municipality and what the requirements are, right? Because a lot of these sources, a lot of these aquifers, a lot of these lakes, if population growth is excessive, they can add expansion, or they have the possibility of piping from another source to their treatment facility, from the treatment facility all the way through. Okay. Let's double check the next slide here. So we're going to talk about our water systems in our dwelling. And you know what, just to touch base, going into the city municipal system, when we're going from treatment to the storage tanks, generally what's happening is we do have pumps pumping, whether they're positive displacement, whether they're inertia-based, vice versa, they are going to get pumped from that aquifer, from that source, to those storage tanks and through the treatment center and so forth. What happens at the storage tank to your home? Well, because that storage tank, could be a fully metal structure, it could be a weak structure, it could be a structure that is open to atmosphere. Well, we're going to have to repressurize that, and you're going to come off and through a variety of different pressures. Certain places in the States, possibly New York, Chicago, vice versa, they have pressures in excess of 125 psi. As the water is coming into the residences, it is knocked down by a pressure reducing valve, and then it is brought throughout the home at 60, 50, 40, 35 psi, whatever that residential home requires. Generally speaking, in our Canadian codes, we don't usually have pressure reducing valves unless we have pumping systems to high-rise systems where we may have, higher, lower head pressures one way or the other. Now, generally being said, if you are in a city like Red Deer, like Regina, like Edmonton, like Calgary, you're going to find around 55 psi is kind of the standard. You're going to see, 5 under, 5 over, 7 under, 7 over. It's going to bounce around a little bit, but that's kind of what you should expect, right? So you may not see the pressure reducing valve specifically on the incoming water lines, which would generally be after the meter. But there definitely is the potential for it depending on what the customer's needs are. Okay, coming into our home water distribution system, we're going to bring that freshly chlorinated, fluorinated, treated, glowing yellow, maybe not water, all the way through the main. We're going to come to the main stop. We are either going to have a gooseneck or we are going to have some kind of a swing application. We're basically going to have a piece that allows for ground disturbance, auto leveling, and basically it's going to protect the main and it's going to protect the customer's piping. And at that point, we're going to end up at the curb caulk. Well, see, plumbing is a great industry. It's the only trade that I know of where you could talk about caulks, nipples, and everything else in between. Because, I don't know, some old guy thought it was funny way 100 years, 150 years ago back in the day. Anyways, we come up to the curb caulk. This is generally going to be on the municipal side of the property line. This is the municipality's way of cutting off the water for people that either can't or refuse to pay the bills, or we have an emergency in the home before the meter, before the stop waste valve, and somewhere else along that system. So the one big thing about curb stops or curb caulks is the usage. Not a lot of people use them every day, right? Generally speaking, when we're putting in boilers or water systems, we always recommend to our customers, exercise your valves once a month. If every time you change your fire alarm batteries, at maximum, right? We want to see those valves exercised. A curb caulk doesn't get exercised because a municipality doesn't want to spend millions of dollars on 100,000 staff to run through the city just to work those valves. So as home inspectors, you need to be wary that there may be issues. Now, is that within scope? Not really. That is the municipality. That is, the person who's going to be doing the servicing. Are you going to be able to check this? The valve itself, no. The top end of the curb caulk stop, yeah, absolutely, right? What can you look out for? Well, on the left photo there, you can see that cap on there. Check to see where it is in the yard. Check to see if it's covered up. Check to see if you can even find one. Generally speaking, in Regina, on our sidewalks, from a straight line from the sidewalk to where the house is, there will be a stamping in the concrete, ours say WCB, and generally the curb valve will be directly to the home in front of that stamping. You folks may have that in Red Deer, you may not. I'm not as privy with all of that. So as we come through, we're going to come over the property line. Now we've stepped into the owner's responsibility. This is your folks' bread and butter. This is the piece that you absolutely have to know. I have never met a home inspector with X-ray vision yet. I'm not saying that it doesn't exist. A lot of the piping in the ground, suspended there, 6 feet below, we can't see. We don't know what the condition is. We don't know the corrosion on the outside. One thing we can pay attention to is do we have any sinking of the grass? Do we have any sinking of those exterior materials, right? Because when we have that sinking, when we have those depressions, right? And this goes for the sewer line as well, guys. When we have those depressions, you may end up coming into the issue that the soil or the material underneath is getting washed out. As it's getting washed out, it's going to compact that particulate matter in the ground, whether that's dirt, whether that's, you know, any kind of a soil, sand, vice versa. So you're going to end up creating those depressions in that area. Well, that can be a dead giveaway to a line that is leaking underneath, whether it's your waste or whether it's your water line. So pay attention to that, especially spring, summer time when you can notice it. Have a look at it. When it's wintertime, abstain liability. You can't see it. You can't do nothing about it. It is what it is. Again, that's Alex's field. I ain't going to tell you how to do your guys' job. The next, what we have is the stop and waste valve. So generally speaking, it's an awesome idea to have a stop waste valve. A stop waste valve is a ball valve or another type of valve system that will allow you to shut off the water to the residents, as well as drain the water from the residents at that common point, exclusively at that common point. Here in Regina, when they've gone through with our meters, generally they have not put them in. Even to this day, they have not put them in. They have not made it a standard in Regina. It should be a standard anywhere because as from a service application, they're great to have. The one thing you folks are going to notice, especially out in the field checking with these meters and with these stop and waste valves, you're going to come into possible leaking. A stop and waste valve, they do have a rubber piece, a little tip on the inside, almost like your Schrader valve covers on your tires that go over the waste portion of that valve. Over time of inactivity or unuse, they have the possibility to dry out. You may notice some calcification, some white mineral deposits around that area. That is a clue to you folks that that system has been leaking either at one time and has either been repaired, or it has been leaking at one time and has stopped by its own through corrosion. Or that's really it, right? Or it was leaking and someone gave it a quick tighten. So those are one big thing to pay attention to. The implications, the stop and waste valves, the waste portion of that valve, it's not going to magically pop off. It will be a slow leak. It has potential for damage if it goes unnoticed for extended periods of time, but it is not a cause for alarm for your customers or clients. I would definitely keep an eye on it though, and knowing what you know now, phrase it however you choose to. Next, we're going to go to the meter. So the meter, you are going to see pressure drops and flow rate drops across that meter. Why do we have those pressure drops? Because there are certain mechanics or certain springs within the meters at times, depending on the meter, which require a certain force to open and maintain that opening action of that device. So because we're using that force, we're going to lose some of that working pressure. Because of restrictions, we're going to lose some of that flow rate. To give you guys a better understanding, pressure is pressure, flow is flow. When you go to your outside garden hose and you open it up and you take the end off and you put your thumb over top, people will say that you have higher pressure. You do not have higher pressure. The pressure does not change when your thumb is over that line and it's spraying from your thumb all the way back to the meter. What's changing is the velocity. What's changing is the flow rates. So that being said, there's a couple of different defining factors. The meter system goes in the exact same way that if you see white calcification deposits, generally they're going to be brass materials. That is something that has leaked in the past. It is something that has the potential for a leak. Definitely have a look at it. Inform the customer, okay? So we're going to jump back here between the curb cock and the stop and waste valve. We have the customer's service supply line. That is going to be the main method and the item of the homeowner's responsibility that the water is going to be conveyed to the residents up to the meter. And we have a couple of different slides that I'm going to bring you through to play us on catch up. So there's a good example of a curb cap embedded in concrete. Now, in the event of emergency, it's not easily accessible. Inform the homeowner and have them discuss with the municipality on how to work this out to make it more accessible. Provide it in your report. What are the steps? Contact the municipality. Tell them that this curb stop is embedded in concrete. In the event of an emergency, what could end up being a quick 5-minute job now ends up being more damage in the concrete and more issues in the long run. Going back to our meter and our different valves, of course, on the bottom here, you have a meter. The way the lining looks through the meter almost looks like either lead line or soft copper. Generally, those are connected either via flare or compression. The valve above, to me, doesn't overly look like a stop waste. It just looks like a normal gate valve. Again, these are major leak points from the red handle to where the brass meets the thicker part of the body. We have packings in there. Over time, because they are rubber material, those packings will tend to disintegrate. They will tend to get weak with inaction of the valve. Right? This ties back into exercising the valves. When you don't exercise these valves, they become weak, they become brittle. That's when you're going to notice issues opening and closing in the future, right? That being said, there's been a million of valves that I've been into where we've been doing work. You try it out, because you have to, and it ends up leaking, and it won't stop leaking. So as Alex and I were talking about before, don't touch them. Don't even look at them too hard because they might just start leaking on you. So coming back into the customer water service piping, we're going to talk a little bit more about some of the different materials. On the left, we have galvanized piping, maybe not so used as much today. Generally rurally, in a lot of rural applications, older homes, you're going to find galvanized piping throughout. That was what they used. It was just an easier material to get a hold of. It was an easier material to work with. The big issues with galvanized piping is it is a steel piping. It is coated. When this piping is threaded, you're losing some of that coating, right? Because you are going to be reaming the interior of the pipe. You are going to be running the threads of the pipe into the fitting, right? You're going to have possible locations where that galvanized zinc coating is going to be lost. When you have that loss of that material, you're going to start corroding. You're going to start rusting. Because water is H2O by property, we do have those oxygen molecules in that water. So as oxygen binds with the pipe, we create this rust, this corrosion, this scenario. Okay, then we have all the other issues of, especially more so rurally, iron buildup and so forth, which can compound this situation. What happens with galvanized piping is over a long period of time, you will notice that it will start closing up like in the left photo. Okay, galvanized piping to repair issues can be very cost effective because repair at times will end up causing more issues downstream of that issue. So customer calls us, hey, we've got a leaking point here. What do we do? Galvanized piping. Well, what's your budget like? Do you have the cannolis to repipe your home, right? That's more important to me because you know what? We could be chasing these issues for the next 5-10 years at, so many hundreds of dollars per pop. So galvanized piping, professional opinion, X-nay it, see if we can build that into the report that having a replacement of that material would be way more beneficial. Let's get into our lead-based materials here. So lead, of course, as we know, is a particular concern due to the health implications. It can cause damages in development of fetuses. It can cause damages in infants, children, and adults. So most potential home buyers and insurance providers will want to replace lead piping. It is a grayish pipe material and it is extremely soft. So have a little bit of warning that you're not looking at it too hard. The customer's not playing with it, vice versa. Check for kinks. It is a soft material. It is going to be easily kinkable. It is a little kinky pipe. One good way for identification is to take a flathead screwdriver and to gently score the material. You're going to take it flat blade down and see what rolls off, or you're going to take flat blade like this to the pipe, lightly score, see what happens to it, right? Steel, you'll know it's steel. It's not going to sink in. Copper, well, you're going to see that copper finish, brass and so forth. Lead, it will just sink in. You'll be able to take your fingernail and you'll be able to fit your nail in if you score deep enough. Try not to. Chemical symbol of lead is Pb. It is derived from the Latin word plumbum, which means waterworks or plumbing, as lead was used to make water pipes. Canada has a maximum allowable concentration. This is a good key point to bring up to your potential clients or customers. We have a maximum allowable concentration of lead in drinking water set at 0.005 milligrams per liter, but the restrictions are dependent provincially, depending on whether they want to be more strict, vice versa.
I'll make a couple notes there, Taylor, if you don't mind.
For sure.
So like Taylor's been mentioning, guys, if you come across, and when you come across both galvanized and lead piping, along with a couple others we'll be talking about really quickly and shortly, you want to point out in your report and to your clients that you have it, because as Taylor mentioned, guys, most insurance companies will require that the new homeowner replace all the galvanized piping and the lead piping. So of course, like Taylor was saying, this can add significant costs to the new home buyer, the new homeowner, because if they got to start ripping out walls and drywall and flooring and whatnot, it adds substantial costs. With galvanized piping, like Taylor was saying, it often either corrodes inside out or outside in. And the way to distinguish is you'll actually notice on this left-hand image, and we'll have some more slides, I believe, later on, but when you see the threaded fittings on piping, chances are it's galvanized piping. But don't be fooled, because gas piping, natural gas piping, black steel that we were talking about with Francis the other day, looks very similar to it if you're not as experienced. So before you say that a certain pipe is galvanized, just follow the lines. If it's going to a gas train, obviously it's black steel, but over time you will become more well-rounded, I guess, with your knowledge, and you'll be able to say, okay, that is for sure galvanized piping. At the same time, make sure that it's actually functioning, because some plumbers might just detach the supply for galvanized piping and just kind of leave it abandoned. It may not be going to anything or any fixture. And with lead, like Taylor was saying, I think the next slide will have you showing some demonstrations. Yeah, exactly. So like Taylor was saying, with lead piping, don't get too rammy with it, but again, if you have a flathead screwdriver, just kind of gently rake it, and you'll notice that it becomes extremely shiny versus the galvanized piping, which is again more rigid and won't have that that shine to it, if you will. And Taylor, I think people are wanting to keep the 2 breaks.
They want to keep the 2 breaks, Kate. So we will schedule one for about 9:30 then.
Sure, sounds good.
Okay, getting back to her, guys, let's double check this next slide here. So as we're going to be getting over to that. So yeah, here's a good example again, lead lines, lines which may have potential for future issues, especially on the right side. That would be more of a cause of alarm for me because of the way that it is brought up. We do have that potential for that line as it goes down to keep bending straight like that, right? Depending on the stress around the structure. So we start getting into chlorinated polyvinyl chloride piping, or PVC piping. And we're going to get into cross-linked polyethylene. Okay, I know it doesn't sound as fun as it possibly may be, but it is really good stuff and it is pertinent to you folks. For CPVC piping, it's not extremely common in Canada. It's more so a stateside item, depending on their ground shifting requirements, vice versa. They seem to love the stuff. Commercial application, we are seeing a little bit more CPVC as it is a cost-effective material to run. The fittings are relatively cheap. If you come across it in a commercial application, you will see the CPVC as in the picture. More commonly now, there is a blue line piping system, which is a blue in color, kind of light blue, lighter than the slide with the PEX piping on the other side. Let's see. It is a good standard of material. The reason why we don't use it as much is because we do run into winter conditions. We do run into cold conditions. Generally in cold conditions, it does become very brittle. If we do end up having freezing issues, it will splinter at times. It will chase down itself. So we have PEX. PEX has really become the standard in today's systems. We have color coded different options. We have PEX A and PEX B. Let me double check here, just because I use Wurzbo Uponor myself, which is one of the brands. And basically the difference is, so PEX A is again, a cross-linked polyethylene piping system. The way it works is it is expanded, the fitting is inserted, and it is contracting over that fitting. Because it is cross-linked, as we talk about cross-linked, when we go from this, we expand. Because it's cross-linked, it's going to naturally contract back together. PEX, so that is PEX B, is expandable. PEX A is more commonly sold in home hardware, Home Depot. You're going to notice that it is a crimp style PEX system. You insert the fitting, you slide on a ring, you crimp that fitting together. Personally speaking, I like to see the expansion style PEX in residential homes. It's what I install. Why do I install it? For the expansion PEX, a half-inch fitting truly does have a half-inch interior diameter. With PEX, which is crimped, where you're going to see those copper rings or steel rings on the fittings, the inside diameter of a half-inch fitting is only 3/8 of an inch. Okay, so personally speaking, one material is better than the other. That's opinion, right? And opinion's like a butthole. Everybody has one. Basically, there are many different types of systems out there that are used, are utilized. Definitely keep an eye on what's happening one way or the other. So, to reiterate into PEX, we're going to talk about some of the other different places where it's used. Generally, it is used in the home. It is not licensed for use underground. That being said, unless it is sleeved, there is a sleeving advantage to it. That is where you can use it. PEX piping, generally speaking, Wurzbo, Uponor, vice versa, it is a lot more forgiving in freezing conditions. It is a lot more beneficial to the customer. During those PEX A and PEX B, you're going to either see them color-coded themselves, or you're going to see color-coded rings. You're going to see white, red, and blue. Each will be pertinent to hot, soft, and cold water. Alex?
Yeah, you betcha. I was just going to make a quick note, guys. So during your inspection and in your report, do state what type of plumbing material it is. Like the ones we've been discussing so far. We didn't talk a whole lot about copper, but copper is something that's going to be very common, typically post 70s until about the mid 80s, depending on your jurisdiction. You'll see slides of it, and of course it's in the modules. But going back to the labeling of the water lines, so even if it's PEX, you still want to indicate in your report what brand of PEX, if possible. Usually it is because you can be in the mechanical room where it's not concealed, and it'll have, like Taylor was saying, it could be Uponor, it could be Rayhow, it could be Wurzbo, what have you. But you want to just simply disclose that in your report. It's very rare, but there have been instances where insurance providers will not insure homes with first generation PEX for whatever reason. Perhaps they had a really bad history. So that's why, it's good practice to label exactly what type of PEX line it is, because I don't want you guys having to pay for any sort of repairs or replacements for the water lines. And you can always have a little disclaimer saying that it's recommended that the potential home buyer inform their insurance provider of the brand and the supply piping material in case there's any sort of repair or replacement costs.
Those are really good information, and to even more so build on that, with some of those first generation PEX fittings, there were certain incompatibilities between the fittings themselves, the rings, and the piping materials, because in speaking, all these different water systems are conveying water. Water does not have a basic temperature. Temperatures can be hot, they can be cool, depending on which way things are going. So we run into the issue of what's called a coefficient of expansion, a thermal coefficient of expansion. Generally what happened with some of these first style PEX fittings and pipings is the materials of the fitting itself, the materials of the rings were too far separated on these coefficients of expansion that when you would have cool periods and warm periods, you would end up having this, micro expansion and contraction, which could lead to the separation of the fittings. That being said, we're going to run through here. I'm just going to bring some other information up here. So let's keep going through because we're going to miss some of the pretty pictures. So here's a good example of polybutylene piping. Polybutylene piping is one of the more dangerous systems known out there. It does have an extremely terrible reputation. I can't put up enough warning signs about this specific style of material. Polybutylene piping is a crimp style material as well. There are transition kits available. I highly do not recommend anyone keeping polybutylene piping in their home system. What happens is the chlorination in your municipal water system will cause interior flaking of the piping, whether it's microscopically, whether it's macro, it will cause some of that flaking. And over time, you do have the tendency or the opportunity for a rupture, which can lead to substantial flooding of a residence. Huge warning signs in your report, guys, especially about this material specifically. Polybutylene does have a designation number and it will be stamped on the pipe because there are different manufacturers. What I will do is I am going to double check on that. It is PB-1 is one of the identifiers. There is an ASTM number based on it. That's kind of the more important stuff. Other detergents were known to affect the piping. So it can come in a variety of different colors. Generally in Canada, this is the kind of photo that you will see, is you will see this grayish color in nature, which specifically correlates to polybutylene. If you're not sure, guys, of the piping material, absolutely check the side of the piping. Try not to disturb it because, again, this isn't your home piping. You start running into the implications of what did you do in the home? What issues did you cause? Look for different bare areas on the piping where you'll see manufacturer stamping of the different ASTM, ASME numbers, and you're going to see, a lot of different information. You will see a pressure rating, max end pressure ratings. You're going to see a lot of information. So you know what, if you are, new to the inspection field, go through your own home, start looking for these different stampings. They're going to have a lot of valuable information. And even to touch base on copper, there's different levels of copper piping. We do have K, L, and M, which are generally used in residential homes. Type M being the weakest. It is the most thin-walled. It is the most prone to future issues depending on the application. Type L generally is a lot more expensive. We use them on boiler systems where we have high flow rates, right? Because we have high flow rates, we need a little bit of extra material to stand up over a longer period of time. Generally, residential homes, our velocity rates within our piping systems aren't as substantial, but if you stack 90 upon 90 upon 90 upon 90, well, imagine rush hour traffic going 100 kilometers through hairpin turns like that. You're going to have smashing of the sidewalls. Water is no different. Water is still a semi-solid material which can run into the walls of the pipes, which can cause deterioration. Let's take her through a couple of different slides here. So we have some transition going on the left side. There's another good example of polybutylene piping. And actually the stamping of the information that I was looking for, PB2110. There is your key identifier for polybutylene pipe. That is across every manufacturer of polybutylene pipe. If you see that number, run, head for the hills, put it in your report. It's extremely important. Going to the right photo, again, we've got PEX style piping materials joining into the meter. They are allowed to be based up to the meter like that. Again, because PEX is a plastic pipe, it is very loosey-goosey. Personally speaking, I like to see them mounted. It is technically acceptable if they are not mounted because the material does have a little bit of give, but it's better practice to have them mounted more solid, especially in regards to the meter. Below the meter, there is your stop waste valve. There is the little nipple sticking off the right-hand side of that valve, which will drain down the whole house or that meter area if necessary, relieving the pressure. That little tip on the right-hand side of that red handle valve is another area where it has been prone to leaking.
If we can go back one slide, Taylor, I just want to speak a little bit more about the crimps here. So as Taylor mentioned, guys, it's imperative that you are able to distinguish what poly B piping looks like and what it is, because again, it is a highly problematic piping, which we're going to keep looking at a few more here shortly. But there are many insurance providers that will not insure homes with poly B. If they do insure the house or the structure, typically there's a much higher premium, you know, whether it's 50 or 100%, 200%, just because again, it has a really bad reputation of failing, not only as the line itself, because it is not a cross-linked polymer like we know with PEX. It's more in a linear fashion, but also the crimps. You know, there wasn't a lot of training or I guess experience when it came to the new poly B crimp style home run systems, where we began using manifolds, right? So instead of in the older copper piping where you have a bunch of little branches that would reduce the pressure and the flow rates, poly B basically had a bigger line coming off the water heater, then you had a manifold, then you had all these separate home run systems going to various fixtures. But back to the original point, you'll notice in this slide, we actually have 3 different colors of crimp rings. So you see the white pipe, that's all PEX, which is fine, most likely just a PEX B because you have the outer ring. But you'll notice you actually have these little brown crimp rings. So you will want to make a mental note, or at least with the photos, just to figure out which type of crimp rings are on poly B, because that's typically the first question the insurance provider is going to ask you. What kind of crimp ring is it? So these copper brass crimps are preferred. You know, it's the lesser of the evils when it comes to poly B. But you'll notice below, I actually have these aluminum crimp rings. So aluminum and plastic crimp rings do exist, again, depending on your jurisdiction, but these are the ones that are even more problematic and more prone to failure. So again, most insurance providers will have a premium. Some won't touch homes with poly B, but if they start seeing these plastic and aluminum crimp rings, it's almost like galvanized piping and lead piping, where they say, just get it gone, because this is just really high, has a high failure rate. And if you could just go one more slide over to continue on, Taylor.
Yeah.
That image with the meter is actually also poly B, and the image on the left is a blue poly B, like Taylor was saying. And also, if you look further, actually it's tied up to the gray poly B. So this is just to show you guys, just because material isn't gray, you know, it doesn't mean it's not poly B. That's why it's important for you to start looking at the actual stampings, right? So thanks, Taylor.
Yeah, for sure. And you know what, even just to touch base on that as well, for the different joining materials, no shark bites. No shark bites, especially on poly B, but anywhere else, no shark bites. I don't like shark bites. They're a very quick method of repair, but especially on polybutylene pipe, no shark bites. Big warning signs, big issues because of the pipe wall. So as we're moving through, again, no shark bites. I'm going to say that about 1,000,000 times more. We're going to come across here, and we're going to bring you up to CIHI. CIHI is a multi-layered piping system. We have an exterior PEX. We have a bonding coating. We have overlap welded aluminum, and we have another bond material. And then we have an interior PEX. And before I dive into here, because I did just see John ask that question before, he brought up a really good question of piping. How do you distinguish between brass and copper piping? So generally speaking, let's see if we can't go back a little bit. So you're going to notice on the top and bottom of this meter, you're going to see brass, right? Brass specifically is more of a shiny yellow kind of golden color. That's going to be the big thing to pay attention to. Generally speaking, 1/2-inch copper piping is going to be smaller in outside diameter than 1/2-inch brass. Brass will look thicker. Brass will look meatier. and brass will usually be threaded. So you can check at the different joints in a piping system to see where there is brass. If you come into coated materials, let's say, homeowner went happy on the painting and they decided to do, some kind of a Monet on all of their piping arrangement. Again, we can take a small item, whether it's a light knife, the back end of a knife or a screwdriver, lightly scratch. If you think it's brass, you can check to see if it has that golden yellow finish. If it's copper, again, you should see more of a reddish, finish. I'm going to see if we have another example. Of course, copper piping, there's a good example on the right. It does look a bit orange reddish. Copper piping will turn green. Okay. The reason why it turns green is because of oxidation. So generally you'll see greenish kind of patinaed copper piping in systems that have higher humidity. That's one good key identifier, and really, really cold water running through them, because the cold water on the interior of the pipe cools the outside of the pipe, which allows that humidity to bond on the outside of the pipe, which helps to speed up that level of patina. Going into, the copper and steel thing here, copper on that end of the fitting, how can I explain it? Where you have those aluminum crimp rings at the bottom, you come up, you have a copper crimp fittings, exact same color as the copper piping. And then above that, you have that steel crimp ring. Okay, so copper is going to be that reddish color. Brass is going to be more of that goldy yellow, kind of as what you see on that red handle valve. If you're in a residence and you're not sure, generally speaking, anywhere where there is a ball valve or any kind of valve, more so, it is going to be brass. That can be your key point, your identifier to go look between item A and item B. Generally speaking, you can pop into a valve, have a look at that, go from there. Okay, we're going to get into CIHI here. So it is the ugly cousin of Poly B. CIHI, I see more so rurally. I don't see as much where we are in the city. It, again, is a Wild West item, and it is what it is. It had its issues. So it's generally used in the 90s to mid 2000s. It is a little more region specific, though, where the material was used. It was more so used for hydronic heating, for connecting to in-floor piping, into manifolds, and because of the aluminum coating on there, it allowed for a slower distribution of the heat, depending on where it was, whether it was in a pad or, vice versa. It can be red and blue. It can have different names. Basically, what we're looking for is that overlap welded aluminum material in there. It is made by CIHI, Plum Better, IPEX Aqua, Warmrite, CIHI XPA, Ambio Comfort, XPA, Kerr Controls, Plumbery, Ameliori. The two items that you can look for if you can't find the brand name and you're not sure is the ASTM number. And if you folks are writing anything down, I highly suggest you write this number down to keep for your future reference. 1281. It's ASTM number 1281. You're going to look for the aluminum connection points. Generally speaking, from a technical standpoint, we call it PEX-AL PEX. PEX exterior, aluminum interior, PEX on the other side. The reason why it did fail is the poor fittings, again, getting into that thermal expansion, the coefficients of expansion, we'd have issues during pressure conditions, heating and cooling, it would work its way past the fittings, vice versa, and pop out. Second reason is due to the PEX jacket delaminating from the PEX, allowing water to ingress and cause internal failing of the pipe. So imagine balloon stacked on balloon and you're filling water in between. You came into issues with that. The class action lawsuit was settled in 2020. So we're going to come through that. There are different ASTM numbers. You're going to see some of the different applications where it has been installed. Basically, the one big, most important identifier is going to be the orange color, more relative to CIHI, but there are different colors. Again, the most important thing, if you're not sure about a piping material, the one thing you can always bounce back and double check on is that ASTM number. That is going to bring you online, and it is going to show you the specific information of that material. So if you're ever not sure in the field, write it down, go for coffee, if you're typing up your report and you need to double check, there's a good time to look at it, right?
I'll make a quick note there, Taylor, if
Go
you
for
just
it.
go back one slide. So guys, like Taylor was saying, this is another one of those really problematic materials. And like Taylor mentioned, typically it was used for hydronic heating, but you don't be surprised because it can be used for the potable system as well. So like Taylor said, that ASTM number is extremely important, just like that PB 2110. Those are numbers that you really got to drill inside your head, because again, if you don't disclose it and there's an issue down the road, you may have to cover some costs, or your insurance provider may have to cover the cost if you did your due diligence. Now, if you are unable to identify the number, again, you can always disclose to say, I'm unaware, I'm not sure what this is, this should be further looked into. Or you can always say, this is possibly Kitech or Plumrite, whatever the brand is in your area. So a few other ways to look at it, and like Taylor said, when you have that aluminum inner jacket, when you get to these manifolds, if you look really closely, sometimes you can actually see that little silver ring. So that is again another identifier if you don't see the markings on it. And that class action lawsuit that Taylor was mentioning earlier that ended last January was for $125 million. So I mean, it wasn't a small claim. And there's going to be other colors too, which I believe we have some slides here besides the
Yep.
typical orange. Just like
so Alex, just to double check, how are we doing for time frame here?
Yeah, it's 10 to 9, so I think we're doing pretty good.
Okay.
Yep.
So there's some other imaging of where it's being used in a domestic water system and where it is coming through that floor there. So yeah, like Alex said, you know what? I ended up coming across small town Saskatchewan. Homeowner / farmer ended up doing all the piping materials themselves. I literally just about hung myself in their crawl space basement because they ended up having this material for one, but it was literally just floating around everywhere. None of it was fastened. So there's bad, and then there's always worse. There's always going to be worse, and you guys are going to see some really interesting, fun stuff in the field. Okay, we're going to get into drain waste and venting. So on the right side there, we're going to kind of go through a home residential plumbing system, right? That's where it's going to be more pertinent for you folks. So we're going to look across here. So the drain waste vent system is also commonly referred to as the DWV system, drain waste and vent. The waste system is designed to drain the plumbing waste products from the dwelling to either a sewer or septic system and ensure that it is vented properly to prevent sewer gases from entering the dwelling. The system is sized to ensure that it can take the load or the fixture unit, which is 1 cubic foot per minute, of materials. The vent system does two things. First, it's going to put atmospheric pressure on the P-trap to prevent siphoning action, which will lead to that P-trap draining, which will allow sewer gas to potentially end up into the residence. Okay. Secondly, the venting system allows for the municipal sewer system to drain properly with venting branches. Generally speaking, where we are, folks, in Canada, every home, every roof vent is acting as a vent for the municipal sewer system. That's why you're going to find a lot of systems with mainline backwater valves, which are a normally open backwater valve, where the waste leaves the home. The reason why we are only generally allowed, main backwater valves is because we still have to allow that city sewer to vent through the home and out the roof. There are exceptions to that rule. They are determined by the municipality and by the specific case. We may get into that earlier depending on how our time frame continues to look here. So that being said, you'll generally find a 3-inch main waste stack vent line, okay? So that is going to be the line going out to the sewer. It's going to be kind of that central bigger line in that far right photo, okay, with all of the connections tying into it. Generally, those are going to be 3-inch, especially in a residential application. If you get into a 4,000 square foot home or maybe something larger, you may be looking at, 4-inch, right? Generally speaking, we're only allowed so many toilets draining into a stack before we have to upsize to 4-inch. More usual than not, especially if it's on a horizontal plane, it's 3 toilets. If it's on a vertical plane and you have toilet draining into toilet, draining into toilet, draining into toilet, you're allowed 5. So again, we're not going to get too codey up in here, but some of the things to pay attention to: vertical, 3 toilets, so forth from there. So you're going to find a 3-inch sewer and waste stack. That's kind of the standard. On that stack, we're going to go into the basement level there, and we're going to go up to the first floor. Generally speaking, where we are, it is a code compliance item, especially for our nowadays code, to have an expansion joint in that piping. It has to generally be at the highest point below our vents. It has to be below where the main floor fixtures are tying in, but we have to have an expansion joint, which, depending on ground disturbance, ground movement, home movement, it's going to work by fitting into each other and moving back and forth so that solid waste, water waste can drain into that system. It won't leak out of that system, generally speaking, but more so it doesn't cause excess pressure on our different piping materials. This does more so relate to plastic piping systems. Copper DWV systems, cast DWV systems, likely more so than not, you are not going to see that because of the weights of the systems. Okay, floor drains are, just because we missed a little bit here, generally speaking, on kitchen lines or other areas where they are single vented fixtures. So if you look on the far top left-hand side of our right-hand side photo, you've got the bathroom group there. You've got the P-trap, which it's pointing to, and you have the lav sink. That is going through into the wall. It is draining to your left. Now, where it goes all the way up to that elbow, which goes this way, let's imagine we cut that elbow off and we cut that branch line coming across off, okay? And we are going to basically, we're basically going to let that fixture come through the roof, okay? I'm going to see if I can't get a little bit fancy here. So, that all being said, if we took this area here, okay, we cut that off here, and we ended up going, out through the roof straight up. Okay, generally you're going to find 1.5 inch pipe. It may upsize as it goes through the roof. There is that potential there, okay? Because as we go through the roof, we start coming into different frost situations, stuff like that. Generally on our main sewer pipe, you're going to see on older homes, it will likely go out of the home in 3-inch. It'll come into the home in 3-inch, and it will leave the home to the city sewer, your municipal waste system, in 3-inch, okay? Depending on some of the new homes, vice versa, we're going to take our 3-inch pipe through the home, as it comes up. Let's just go from all the way down here as we're annotating it. We're going to come all the way up. We're going to get to the point where the flashing is, and right around here, we're going to upsize to 4-inch. That is a new code, okay? It is not generally a new code. We want to upsize because where we have run into issues in the past is with frost buildup on that roof vent. When we have frost buildup, when we have freezing, that is when that vent closes up. It has the potential, okay? When that vent closes up, you're going to notice, more so in the wintertime, this will be a key component, a toilet gurgling. You're going to see bubbles coming up through the toilet. You may see bubbles if you're filling up that, that bathroom sink over here, on this side. You're going to come into, if you fill it up, it's going to go blub, 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 blub. What's happening there is that trap is starved for air, and it doesn't care where it's going to pull that air from. It's going to pull it from that room. That's where you start running into the issues and the potential of draining that P-trap. If you drain that P-trap again, you have the potential for sewer gas to come and enter the home, okay? It's not a great thing. So we're going to get into some of the other points on these notes here. So some homes may have dry floor drain traps, which can result in sewer gases to enter the building. So you may want to point this out. More so, I'm not familiar with dry floor drain, or sorry, now that it kind of makes sense. Dry floor drain traps, if it doesn't commonly get used every day. So if it is, a quote unquote emergency floor drain, which does not receive normal discharge, whether that's from, possibly the laundry, possibly condensate from the furnace, possibly condensate from an air conditioner, that trap can dry out. And of course, sewer gas can enter that basement area. You can, enter that information if you noticed it. If anyone asks, one way to alleviate that issue, simply take a cup of water, pour it down that trap. That'll buy you some time. Kind of an old plumber trick is mineral spirits or mineral oil more so into that trap. Don't use mineral spirits. That's bad to do. The city will kill you for that. Mineral oil, because it doesn't adhere to the sides of the pipes like vegetable oil will. People have been known to do that in the past to positively seal a trap that does not get common discharge. Do not use food-based oils if you decide to, because food-based items do tend to rot. And if it does tend to rot, like canola or vegetable oils, you're going to end up with a stench worse than sewer gas itself. Okay. So that being said,
if you don't
go
mind.
for it.
Yeah, so like Taylor was saying, guys, if that mechanical room or where the floor drain is located, if the trap has been dried out due to lack of use, you may enter a home, say it's been vacant for 2, 3, 4, 5 months, whatever it is, and you just have this gross, sewer gassy smell. That's likely what it is. It may not only just be the mechanical room floor drain, it could be all the other traps as well below the fixtures. So if you're running the water quite hard, you may also agitate some smells. So just kind of be aware of that, why that smell is being caused.
Yeah.
So
And
Alex, I guess, sorry to interrupt Taylor, but Alex,
Go for
that would be more like staying overbalanced in a well, right? Like that P trap essentially works like that, sort of. Does that make sense?
Let's take it across here. Give me 1 second. There you go.
There we go. Gotcha.
So shoot again, Cody. What's your question, buddy?
Oh, I just wanted to know, like, that P trap kind of works like if you're overbalanced in a well. I was just asking Alex because we work in the oil field together. So
Gotcha.
yeah.
Yeah, he'd be a better answer for you there, Cody. Absolutely.
Thanks, Taylor. You bet.
Yeah, the trap basically puts a little bit of hydrostatic pressure and prevents the drying. You know what I mean? Because it's basically the trap is a bit of head pressure, right? So instead of the sewer gases coming up from the bottom from the drain line, you can push up that little pocket of that little trap, which adds that head pressure and hydrostatic pressure, if that kind of helps in rig terms.
Gotcha. Yes, it does. Yeah, thanks.
Okay. So going back to it, it is kind of a beefier portion of the presentation here. The 3-inch requirement, going back to the roof line, that previously that was a requirement for the frost to keep from sealing the vent stack, which the vent or the stack vent is the term that we're looking for. The stack vent, because you're venting the stack because of the issues of that sealing up previous. Now we are being recommended to go through the roof in 4-inch. Again, that is something that has changed, within the last 8 years. More so 8 years ago, possibly a little further. Something to keep an eye out for. If you see a new home, new build with that issue, it's not, I don't want to say technically it's an issue. It's definitely something to include in the report, because if somebody wants to redo the roof, roofing contractors at times will not suggest to do the upsize at that point in time. Some of their other contractors working on site may not recommend that. But if a customer is going to be re-roofing their home, you know what? That's an optimal point in time to be able to make that code upgrade. Definitely something to include in the report. Specifically, though, is a bit of a non-issue. It's just something to keep an eye out for. So as we get into that, floor drains, we've gone through that. We're going to touch a little bit more on them. Floor drains are connected to the sewer septic system in a dwelling. Oftentimes, you'll note that there are no protective grills or screens, which can cause blockages. Why? Because people live. You've got kids down in the basement. You've got folks in the basement. You've got, all sorts of different things, toothpicks, whatever that can get caught. More times than not, especially where I am, people have either removed them or they've lost them. So you may end up finding that those don't even exist in the home anymore. It is definitely something to look out for. And then here through the list here, we do have that whole idea of adding a thin layer of cooking oil. Again, I would more so say use a light mineral oil, because the mineral oil itself will not adhere to the piping in different ways. It will not create that odor like a cooking oil or a vegetable oil or an organic oil, right? We can add that little bit of a skim to it if we want to, if we don't want to fill that whole trap where you're seeing the blue on the right slide there. So the drain system is generally horizontal lines in a dwelling. You're going to pop back to the previous slide. So you're going to see where we get those cross fittings, where we have the soil pipes, where we have the P-traps. Generally speaking, they are horizontal. They are going to run to some kind of a stack or drain system that is vented, okay? Be mindful that going back to the drains, pre-60s homes may not have floor drains, which is an issue if we do have a point of leaking. It definitely is something to mention in your reports, right? Because at that point in time, we only have a couple options if we do end up in a low-lying area or an area with potential for flooding, or an area where there's materials in the home with potential for flooding, so forth and so forth. Couple ways to relieve the issue is to install sump pits, or possibly install a 3-inch emergency floor drain. 3-inch emergency floor drains, we do not specifically have to vent, okay? So that could be a recommendation. Again, your preferred contractor will come out and give advice if you see that. So definitely keep an eye for P-traps in areas. If you think that it's something to be brought to attention, definitely put it in your report. I would highly suggest doing that. Alex can definitely touch base and inform you folks on what the best practice is that way. Another thing to notice, guys, one of the most widely used tools that you're going to hopefully have on you is a level. Okay, generally speaking, 3-inch all the way to 1.5-inch piping. We're going to be draining the code minimum is 1/4 inch per foot. The maximum is subjective. So we're going to come into this scenario. Again, we're going to use that bathroom group on the upper floor of this photo. You come to the sink, you've got the P-trap. Alex, can you see my mouse moving there?
Yep, you betcha.
Okay, so we're going to come into this P-trap portion. From here on through, we're going to grade 1/4 inch per foot. We're going to grade 1/4 inch per foot this way, okay? At this portion, we cannot exceed more than 1/4 inch per foot, generally speaking. Technically, if this P-trap immediately tied into a vent and it was only, a foot long, well, technically speaking, you could drain from this portion here to this portion by 2 inches. So you could technically go, 2 inches per foot. So on that foot, you could go 2 inches because we're only running a foot towards the vent. In this situation, because of where we go and we're running all the way over here to where our vent portion is here, and you've got your waste portion here, let's say this is 6 feet, your maximum grade is 1/4 inch per foot. Now, why is that? Because on 1.5-inch pipe, 1.5 inch, how many times does a 1/4 inch go into that 1.5 inch? It's going to be 6 times. This pipe from this P-trap all the way over to this point here can only be 6 feet. 2-inch, it's going to be 8 feet. 3-inch pipe, it's going to be 12 feet. I know this is getting a little more codey than what we're concerned with, but generally speaking, it may be a point to bring up. If we have this P-trap and it runs 20 feet all the way down the wall to a portion like this, guess what? That's a major code issue. We're going to run into dips. We may run into points where we end up with the potential in this spot here to create the scenario where you can drain a trap, okay? It has the potential there. So if we ran 20 feet, which isn't an issue, we would want to take a vent off at the 6-foot portion and, run it over and up all the way to here, or run it all the way over and up all the way to here. We'd want to build another vent at a position portion. One of the things that I'm going to say on a kitchen, folks, okay, generally you see your P-traps underneath the sink. Okay, that's generally the way how it's done, especially, in retrofit scenarios, vice versa. You will run into the possibility that you do not see the trap under the kitchen sink. Why? Why is that? Because for Canadian code, we are allowed to run from the sink down possibly, I believe it's 1.25 meters or 3/4 of a meter, in and around there. We're allowed to run directly down into our P-trap and then tie over into the rest of the waste system. You may run into that scenario where you do not see a P-trap under a bathroom sink. Okay, there is a reason for that. It depends on joists. It depends on, what else was meant to be in the way. Okay, so keep an eye open for that. If you run into an issue with a kitchen sink or a bathroom sink where you don't see that P-trap where it usually is, go check the basement. My home here, the way I repiped it because of the way I had to run things, my P-trap for the kitchen sink is in my basement. Okay. Getting into the P-traps a little more, you folks already know that they're designed to block sewer gases and create that safe position. So, also being said, we're going to get back to the traps here in 1 second. We're going to talk about the S-trap. Okay, S-trap both on the left and the right-hand side. What's different from the S-trap and the P-trap? Well, if you come over here, the S-trap is literally just an S. The P-trap, I don't know why it got its funny name like it did. It generally kind of looks like a P coming down this way. The major difference on the S-trap, we do not have a vent portion here, okay? We do not have a vent portion on the downstream. This is down, this is up. On the downstream side of the S-trap, we do not have that vent. That being said, generally speaking, we want to see P-traps. S-traps, like on the left-hand side, depending on the condition, you can create the opportunity for that siphonic action. This trap here, the water comes through. It ends up creating a positive water seal here. As it creates that positive water seal here and starts coming down this way, it has the potential to pull the rest of the water up to here and pull the air from this point here, okay? This has the potential to create a low water condition in this P-trap, in this P-trap, okay? When it has that low water condition, we have the potential for evaporation to more quickly than not drain that S-trap, okay? It ties back into, basement floor drains, drying up because it's water. Water evaporates, okay? The S-trap, if it does drain a little bit through, will create the potential for that issue. So keep note of that, guys. If somebody asks about an S-trap, there are certain spots where you can use them. Mop sinks, more so toilets, which I haven't really come across. Downstream of the toilet, there has been the potential for S-traps downstream of the toilet, after the toilet. Generally speaking, toilets, formerly known as water closets, they have an integral trap. The trap is built into the toilet. The water comes through, it goes up to the crown point and comes down into the waste system. That's why, again, with a water closet, with a toilet, you'll see the pipe sticking like that, where it ties into the drainage system. Why does it sit in an L and not have a P-trap downstream? Generally speaking, 99% of the time, that toilet, the trap is integral. That's why when you look on the P-trap here, you see this water sitting here. Well, guess what? Technically, this portion is what's built into the toilet. Guess where your butt sits? Your butt's sitting right here. Okay. Here's the kiss of death. As soon as, you know, your business hits the water. Okay. That trap is built into the toilet. In our piping system, we're going to move forward a little bit here, bring you up to some pictures because I know you probably don't enjoy seeing my face as much. I'm going to move some stuff over here. We're going to come across into cracked vent lines. Cracked vent lines happen where there's ground disturbance. This also, you know, we have cracked waste lines. This is one of the best pictures that I've seen to really explain to anybody how it happens, where it happens. Stress on the piping system. ABS, plastic fittings. This is a fantastic representation of where to look, okay? I've run into the left-hand picture scenario more times than not, and believe it or not, pay attention to this photo. You guys will be smarter than 80% of the plumbers, service plumbers running around out there. You guys will be smarter than 80% of the new construction plumbers running out there by looking at this left-hand side picture alone, okay? I've run into issues in hair salons, in commercial buildings, where they've had this exact crack. They've had 3 other previous contractors come in. They've had 3 other previous contractors look for the issue, okay? Nobody has been able to figure it out. If you smell sewer gas under the kitchen sink, look for these issues. If you smell sewer gas underneath the bathroom sink, look for these issues. If you're going through the entire home DWV system and being true to yourself and to your customer, look for these issues. A good point is you're going to see that cracking. Another really good point is you may see, again, white mineral deposits from waste fluids or water or, you know, calcium from, you know, possible previous leaks building up on there. And going into the photo here, right here, I have a hard time telling just because of the photo, whether that is previous glue or these are, you know, kind of like the lines that you're going to look for if you have seen previous leaking on piping systems. And it could just be a, you know, I wouldn't call it a defect, but just the way that the piping was manufactured. But you're going to want to look for some of that white lining, okay? On the right side, we have a disconnected vent line. Now, likely that's in the best place that a disconnected vent line could be because it is in the attic. Generally speaking, we're going to flow up and out of the attic, right? Whether that line's disconnected or not. Now, that being said, that's not a quote unquote good condition. It's not a safe condition, right? It has the potential for future issues. Pardon me. Especially where that vent line connects through the roof. We have the potential for rainwaters in torrential rain downpours. That is a point where you have an opening in the system where water can infiltrate that system. When our vent pipes are connected to our roof flashings and so forth, which we're going to see on the next slide, I believe, there's a good example of a roof flashing where it can come disconnected. We have the potential for lots of water to enter that position. We have a lot of potential for some flooding action to go on, okay? So big important thing, look for disconnected lines, report it, right? These are great opportunities to build good reputations with your contractors, but those are the situations. There's small situations where people might say, well, we had a smell in here for forever and we never noticed that, right? Keep a notice on that. So here we on the right side, we have an obstructed vent. This will generally be on the roof. This is a terminal fitting. This is where our DWV system is going to connect to our atmosphere. This is where the main municipal sewer system is going to be vented, okay? This is where if you stick your face over this hole, I just wouldn't do it. It's not a smart idea. It stinks, okay? Keep your face away from there. When we run into these obstructed vents, whether it's with ice buildup in the wintertime, whether it's with a squirrel nest or a bird's nest or, you know, being plugged with leaves or other waste, this is where you'll get that blub, 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 blub when you flush the toilet or run a full, you know, run a full sink and drain it. You see those air bubbles moving through. It's because there's an obstructed vent or an improper vent, okay? If you see bubbles anywhere coming through the system, there's a potential issue there. There is an issue there, okay? It's up to your contractors to find out. It's up to you guys to report that. If you see air bubbles moving through a system when you're draining anything, whether that's the toilet, the showers, sinks, make note of that.
Make a
Okay.
quick note there, Taylor.
Go for it.
So to help you understand, if you don't, the importance of venting. So like Taylor was saying, your drain waste vent system is one system that allows your sewer, your wastewater to go into the waste system, whether it's septic or you know, a municipal sewer. So if you imagine you got a jug of milk and you flip it upside down, you want to drain it. After a while, it's going to go glug, 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 glug. Now, if you're to put a little hole, like a twin size hole at the bottom or the top of the jug, however you want to look at it, now it just drains super easily and well. It's the same principle, right? When you don't have that adequate venting due to it being you know, not installed or obstructed, same principle. That's why it's very important to have you know, a vented waste system.
Yeah. And you know what? That's a really good point to bring up. Actually, I really like that. That's clever in saying that. Okay, we're gonna, you know what? Let's quickly touch base. We're gonna touch base. That improper vent cap. No, I can't tell. That looks like someone just took a paper or plastic cup and put it on the end of a line. Okay, huge no-no. If we have backup in the system and it has, you know, if there's an issue where it backs up into our venting system, you're gonna have category 3 water flying out of that pipe. Okay. We need to make sure that we have proper glue connections on all ends of our pipe. We've got to make sure that we have no open ends on our pipe. You know, no Mickey Mouse stuff like that. It should be of like material. The only other thing that you should see that may look like a white end fitting is what's called an automatic air vent. Generally, they are a one-way opening into a vent system. They are a mechanical fitting. They are prone to failure, as we were explained in anything plumbing, anything mechanical is prone to failure. Those automatic air vents, which sometimes you'll find them under island kitchen sinks, or even possibly above different areas behind what may look like a return air grill sitting on the wall or an HRV return. Sometimes there are automatic air vents in that general area, right? Because we do need them accessible to air. Those are the only places you should see, you know, white plastic fittings or, you know, kind of items of that nature. So going into our slope and unvented drain lines, our photo on the left, that it looks like it's coming down from a bathroom lav sink. For one, it looks like the trap adapter is sitting really low on the plumbing orifice tail piece, which is that silver chrome looking item coming downstream of the ceramic. So I'd be worried of that popping off. I would kind of, you know, want to see whether that's loose or not as a professional. The angle on that, it looks a little improper. And this is, again, referring to the left picture. I'd be a little worried about it, right? If you have a little bit of ground shifting and pulling on that pipe, you have the potential for that trap adapter, which is, here's your trap adapter. Here's your tail piece. Okay. This separating here, if there's any more kind of strain on it. Because in my mind, looking at this tail piece, it's only going about this far into that pipe, maybe even a little less. So you're running the risk factor. This tail piece technically could run all the way down into here, because this is where our trap starts ish and where we start seeing that turn. Going back into it, this is technically an S trap. Okay. We are moving through in an S pattern. Okay. And what I talked about previously, if we have no vent up here, which would turn this into a P trap, we do run the potential again to pull the water through here and siphon it through here. Okay. We've got two issues in this scenario where I'm circling. We're improperly graded and we're running an unvented trap or an S trap. That is a code compliance issue. That has the potential for future issues, okay? Make note of this. Again, good piping practice. We'd want to see a clean out here, right? We'd want to see a clean out here, and we want, you know, the most important thing, good piping practice, we want to make this accessible. If we run into clogs or anything like that, we want to be able to remove this portion and be able to rod through this line, okay? Because this portion here is semi-restrictive, you know, you can rod through it, but it is still restrictive. The most important part though, improperly graded, and we have run the potential for pulling the water out of that P-trap, okay? Siphonic action will pull it this way because we know our vent is also another point to create that break, create that air gap where we're going to add relief. You know, going back to Alex's analogy to the upside down jug of milk, we're going to create that pinhole by that vent, okay? We run into our picture on our right. Again, poor slope. Now, what is this going to do, okay? On this side-to-side portion here, we're going to have food wastes. We're going to have, you know, coffee grounds if people dump them through. We're going to have, you know, vegetable bits building up in here, okay? Well, one portion, that's going to cause a lot of stench in this right-hand sink, okay? It's going to create a lot of odor. It won't be sewer gas. It'll be organic, semi-solid wastes, water wastes, juice, whatever, okay? We're going to run that potential for building up in here. Now, if we have a customer that's dumping grease, well, guess what? This whole section of piping here is going to be plugged with grease if they're using this sink to drain it. Why? Because we're back grading. Now that grease, which we don't want it to go through our DWV system, but if it does, we want it to quickly zip through the system and out, okay? This is a huge no-no area. This is a potential for major issues. As we come through here, we have the dishwasher tying in here, okay? That's fine. Here's a great spot for it to tie in because we're going to clean out downstream. Now, that being said, our dishwashers, right? We see here's a sink, here's the dishwasher, here's another sink. We get to the trap. Our dishwasher needs to be tied in before the trap, right? You're going pre, post, down where we go. Needs to be tied in before. Why? Technically on our dishwashers, the way the piping arrangement is, yes, technically they're trapped. We should not receive sewer gas through them. It is a code compliance issue to have this fitting downstream of the trap, after the trap, okay? Because on older dishwashers, we ran the potential for having sewer gases back up through the dishwasher, okay? The big part of the no-no, though, is improper grade here. After the P-trap, it looks like they're graded fine. It looks like they have a vent and a clean out that go and extend up past the sink, okay? Behind the wall, up past the sink. They have a clean out here. Awesome move. That's excellent, right? We love seeing those. Not enough contractors put those in. So going back to here, how could this be fixed? We could, you know, possibly tweak the piping a little bit where it is. More than likely, we'd have to cut it off here, rebuild this whole section. It's not a huge cost item, should be repaired properly, okay? Upside, the dishwasher in this position will end up cleaning out this line downstream as well as the trap due to the discharge pressures, okay? We're gonna quickly make it through these slides, guys, up to our piping materials for our DWV. We're gonna look into obstructed cleanouts, okay? Concrete guys chew concrete, okay? Because they chew concrete, they don't think about the next guy, okay? We end up with more things covered and more issues that way because of concrete guys. So going back to our water system entering the home for our clean water, one of the big issues that we ran into is, having that obstruction. Why? We can't provide service fast enough. Obstructed cleanouts are terrible. Thanksgiving dinner, okay? Thanksgiving is the worst time of the year for plumbers or drain cleaners, okay? Thanksgiving, because big fat, 900-pound Uncle Eddie, he's coming over. He's eaten the whole bird already. He's eaten the whole thing of the stuffing and he's left the rest of the family starving, okay? Uncle Eddie goes to do business. Uncle Eddie makes a lot of business, okay? He makes a lot of business for a drain cleaner. Well, we run into the issue. We're starting to back up. We're starting to run into the issue that we're having backup in the basement, okay? Thanks, Uncle Eddie. Never see you again. You can have Thanksgiving at your house next year. Drain cleaner comes in. It's a huge emergency. It's a time of the essence issue. We run into the obstructed cleanout, okay? Because of that, we can't move fast enough. The poor drain cleaner's chipping away. He's biting at the bullet. It's overtime, after hours. You're going to spend more time and more money on that drain cleaner being there because of something that could be taken care of proactively. obstructed cleanouts, okay? Our far right photo, and I see some questions coming in, guys. If there's any questions, we'll answer them just before our coffee break here. Right photo, floor drain, example of a missing grill, and it looks like some kid has thrown dinky toys all the way down there. Again, can create an issue for backing up. It can create an issue for not receiving positive discharge through the piping. Again, unvented drain lines, poor installations. Here's the things where you're going to be looking out for, right? Left photo, we have an S-trap on a sink. Not legal. It's not venting properly. It's an issue. It's an issue. It's improper. Okay. Far right photo, again, weird grading. Those piping materials are not connected properly. There's undue stress on the materials. Again, we have an S-trap. We have an S-trap where we are not allowed to have one. Okay. Homeowners love doing this. You know, handymen, certain handymen that don't know what they're doing, love doing this. They love piping this way because half of them don't know what a vent is. They don't know what its purpose there is for. Okay. Improper materials. Okay. You can see that cross-link section right here and this band clamp and what looks like possibly radiator hose or some online special. Improper piping materials. They're using this poly piping here, this almost like reinforced poly piping, kind of as a bushing between the two materials because they have 1.5 inch trap here and the kit for our bathroom lavs are 1.25 inch. So, well, how do you fix that? Well, obviously shove something through there. It's not the right way to do it, guys. If it looks wrong, phone your preferred contractor. Phone your friend who is a plumber. Ask them. Say, is this right? Okay. I don't know about you guys, but I ask questions to colleagues. A lot of the times we bounce back stuff back and forth if we don't know. Asking is free. Paying for repairs after, if you don't notice something, if you don't have those clauses in your agreements, that's going to cost you. Asking is free. That's all it takes. Coming into the right photo again, super poor installation. I don't know if that duct tape's holding the pipe together. We have a trap adapter, which is great. We have back rating on the upstream side of the trap. We have no vent again. Our dishwasher is tying after the trap, which has the potential, depending on the situation, to create sewer gases to come back through that dishwasher. Okay. We need to tie that dishwasher in before the trap. Optimal spot should have tied in here. Okay. Not here. Okay. The other issue, no vent. We've got no vent. We're going to drain this trap. Okay. Here. Oh, wow. Okay. That's a mess and a half. What it looks like is the solid waste system for the garburator or your incinerator. The way that it sat to the sink was too low. They didn't want to change the rest of the piping. That's why they created this double trap. Okay. This is a double trap here to this direct system. So you're going to create a low spot here where food solid waste is going to sit. It's going to stink up. It's going to start coming up through their kitchen sink. Okay. That's a big no-no. This incinerator needs to connect over here somehow. Probably a double TY, right? This is a TY. So we'd want to put a double TY here. And you could individually trap each item with the use of a double TY. Okay. We cannot have this double trap. You're creating a terrible condition here for things to sit, build up, and odorize this portion of piping. This side here, eliminate this. This is perfect. We've got a nice trap. We've got a vent tie connection here, and we've got our drainage portion here. That's excellent. Okay. Here, I'd let that go because we're sitting at, roughly 2 pipe diameters, which again, without getting too cody, we want to see a little bit of gap space between here. Okay. No, nothing too, we don't want to see hub to hub. We see hub to hub. It is a code issue. Will it work? Likely yes. Okay. Okay. this photo. We look at the dishwasher line here, what it looks like. We've got no trap, okay? By the looks of it. We don't know what's below. Generally speaking, though, this would be an improper piping arrangement. We may have a trap below, which may protect, you know, this side of the system, which would be beneficial, but I don't see that. Okay, we have potential issues for on this pipe here, creating backup of odor into the home. Okay, yes, it is capped. Yes, it does go to the dishwasher, but we have that potential there. It's improper by nature, guys. Okay, if we were to do this, we'd want to see a trap somewhere in and around here. Okay, even if we did have a trap, now we're exceeding our grade on our pipe. Remember, 1.5 inches, 2 inches maximum fall before the vent. We're screaming here, okay? That's not allowable. So we'd want to see a trap somewhere here, another TY, and our vent connection, okay? Okay, we're going to get into drain piping materials, guys. It is time for a little bit of a break here. It is 9:35 on my end, so take it out to 9:50. Meet back here, be ready to sit down, be ready to check in with Alex and however he wants to do that. If we run into these questions, I'll answer them kind of before you guys get back. So get the heck out of here, guys. We'll answer any questions after. Go for your break.
Thanks, Taylor.
Hey guys, welcome back. Hopefully you all had a good little break, did whatever you need to. Okay. So we're going to get into different piping materials for our DWV system. Again, if any questions, leave them in the chat or leave them in the chat. We'll have some time afterwards. If there's any other questions or things you've come across that you want to talk about, we'll bounce those at the end. So as far as our piping systems go, a lot of our old school materials, this is going back to, 100-year-old homes, vice versa, different buildings of that nature. And you know what, even as recent as the 60s, we're looking at cast iron, lead, copper DWV piping, okay? So we'll start off with kind of the basics. In the early 1900s, people began to move away from outhouses to the interior sanitary system. The first type of drain piping material used was cast iron, as it was commonly available at the time. The installation of this extremely heavy pipe was time-consuming, as tarred fiber called oakum, which is almost kind of like if you imagine hemp and another material mixed together. It was sometimes coming in coils, cans. They would use that and they would do what's called packing the joint, okay? Because we do have wide hubs on cast iron piping. They would pack that into the joint to fill the joint up, to secure the joint in between the pipe material itself and the hub of the fitting. Then what they would do is they would heat up lead, they would melt the lead, and they would pour the lead into the joint. They had different materials, there are different tools to do that with. They would usually have a pot or an iron on site, and they would what's called caulk that joint, okay? They would create a proper finish to it, which would create a bond between the two materials, a light bond, which would end up sealing that joint from gases or waters from seeping out, okay? Lead, which is on the right side, of course, as we talked about our water service piping, lead was another material that was used for generally a lot of toilets, water closets, right? You may come across lead P-traps, right? Lead, of course, by nature is a very soft material. It generally does hold up really well, surprisingly enough. Where it has been prone to failure is around the top, where the toilet would meet the lead itself, or where the lead potentially goes into the joints, okay? again, lead is a dull gray, and the cast iron piping, which is a high carbon content pipe, will look like steel, right? It'll sound like steel. It'll be as hard as steel. So with cast piping, there are some common issues, as with any other piping system that is available. Well, you may not be able to always see long horizontal lines of cast iron. If you do, you need to pay particular attention to the top side of the pipe, because you may find cracks which run the entire length of the pipe, longitudinal cracks, okay? This occurs because the condensation rises to the top of the pipe, which over time will cause it to corrode and crack there. So that being said, I'm going to touch on that point a little more. The cracking on the top of sections of cast iron pipe that run horizontal, right? There's two spots where they have been known to fail. One definitely being the top of the pipe, okay? If the piping is graded properly, then yes, the condensation from the solid and water waste can condense on the top and over time can corrode that area, okay? The other issue is on piping. Now this applies more so for cast iron as well as copper, drain waste and vent piping. If it is back grading, which again means it's going towards the trap, not to the rest of the drain system, so it would be reversed, you know, to which way it should go. Sewer gases, if the venting system is improper, it can collect in that section of piping, and the sewer gases are corrosive by nature in themselves, okay? And we've seen that as well, where you have thinning on the top wall of the pipe, or you have, pardon me, have cracking present there, okay? Now, going back to cast iron and copper piping as well, again, if they are back graded, what can also happen is solid or semi-solid waste can get caught up in that piping and stay in that piping. And because they're staying in that piping and the nature of the materials that are going down the drainage, they can cause bottom side corrosion or cracking, okay? There's literally just two instances yesterday, two different jobs I was at. One was a kitchen sink that was back grading on the line to where it would go down into the rest of the piping system. And she had cracking all along the bottom of the piping. Well, yeah, over 60 years, it is going to get weak. It is going to get brittle. It is going to get thin. But the back grading scenario exacerbates that issue and causes a shortness in the life term or life expectancy of that pipe, okay? So there's our cast and our lead. Still present in many homes, up until 80s, 70s-ish. I've seen it in and around buildings of that point. Commercially speaking, cast iron is actually coming back in style, more so for rainwater leaders, because it is a strong material and it is very soundproof. It's extremely quiet over plastic. So here's going back into our common issues with our cast piping. Those are the top end cracking. That can also, again, be caused by the condensation interior to the piping because of the different temperatures that are on the outside of the piping as well as the interior, or as well as those sewer gas issues that may arise, okay? Those are extremely common points for cast to fail. And again, going back to that, if there is back grading on the pipe, make note of it. If you're inspecting a system and going through it, you may just as well on the back graded pipe, you'll end up seeing more occurrences of what you see in that left photo, okay? Major important points to look after and look for here, because failure like that can cause leakage, but failure like that as well, and the brittleness of the pipe can cause full sections to fail if they're not supported properly, okay? Another good thing to maybe check, and I don't have it off the top of my head, Alex, maybe we'll send out a supplement after, just on piping supports, right? Cast iron, I can't remember off the top of my head what the piping support requirements are. We'll maybe include that later on. We'll send an email out just to touch base on that. Especially with cast, it needs to be supported properly. Okay. Galvanized is something that I have not personally seen as much where I am, especially in drainage. It does exist. And again, it's going to be prone to the same failures as if it was applied to water service piping, okay? As well as cast. You're going to notice cracking, you're going to notice thinness, you're going to notice a couple of different issues, okay? It was used around the same time as the cast. It was used for smaller branches than the main trunk. You came across it more so in kitchens, bathrooms, on really older homes. Again, galvanized, the galvanized process, zinc coated, you're going to notice that grayish color more so than not, okay? There is that differentiation between proper steel gas lines, which will end up looking like, you know, there's steel as well. One's just treated, one's galvanized, one's not. So pay attention. If you ever question, follow the lines to where they're going, okay? You can figure out a lot just by tracing the system. Going into copper is used from 70s until 80s. Here where I am, they used it up and just into the early 90s. It really depends on the age of the home. You can find multiple different materials. You can find homes that have been retrofitted that have been, you know, copper systems, which have been converted over to plastics for certain portions. You'll notice copper systems where on the main stack of the home, you know, may have been retrofitted to plastic, and where it goes through the ceiling into the attic space may very well still be copper piping. Generally speaking, the copper piping that goes into the attic and throughout, 9 times out of 10 will be in immaculate condition. That is a likelihood, okay? Because you do have a lot of air movement through, you are close to that clean, fresh air. Personally speaking, I haven't seen too many, if any, scenarios where that copper piping above the top floor of the home through the attic has specifically failed. Again, you have a mixture of different piping materials. Very well to note some of these differences in your reports, okay? The switch from cast to copper was mainly due to the ease of installation and speed. Heavy cast iron piping led to hernias for many plumbers. The drain piping is different than the supply, as it does have a thinner wall and yellow markings on it. Again, piping, different materials, K, L, and M. M is red, L is like a blue, K is green. DWV copper, generally 1.25 inch, 1.5 inch, 2 inch, 3 inch. You're going to possibly see yellow markings on it. The yellow markings do designate DWV copper, which is extremely thin walled, okay? Our far right photo here, I want to touch base just on that green color that's happening, okay? Those are points to look for, especially if there's dripping, okay? The reason why is they can be one of two things. They can be points of condensation, right? Hot, cold, uninsulated spaces, you know, with hot fluids going through the pipe, stuff like that, vice versa. You may notice condensation forming on it because of its thin wall in nature, okay? So a little bit of that patina may be normal for where that is. It doesn't specifically mean that piping has degraded substantially, okay? If you look up, I'm just going to move the mouse here, up and around this area, you kind of see this whitish, you know, dripping here, a bit of white here, you know, kind of chunky areas. These chunky areas, which almost look, you know, at times like popcorn, or, you know, on the galvanized piping, specifically here, this kind of look can appear on the copper piping. Generally, we call those barnacles. Those barnacles are signatory of leaking that has occurred or leaking that is occurring, okay? That's kind of just one of those things to keep an eye out for. And again, at this top portion of this P-trap here, you can see a little bit of this degradation. You can see almost this little bit of barnacling here and a little bit of this patina that looks like it's been dripping, and it looks like it's dripped across and down to here and kept dripping further down. Something to keep an eye out for. Take a picture of it. This is an excellent picture. Note it in your report, right? It may have been an issue. It may be potential for further issue. Another thing you guys should be well versed in, you can see the water staining here. Depending where it is, somebody may have overfilled the sink and caused a little bit of that staining. This area here looks a little more fresh. So pay attention to that, right? you're going to notice a couple of these different things where these penetrations are. Follow up on it. See what's happened above. If it's OSB, if it's particle wood, if it's chipboard, if it's arborite above, you don't, at this point, likely this is a sink, kitchen sink. Likely this is the, possibly the vent line for it, or it could be a bathroom lav, right? Take a look above. If you see swelling in the materials above, likely it could have come from above. There's always different ways to trace it depending on what your job scope is with your inspections. Getting into plastic pipe, ABS and PVC. More so, we're going to see ABS above ground in residential homes. PVC is allowed in certain aspects, underground as well as ABS. You're going to see CPVC in commercial buildings in different aspects. But again, it depends on what your scope is with your inspections. Likely you're mainly going to be doing residential. We're going to be sticking to PVC and ABS for this portion here. So the most common DWV piping you'll come across in homes post the 80s, because of the cost effectiveness, because of the weight of the material, and because of the versatility of the material, you're going to come across these different plastics. So ABS, it has the extra super long name of acrylonitrile butadiene styrene piping. That is your ABS, okay? Your PVC is polyvinyl chloride piping. PVC was first used prior to ABS, but supply issues due to material and labor shortages, strikes, at the different plastics manufacturers led to the industry switching over to ABS. Imagine, Beta and VHS, same difference. One was adopted more so than the other because of different reasons, and it stuck. Going back to that, ABS uses a yellow solvent cement, keyword being yellow. If you're not seeing yellow around the different joints, double check, maybe there isn't any glue. Maybe there's minimal glue, right? Could be a good key point to have a look at and denote. PVC generally uses a primer and a bonding cement, okay? The different bonding cements have been different colors. Generally, what you're going to be looking for is kind of a gray bonding cement. Different areas, depending on where you may find them. Nowadays, we do have clear options, but those are, again, used in different regards. Once in BC and around the 80s, they actually used a black colored solvent cement for ABS lines. So again, there's a possibility that someone traveled from BC to wherever you're going to be doing your inspections and has used that product there, okay? So the actual adhesion from the plastic occurs from when the solvent melts down the plastic a bit, it bonds, and then it ends up curing, right? PVC generally has a longer curing time than ABS connections. So, drain piping materials. We're going to talk about Orangeburg, no corrode. So, no corrode was used up until the 60s. Regina, Saskatchewan's always been a little behind the times, so we even went a little further out than that. So it is a paper and tar piping. It was sandwiched together. It was used. From a corrosion standpoint, excellent, right? Absolutely excellent. Oil products are extremely well built for that. It was supposed to have a lifespan of around 50 years, and generally that's still gone by. It's prone to bulges and bends in the piping, which causes failure and eventual collapse. Again, this is like a cardboard material with oil products mashed together to make this piping system, and then oil products on the interior, more so to create that smooth bore finish. Now, again, depending on where you are in ground shifting and ground disturbance, you're going to notice flexing, you're going to notice bowing, right? Because as time goes on, moisture can permeate that system. And again, it's oil product as well as paper, cardboard product. It's not the strongest piping system out there. Okay. Definitely something, if you guys are doing your own sewer inspections or having a company come out, note that in the report. Sewer replacements here where I am can be upwards of $12,000. Kind of an extreme-ish cases, in and around $8,000 to $12,000. Okay, so it's definitely worth noting. We're going to get into vitrified clay type. So clay tile piping was generally used 60s to 80s. We still have a lot in Regina here as well. It's used in commercial settings where there is a risk of damaging the plastic sewer line from chemicals in the building. Okay. Nowadays we have blue line, brown line, and other piping materials to accommodate acid waste and caustic waste systems. Clay tile pipe typically came in short sections, 2 to 4 feet, as it was heavy, and they were not sealed. This, along with typical soil erosion from rain and snow and thaw, would cause settling of the line, which would create offsets in the pipe and allowing for root intrusion because of the unsealed portions. It is a strong material, but it can still crack, right? Heating, cooling, and all of the above. The main concern with vitrified clay pipe is root intrusion. And the far right photo there is a good example. You know, generally when I was starting in the trade, I thought of root intrusion. I was thinking of big chunks of trees winding their way through. I was never really thinking about these small micro root systems entering the pipe and proliferating, right? And generally that is what causes a lot of blockages, because you end up having, you know, solid waste, toilet paper, items which aren't flushable, getting caught up in what essentially is a net.
I'll make a quick point there, Taylor.
Yep.
One thing that I've come across, especially with realtors as well, they'll ask, what condition is the sewer line in, and they'll ask you to run some water. Well, that means absolutely nothing. I do perform sewer scopes. I do highly recommend you guys consider getting into that. It does add a good chunk to your bottom line for the year end. But just because you're running water means nothing. Like I said, I've ran water. I usually run 1 to 2 cubes per inspection, which is about 2,000 liters, which is quite a bit. But the water might be flowing great, but see, you're inspecting a 50s, 60s home where it's all Orangeburg. The line can look like this. The water can go perfectly, through it without any issues. And then once you get Uncle Bob or whoever Taylor was referring to, after Taco Tuesday, and then the whole line is just collapsed or backed up, or say we got a nice heavy rainfall, right? That can cause that soil erosion to just finish off the line. So just because something is draining easily, it doesn't mean the line's in good condition. That's not a telltale sign of the condition of the line. So
yeah, no, that's a really good spot to touch base too, right? There's a lot of people that'll ask for time frames on different items, and you know what? It is so subjective. If you give a time frame, you're shooting yourself in the foot and possibly opening up yourselves to future liability. Okay, don't do it, because at the end of the day, it's extremely subjective. You don't know what the soil's like. We're not, specific. Well, maybe some are engineers. I don't know. But I'm going to make the general assumption that we're all not. So stay away from that. Okay, we're going to get into some water closet issues. So before the modern toilet was patented in England in 1775, most people relied on the use of their outhouses for their waste or public latrines, utilizing constant streams. Public latrines date back 5,000 years ago by ancient civilizations, including the Romans. The inspection process for a water closet is fairly simple. Start by lifting the lid and the seat cover. You want to check for cracks in the bowl, cracks in the tank, anywhere, right? You want to check the outside and the inside of the tanks for all of these different cracks. Why? Because sometimes they're hairline. Sometimes they're hairline cracks. They may not be weeping. But what you may run into, is possibly with the new homeowner, or possibly in the lapse period between the inspection until the new homeowner potentially takes over the place. If, again, Uncle Eddie comes over and he decides to rock that water closet, you may end up noticing that has a potential to cause further damage. At that point, you've done your inspection, you've signed off saying there was no issues. Now, generally afterwards, well, you can't really be liable for that, but it's going to be a public perception issue, okay? So avoid that. Triple, quadruple check for cracks. Make sure you're taking a good quality flashlight and going all around that toilet. Where you're going to notice cracks primarily are down where the toilet, the actual bowl portion, meets the studs, where it's mounted to the floor, okay? The other place you're going to notice is likely on the tank itself, where the closet or where the tank to bowl bolts are at the very bottom of the tank where they meet the bowl. Sometimes those can crack around those rubber washers if somebody has over tightened it, and extend, or maybe even not, to the very back or the front top of the toilet where the lid meets the tank. Sometimes they're only 4 inches long. Okay, it's all on whoever installed it and had originally set it up. The other thing you're going to do is you're going to check for rocking of the fixture. You're going to gently take that toilet from where the seat mounts to the bowl. You're going to take your two hands and specifically, lightly and gently, you're going to pull a little bit rock back and forth. Okay. We don't want to pull the toilet right off, but a little bit of back and forth. Generally speaking, there shouldn't be a lot of wiggling. And that again is an extremely subjective explanation. Basically, any kind of wiggling should be minimal. If there is a lot, you could run into issues with the way that the flange, which is the piece that connects the toilet to the drain, waste, and vent system. It's the end connection of the DWV system to the toilet. It can be an issue of the way that is connected to the flooring in the wood. There could have been previous water damage where the screws have loosened up from that. And it could be something as simple as the closet bolts, which connect the bowl of the toilet to the flange, have possibly let go or weren't fully tight over time, right? So there's a couple of different issues that can be from that. So definitely something to make note of. Remove the tank lid, run the water. Check to ensure that the supply line has a valve, right? As you see in the photo to the right, there is no valve. In the event that there is an issue with that toilet, well, guess what? You're going to be shutting off the main valve in the basement by the water meter. If it's an immediate issue, well, sometimes people get flustered and don't think properly, right? It's a panic mode. If we have something closer at that fixture, it's a lot easier to shut off and it's just better. So definitely make note of that. Give the tank a gentle push to see if it rocks excessively, okay? When that tank meets that toilet, there is a gasket in between the toilet and the tank. Sometimes they can get old. Sometimes they can dry out. Again, they're rubber neoprene most of the time. Sometimes the bolts loosen up depending on who installed the toilet. So you're going to take that tank and gently, front and back, from where you're looking to the back wall of the toilet, and just gently back and forth like this. You should have minimal play, okay? We don't want to force it because if those bolts are tight, you run the potential to cracking that tank. We crack that tank, you run the potential for possibly flooding that room or just possibly creating a small crack, okay? So we want to very lightly, start with a small swivel, see what you can take it out to before you start feeling, some good resistance, okay? That's a good way to see what that is doing. Even when you do that though, please be aware, if you are doing that or attempting that, if that neoprene has been aged and dried out, you may cause issues with that gasket for when the customer flushes, okay? That is the potential. Has it really ever happened to me? No. But again, I've got the full van of tools to instantly replace and fix it, and we can do it right there. So just be wary of that. The other thing that I wanted to mention, we got the rocking, we checked for, cracks, we checked the tank for cracks and defects. The bowl of the toilet itself. So the toilet, the way they're manufactured is they're manufactured ceramic and they are provided with a glaze on top. Okay. This is part and portion what sets apart the $150 Home Depot toilet from the $500, $451 one that your contractor is going to supply is the glaze finish. Not every glaze finish is the same. Okay. The other thing is the quality control in manufacturing. I can go buy an American Standard mainline $150 toilet today. My uncle did. He installed it. He is a very mechanically inclined individual. Guess what? The tank cracked. I ended up having to go because he had to go away for work. Go to Home Depot, swap it out. It was an hour and a half ordeal. Take the new one back, rebuild it. Not all toilets are built the same, guys, right? Keep your eyes open. In regards to the glazing on the bowl and interior to the bowl, look for scratch marks. You're going to see, white, and you might see, a big gray mark. Almost looks like someone's taken a key or, anything like that. Hard abrasives will cause that to happen. Now, will the toilet still function? Yes. But guess what? When Uncle Eddie comes by, he's going to have to use that toilet brush every single time he uses the outhouse because that glaze isn't perfect anymore. It's been compromised. It won't necessarily cause leaking. It won't necessarily cause any extra issues like that. But when it comes to using the facilities, it will cause excess buildup. It will cause, discoloration. So another thing that may not ever really get explained, but keep an eye out for it, okay? Another thing we're going to check, leak points. You're going to find, if you do find leaks, you're going to find leaks at the supply valve, like in the right photo. The supply line, which is the line running from that termination up to the toilet. Those supply lines can be a stainless steel braided flex. They can be a plastic supply line, or they can be chrome like what is in the photo there. The plastics, generally I stay away from. I've seen, issues with those. Stainless steel braided flex lines, again, those are generally what I use. They look like cross-linked stainless, kind of flexible hose. I have seen one of those fail in its lifetime, and it caused a massive insurance claim. That being said, the company has covered all of the other costs on that, and they are generally what I use. When installed properly and you have the set proper length and it's not twisted or snapped or contorted, generally they should last a long time. The chrome one, like what you're seeing in front of you on the right-hand side photo, generally those are the best, but they are the most expensive to replace or install because they are custom hand bent to each individual spot, right? And they're a lot more finicky to install. We're going to get into high humidity homes, hot homes, summertime. Toilets have two different kinds of tanks at the root level. They are ceramic, they are glazed, but you've got two different kinds. You have an unlined tank or you have a lined tank, right? You can go home and check yours, see what kind it is. A lined tank has a 1/4 to 3/8 to 1/2 inch thick section of styrofoam insulation around the outside, like the interior of the tank, but the outside perimeter, which provides an insulation factor. So on hot summer days, that tank does not sweat. It doesn't condense. Again, that toilet is being used a lot. You're going to have hot air inside the home, cool water, really cool water inside the tank. Because of the difference in temperatures, that humidity is going to stick to the tank. You may end up causing dripping onto the floor or onto the supply lines, okay? Another thing to keep an eye out for, best way to check is wipe the tank down, give it a really good wipe, paper towel specifically, not a rag, because rags may end up leaving some moisture residue behind. Wipe the heck out of it with a, Bounty roll and go continue on with your inspection. Come back. If the entire tank is, wet again, condensation. If one certain area is wet, then you potentially have a leak and would require further investigation, okay? Another thing to keep an eye out for, cracked toilet seats. We're going to just move through some slides here. Cracked toilet seats. My father, before he passed, had the wood one on the left, except elongated. Over time, they dry out. It's wood. It expands, it contracts, it expands, it contracts. It pulls humidity and releases humidity. They will crack at some point in time. And needless to say, they're not extremely sanitary, okay? I don't know what he was thinking when he bought it. So they aren't common to see in the field because a lot of lids are plastics now, but definitely something to keep an eye out for. Again, photo on the right, good example of a leaking wax seal. This is a prominent leak, okay? Wax seal has failed. Every time the water flushes through the toilet, a little bit is getting around the wax seal onto the floor. This can cause major damages, you guys, okay? It can saturate the subfloor. It can cause mold issues. It can cause issues in the lower level. If this was a toilet on a second level, we need to start looking for drywall issues, right? And that being said, if we do have these leaking issues, they have the potential to run along the pipe and give you a red herring going, well, there's a leak over here. Well, there's no bathroom over here. Well, maybe it's the roof, okay? A lot of these water issues can run along the pipe. depending on the way things are ran, and follow down. And if you're on the first floor and you have a second floor, you look up, you see the watermark. Okay. So this is a prominent wax seal leak. Now, that should be a given. Wipe it away, flush the toilet multiple times. If you see the water starting to come back and starting to flow heavy into what you're seeing here, you've got a major leak. Denote it in your report. Okay. There are possible repairs, dismounting the toilet, possibly tightening it down. Personally, I'd pull the toilet, put a new wax seal, test it, make sure it's good. Okay. Again, potential for mold damage. There's a lot of different potentials here, right? Take an idea, look for these areas of where leaks are, but where leaks could have been. Okay. Because if you're on a second floor and you have a toilet leak on the second floor, I will generally tell you 9 times out of 10, people are not going to cut open the floor or cut open the drywall to do a check for mold or to do abatement of any mold or any buildup in that area. Okay. So that being said, Alex, whatever you guys have to do, whether you denote that or not, you might be able to have a better fill-in answer for that one, because I don't know how you guys would proceed from there.
Sure. What exactly is the question, Taylor?
So we've got water damage. We're
Yep.
toilet on the second floor. Maybe we have water damage like this, but maybe we have evidence of past water damage before.
Oh, sure.
You know,
Yeah.
water staining. How do we deal with if we're on a second floor? You know, maybe someone's fixed the issue and it's not leaking, but
Yeah.
there's still evidence of water damage.
Absolutely. So again, this is where your tools are, critical, I guess, to your inspection. So the first slide that we had there with those, I guess, plumbing related tools, which are the moisture meters and the thermal imaging camera. So the typical, I guess, industry practice is you would run the water. Some guys may only run it for 2-3 minutes. I like to run it 10 to 15 minutes per fixture at the same time. So say you're doing your plumbing inspection, or you're on the upstairs second story of the house. With water closets, toilets, what I actually do is I simply run it for about 10 minutes straight. So whether you're using a measuring tape to lift the flush lever, or if you're going to basically I guess lift up the flapper valve and obstruct it, whatever, with any sort of object to allow it to flow. After you run it for 10-15 minutes and whatnot, you can shut off the water, and then that's when you grab your thermal imaging camera, right? Because if you have an active leak, you're going to see where it starts, where it's going. And like Taylor was saying with the red herrings, it's very rare where the water can actually follow, whether it's a wood eye joist or the waste material or even a supply line. You can see where it actually starts. And I think we have some images later on where it shows you the different types of cooling and the different ways you can actually trace the lines. But that's probably the easiest way to do it. And like Taylor said, if you don't have a readily accessible area where you can lift the floating tile, where if it's just a completed drywall ceiling, that's where you get your pinless moisture meter. Because if you're using pin moisture meters, now that's invasive. Now you're causing damage to drywall or baseboards, and you really shouldn't do that. So what I recommend you do is first use your thermal imaging camera. If you see any areas that may look like it's leaking, well, that's when you get your pinless moisture meter and you start touching these areas, and you're going to see 80%, 50%, 60%, whatever it is. That's how you can confirm. And once again, you may not still want to say that it is in fact a leak, because in the summertime with these water lines, they get very, very cold, so they can start to condense quite easily.
Yeah.
Plastics, not so much, because like Taylor said, they have a lower coefficient of heat conduction, but with copper lines for sure, even more so, and galvanized, right? So again, if it's July like it is now, and you have really, really high ambient humidity in the house, 60% or so, and you're running this cold water, you can get little pools, right? But generally, if you're running a water closet or a sink and we have a good leak, you'll see the leak pattern, and you'll see it being quite excessive. If the leak doesn't continue to improve, like in size, chances are it's probably just a bit of condensation. And then you may want to point out, say, there's some possible condensation going on here. I wouldn't really cause for it to be a concern, especially if the house is 40, 50 years old. But again, if you're running water and the thermal imaging scan just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger, well, that's likely an active leak.
Perfect. Thank you. So another piece is detergents, cleaners in the toilet tank. Generally not recommended because as they're flying through, again, that tank to bowl seal, they can start to erode. They're making them now neoprene wax seals, so they're a waxless seal. It can cause some erosion to that as well and start removing some of the product. which can cause future leaks. So again, another one, leaking valve, okay? This generally is caused from if someone has done a repair, replaced a toilet. They don't leak all the time, right? But if someone plays with it, let's say shut the valves off, turns it on, because again, they are a rubber system on the inside for the packing, they can dry out and you end up being left with a situation like this. Now, there is a possibility that valves leak specifically, okay? If you see a situation like this, what I would do in an optimal position, start from the top of that braided flex line, work your way down, take your hand in a circle like that, and start seeing where the water starts, okay? Because your credibility is going to be a big part of your guys' career. Saying that the valve is leaking, if it's something that it's the supply line that happens to be dripping down on the backside onto the valve, like in this possibly in this situation where the valve is pitched like that, it can create a symptom of where it looks like the valve is leaking. Potentially, it may not be the valve. Okay, so pay attention to some of these small details because they're going to amount majorly on your credibility standpoint. And you folks know as well as anyone else, your credibility as a home inspector is worth its weight in gold. Okay, so really important to look after. Again, this specific issue, we could have some wood damage below to the subfloor. If we're second floor, again, drywall damage to look out for because there is a penetration, through one floor, one area to another. Okay, common defects, right? This is going to be your bread and butter. This is where you're going to absolutely shine. This is your 1 second look because you know what? It's going to be so apparent it hurts, right? So in the inspection process, check for chips and cracks, especially in the lav basins and the bathroom sink basins, right? Those can cause potential issues. Generally, they're coated top and bottom, right? You're going to see cracks. You're going to see rust spots. What you're seeing on the right side, I want to touch base. Where the rust spots are on that specific image are where the overflow is on the sink. Now, water can back up to that high point where that corrosion is on the top, where that rusting is, if you fill the sink and drain it. Or if the sink drains slowly, it can back up into that portion, right? Because it is a small area that's open about that wide and stays open and receives constant humidity and water and, this and that. That is a huge potential point for leaking, right? Same way as where we come down the photo, right around here. So this is called your plumbing orifice or your drain kit, right? Technical plumbing orifice, absolute standard term, your drain kit, okay? Where this meets, these love to rot out, these love to corrode, they love to wear away, especially on these old steel enameled sinks. So definitely something to keep an eye out for, right? If you see something like this, denote it in your inspection. Up here more so, this looks like it's been leaking here, okay? So you're going to want to make a note of that. A lot of this corrosion potentially could be from the water coming through the sink into this area. Potentially, it can be from this area because this is our worst area. This spot isn't as bad here. Potential leaking could have worked its way down here and caused some of this surface erosion, right? Potentially, it could be interior to the outside from that area. So we're going to check for chips, cracks, stuff like that. We're going to run the hot water first, which is on the left-hand side usually. We're going to mix and run for however long you deem fit. And you know what? I agree with Alex in what he said. Run lots of water, okay? Run lots of water in the sense that you're in the bathroom, continuing your inspection. First thing you do when you get to your bathroom is let that water run because you want it to run for the maximum amount of time. Sometimes leaks, sometimes issues won't be apparent if you only run it for 5 minutes. I've run into that before. So run that water. I hate to say it costs you nothing to do. And in long term, it's more proactive, right? Again, going back to the Orangeburg pipe in the Oak Road, right? Running water, you run it for 5 minutes. You might not run into any issues. This is one spot. Run your water. Showers, sinks. Okay.
I'll add a couple notes on that, Taylor. Thank you. So every now and then, guys, you're gonna be inspecting a house, and the sellers may be there, and they might give you a lot of slack for running quite a bit of water. I would strongly recommend you find out how much water costs in your area. Here in central Alberta, for 1,000 liters of water, which is 1 cube, is $1.86. So you can pack around a toonie if they give you lip and just say, here's your water fees, if they really want to make a big stink about it. And like Taylor said, 10 to 15 minutes is a good idea. We'll talk about some more procedures here shortly. But I've definitely come across where I have ran the water this long, and by the time you make it downstairs for your final lap, the basement's flooded because the line's collapsed. So you just saved potential buyer. Well, you basically walk away from houses at that point, right? Because they're usually not interested.
No, that's actually a really good point, and I love that, keeping the toonie in your pocket, because the customer's going to come up. They're definitely going to come up one way or the other in your guys' career. So we're running the water. We're going to check for shutoff valves underneath the sinks where the stub outs are, right? That's a good important one, having those shutoffs. Checking for corrosion, for calcification around those shutoffs is important, right? Take a look to see if there's any water staining on the cabinetry, see if there were any potential issues before, because if you're looking down, you see a couple drips that have dried, could have been a leaking valve prior, could have stopped leaking, right? We wanted to note that. You're going to check for the aerators. So if you're looking at the left photo here, okay, to the right of the nice dial bar of soap, right here is your aerator, okay? This prevents the water coming out like a jet cannon. It softens the flow so that it's a nice, aerated flow. It's not hard water blasting on your hands, okay? Sometimes these can get sediment built up in it, especially if we're talking about galvanized piping systems or copper piping systems that have been open, and dirty piping materials have been used for water service pipe. Another good example is if the city, or the municipality has done work on the water mains and they've not flushed the mains properly, we can get sediment or build up inside these aerators, okay? And they are at times a mesh screen. Sometimes they're plastic, almost like a plastic perforated item inside, which again, it helps slow down that flow of water. It brings some air introduction into it. Sorry, gentlemen. Which causes, some of those, basically just makes it better. So one big thing to look for is water that's only running on, let's say half of the faucet here and is kind of, spraying oddly over here, but runs kind of nice over here. Well, that could be a semi-plugged aerator. If we've got no water flow or minimal water flow, check the other fixtures in the house. If they're operating properly, generally it could be an aerator. If, if anyone asks who, is necessary to the information, what does it cost? It's a minimal charge, okay? If someone that is coming to do, out to do a replacement for you guys, it should be, less than a $5 part, right? So another really good thing to look at. We're going to talk about faucet handles. Again, this one here, we're going to turn it off. We're going to, all the way to hot. We're going to go all the way to cold. We're going to take it up, take it down, okay? We shouldn't see any water leaking from any point, from the aerator back to here. If we're seeing water issues back that way, cartridge issues, right? We got, plastics or rubbers deteriorating. That's, again, potential for further issues. Depending on the countertop, like this looks like possibly arborite to me. You can have water pooling back here, which can cause issues behind the tile. It can cause issues if you have like an arborite finish, it can leak underneath. Because the sink is cut out all the way around here, you can have water infiltration underneath the sink, down all the way through the cabinetry, but you can also have water swelling in and behind here, right? So another thing to keep an eye out for, water swelling one way or the other. If you see it, do further investigation, check. On the sink itself, check for rust spots in and around the PO here, right? You shouldn't see any chips or cracks around here. If you do, it can definitely lead to issues like that on the top side, okay? We're going to keep going into base and common defects. So here's good examples. I'll let you guys take those in. Those are different cracks. This one here, potentially someone over tightened the PO seal on here and has caused this crack to happen. More than likely, I would say that's what's happened because of the way it shifted. It could have been a previous, somebody dropped the sink and then tightened it and caused that issue. This one here, I would say someone dropped something in the sink right here, caused the fracture to split one way or the other and took the form of which way it was going and, started working its way up this way and it would just keep climbing up to here. undermount sink, expensive enough to fix. So we're going to look for leaking. We're going to look for corrosion, right? We're going to look for yellowing spots. You know, here, you could have micro leaks on the ceramics. You're going to look for this kind of, you know, coloration here, but in other areas, okay? We're going to look for shutoffs. They are extremely good practice to install. We're going to check for slow drains, right? What I usually do is the PO. You have different kinds. You have twist and turn, pop up, you know, the old plug and chain style. You got the ones that you pull up behind the tap, close that off, fill the sink, you know, up to the overflow. Make sure you're there paying attention so that it doesn't flood over, just in case. Click that button, drain it out, right? You have a huge load. Knowing people, that is a potential, you know, that the next client having this home will do at any given time, right? You can check for leaks that way. You can do a static water test in there, just holding water, see if anything leaks that way. Another really good test to do. Let's see what else we got here. You know, check for, here's a really good one. Here's an insanely good picture. This is the corrosion you guys are going to be looking for. This is the corrosion that you're going to find on valves. Anywhere in the system where there's water and you see corrosion like this, pay attention to it. It's a previous leak or it's a current leak. You know, likely this is a current leak. You can see the water marking here. These are the water staining looks you kind of want to look for on a minimal leak. These tiny little thin hairline white lines. This obviously has been a major leak for a while. You know, again, check the countertop, check the silicone caulking here, check the seal around the basin, right? Because this water likely has the potential to flow under the valve, under the taps here and down into the lower level. They have the potential to get past this caulking here if they don't have it, into the drywall, into the countertop, in a variety of different places, okay? So even though it looks harmless on the outside, and it really is, you know, a very small basic thing, pay attention to that, because you know what? That can lead to multiple different areas of failure, okay? And deteriorated silicone. If we had this issue on the left side, combined with that on the right, well, guess what? Potentially mold in behind the tiles, right? Depending on what sub material there, okay? Again, we got this calcification, this corrosion right here, okay? Single lever faucet, known to leak, right? You got on this one specifically, one seal here, one seal there. They can leak from the top portion here. They can leak from the top portion or from the bottom portion here, and they can leak from up above this ball, right? Multiple levels of seals on this faucet specifically. That I can attest to because I just fixed one yesterday. Another multiple point of leaking, okay? We leak through here. Generally, we've got this sill plate here. All of the water should stay on this side of the sink. That being said, this chrome cover plate here, which covers your other two holes, generally in the sink, okay? They do not have silicone under here, usually. They do not have rubber seals, possibly, usually, okay? That is another point for leaking. That is another point under here for damaging your countertop, okay? Look for bubbling, look for mold, get under that sink, take your flashlight, take your phone, whatever it is, get the pictures, see what's underneath there, right? You want to look for, you know, if it's an arborite countertop, generally it's chipboard, you're going to look for missing chunks of that material, right? Loose taps are also sometimes indicative of a previous leak, right? Because you have the swelling, you have the contraction, vice versa. Things change that way. So again, get your head under that sink, clean everything out, do whatever you have to. Make sure you have a look under there, right? You can end up saving the next client a lot of money, or depending on who you're working for, making that deal better for, you know, your guys' client. Silicone here, again, potential for future issues. It's a quick repair. It's an easy repair. You know, make note of it. It's not, you know, personally speaking, it's not a major red flag for me, but definitely make note of it because that's what you're there to do, right? You're there to present the information and disseminate it. So we talked about cracks. We talked about some of the common defects. Let's get into some fun stuff. Bathing units. Okay. So we're going to get into some of the inspection
quick
procedures.
note, Taylor, did you discuss overflows besides, you know, the rust and corrosion?
You know what? I haven't specifically.
Okay. I'll bring it up here just
Yeah, go
because
for it.
you know, some inspectors, they like to test overflows, and you know, that's totally fine. I personally would not recommend to do so because overflows are actually not required anymore by the plumbing code because like Taylor was mentioning, you typically get a lot of debris and buildup and mold in overflows. It's actually extremely gross if you've ever seen a cross section of an operating sink. So
Mhm.
the thing is, a lot of times you'll have these overflows. Now, a lot of modern sinks where you have the drain stop, where actually, you know, you actually have the valve that opens and closes, the overflow will be tied in above that. So what I'm trying to get at is if you if you close the drain stop to test the overflow, well, the overflow oftentimes will discharge above that stop. So it's actually not an overflow, but it's just an aesthetic look to show you that you have one. But again, if you close the stop and you're testing the overflow and you walk away, you might be mopping up a floor.
Yeah. So again, if you're doing those water tests, make sure you're not leaving that area. That's an important one. Going into bathing units, your inspections procedure. Check for surface damage to the fixtures, right? You want to see if that fixture has corroded, eroded. Does it have rust? Is it plastic? Is the finish wearing off of the plastic? Is that metal rusting? Check the drain stop. Okay. Check to see if there's any damages. Is it again rusting? Are there chunks missing on that drain stop? Possibly, potentially, depending on what your methods are. Is it working? Is it not? Okay. You're going to check the sweep for the showers. You're going to, which could, is the reveal. Does it seal properly? Is there water leaking past? Check the tiles for cracks, right? Some people put proper substrate material down, whether that's Curdy, whether that's Schluter, right? Schluter system. It's a water membrane waterproofing system. Sometimes it was, more masonry based products or mastic style products, right? So we still want to check those tiles or that material for cracks because again, it can lead to potential issues, right? Check for grout missing. Check for water damage in the corner of the shower, right? Generally, that can be one really good spot where things happen because in a frame structure, if you have some of that shifting, well, generally, depending on if I've seen more showers with walls that have had issues or where they meet around the perimeter because of shifting issues, right? And if you end up having moisture getting past, well, you're going to have, again, swelling and contracting. That can cause, popping of different tiles. It can cause other issues. So take a look for consistency of the tiles in the shower. That should be, one major clue. Check for inconsistencies though, right? Does this grout color match all the way through? If not, what happened? Why did it happen, right? You guys are detectives. Figure out why that happened, present the information, but is there something further behind that, right? We don't know. So use your tools that you have to, do some of your investigative work that you deem necessary. So the other item is check the shower diverter, right? Some of them you pull off the top and it should, swap over to the shower. Does the tub spout leak by? Are the seals in the shower valve, possibly getting a little old, getting a little deteriorated, right? When you pull that diverter, ultimately you should have very minimal, if not any water flow coming through the tub spout. 99% of it should be going through the shower head, right? If we run into issues where, let's say the diverter doesn't click into place, and switch to the shower, that's an issue, right? Let's say you have major leak by on the tub spout, that's an issue, right? So pay attention to that, try it out. You can generally, on the top ones, pull them out and push them down, pull them out, push them down. That being said, make sure that the tub spout where the diverter is likely to be placed is not loose on the wall. Check the caulking first if they have caulking there, because if you start playing with the tub diverter and pushing it up and down, you run the potential for damaging that caulking, depending if it was freshly done pre-sale or vice versa. Okay, so pay attention to that. Be careful. Support that spout with one hand if you need to and work that diverter. Okay. Sometimes some of the shower valves will have wall-mounted diverters. Pay attention to that. You can operate them. Sometimes people have, body jet systems because showers aren't just a 5-minute shower anymore. right? We're starting to switch over to where everybody's a teen. You got the steam systems, you got this and that, right? People want to spend 20 minutes in the shower. You ask my missus, she wants to spend 30. I just shut the hot water off at that point in time anyways. So you want to really pay attention to some of these different issues, right? Where else are we going to go into here? Have a quick peek. Check to make sure that all the glass in the shower or the tub surround, if it is glass, make sure it's tempered. Run the hot water first, followed by a warm mixture. After about 2 or 3 minutes, when starting fixtures, go check for leaks and repeat after another 5 minutes. Use your timer, right? If you start noticing things, again, creates your accountability. 2 minutes, nothing. 3 minutes, nothing. 5 minutes, we found a leak, right? Again, lawyers love that kind of record keeping. You guys should too. After running all the fixtures and finished your floor inspection, turn off and check for leaks. Pressure balance cartridge. So we're going to talk about the pressure balance cartridge, okay? And this ties into temperature and pressure balance cartridges, okay? Let me just double check here, make sure I cover everything. Okay, so on these pressure balance cartridges, right? On the left-hand side here. So more commonly, generally speaking, you're going to see Delta and Moen products in the field, right? On the outside of the trim, it should be labeled Delta or Moen. Older homes may not. Older homes, you may run into different models. Older homes may not have, you know, what we call T&P balance cartridges, okay? So here we have hot water in, cold water in. The way it works is sometimes there's a spool inside, sometimes there's thermostatic discs, vice versa. It's going to take that hot and cold water and it's going to adjust it to temper it to either a maximum temperature setting, which I believe is 140 for residential code, right? We, by code, are not allowed to allow customers with water hotter than 140 degrees at point of use. Okay, that being said, you're going to have people that want that hotter water. 90% of the time when I set it to 140, people complain that that's not, you know, or that's not hot enough. And you know what? Let me double check. I'll provide that in the amendments. Now that I'm thinking 140 may be too high in Fahrenheit. So anyways, there is a set temperature that we're going to set. What you're seeing here on this cartridge is specifically a Delta spooling cartridge. So the way these are going to work is it is going to mix that water. It's going to temper that water. It's going to come out, right? Issues that we've run into. If you have your hot side or your cold side, higher, lower pressures on either side, we've run into issues where the valve will stop up completely, okay? If you have a hot water tank and you know, cut off the hot water, let's say it's cool, freezing cold water, okay? Same as a cold in. I've seen valves stop up. I've had tankless units where I put in where we've had that issue. If we cut the hot water off, you know, cold water may work, may dribble out, but it will not shoot out, okay? So some of these valves are finicky. One thing to look out for though, is you will be able to tell if it is a pressure or temperature balance valve when you're running that fixture with this, generally, again, tub or shower, you're gonna run it, you're gonna mix the temperature, you're gonna flush the toilet. Easiest way, right? We've all seen the cartoons and the shows where somebody flushes the toilet, somebody's in the shower, the toilet uses all the cold water, the hot water goes flying through the roof, somebody gets scalded, somebody screams, somebody dies, and it wasn't the person in the shower, right? So we want to pay attention to these different situations. For our code, if we have fixtures nowadays and we're doing retrofits, let's say we're doing a hot water tank, if they don't have temperature balance cartridges in that residence, what we need to do per code is actually put in a three-way mixing valve. So all of the customer's hot water is pre-tempered to a limited degree setting, okay? So you want to pay attention to this. It would technically be a code upgrade. Again, is it an issue? If the valve doesn't work, yeah, it's an issue, right? Is it code compliant if we don't have these in and have no mixing valve at the hot water heater, which will have a little adjustment dial on it? Then no, it technically is not code compliant. That being said, we would have to do a retrofit, replace a water tank, vice versa, you know, to warrant that code compliance. Again, good thing to mention, especially families with younger children, families with disabled children, families, you know, that have anyone within their group that has any, disabilities or are differently abled, I would say this is an important aspect to inform your customer, your clients that, hey, this fixture, that fixture, that fixture are not temperature balanced. It's extremely important because my sister's handicapped. She loves to grab for stuff. If she ended up grabbing a shower valve and she had scalding hot water pouring on her, guess what? I'd be out for blood. Okay. So I think it's a really good thing to denote to your client base. Be sure about it. Okay. I think Alex would agree with me in terms of sometimes testing these water, checking the limitations. Again, I'm going to send out some supplementary material after this course, just on some of the notes to keep of different code clauses. We are limited in temperature, so I think having a pocket thermometer is something that you can get wet and check these different temperatures if you are doing some of these inspections and want to take that extra level. I think that's a great idea. I think it's an excellent idea.
Absolutely, Taylor. Yeah, thank you for that point.
Okay, whirlpools, and we're not talking about the ones to sink in. Actually, to touch base. So again, going back to the shower doors and surrounds, double check for tempered glass. Okay, check for defects in that glass. Personally speaking, if it was my home and if there was a crack in it, guess what? I wouldn't buy the house if there was a crack in that glass. Too much liability. It could take one good swing and the whole thing could come shattering down. Okay, pay real attention to hairline cracks. Take your lights, go on the angle, let's say 20 degrees into the glass. You should be able to see some of the defects if there are hairline cracks that run through, because you're going to have that light refraction coming back. Okay. So that's a big one. Whirlpools, again, really, really, really fantastic, right? Super relaxing. Let's touch over the leak points here. Okay. Super important areas. We are going to have a mass amount of plumbing underneath here. Best practice would be to have some level of accessibility under here to actually be able to inspect. Okay. You folks may not have that. They may have built everything around here and, brought pipes one way or the other to where they were accessible and dropped this entire system in place. You folks may not have accessibility. So again, what's going to get you behind the wall? Again, I don't know if you guys are allowed to. I don't know if that's even pertinent to what you folks are doing. Possibly bore scope inspection wherever allowable or possible. The other thing you're going to want to use specifically would be your thermal imaging camera, especially in these areas here, because each one of these points is a potential leak point, right? Especially waste and overflow, especially up here on the deck, right? Especially here and especially here. These faucet handles can leak, right? So you definitely want to double check all the way around there. Big thing, again, I'm not an electrical inspector. Even I know we want to have GFIs on this, right? Because there are electronic portions generally to these equipment. We do not want transference of electricity, through anything, right? If they have metal piping, guess what? You're going to possibly conduct through that person all the way through. If you don't have a GFI and there's a fault, you might as well throw the toaster in the pool with you guys. Okay. Pay attention, check the panel, check where things are going, right? It's extremely important to know. Again, on here, other things to check your tiling, right? Here, I can't tell. Alex, is that carpet that they have in there?
Yep.
I think it is. Anyways, if that's carpet, well, guess what? You just found another note to make, right? Possible further mold inspection depending on what's below. Okay. Don't carpet your bathroom, guys. It's disgusting.
I'll make a quick note just for the operation there, Taylor, if you go back one slide. So
yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So, I definitely would recommend you guys test these units. And of course, like Taylor mentioned, all those inspection points as well. But I would recommend to test these units. So you may want to fill the water at least 1 inch above the jet ports. Because if you get it at that level, you might just be washing the walls, which is never a good thing. So again, at least 1 inch above the jet lines. Run the system for, I would recommend 10 minutes. But again, because you might have a really small leak, like Taylor was saying, and after 10 minutes or so, you might start seeing it actually develop where you can see it through a thermal camera. And while you're running the system, the tub, again, use your timers, make sure that you're not still running the water if it's getting really close to the overflow level. but then also test the GFI if there is one. Sometimes it's tied into the receptacles in the bathroom. Sometimes there may be a separate wall switch. Sometimes it's at the breaker panel with, you know, the actual breaker itself. Other times it's actually a dead front, which we'll talk about tomorrow, where it's just, you know, a junction, I guess, if you will, without any receptacle slots. So if you don't see one, sometimes it's actually below the enclosure, and sometimes there may be no access below the actual fixture. So you may say, you know, I didn't notice a GFI anywhere. It may be installed actually below the fixture, below the whirlpool, but I'm not unable to confirm it. So it's recommended that this be further inspected, because again, now we're talking possible electrocution, right?
Yeah, no, and that's a great thing to touch base on, because you guys are going to see more of that stuff again than sometimes we do, right? Because there's a million plumbers to one whirlpool tub. But generally speaking, and depending on where your areas are, there's a handful of great inspectors like you guys that are going to be able to see this stuff more consistently than not. Getting into bathtubs, again, touching on our common defects, right? We're talking about the valve kits. We're talking about being on the deck, right? Roman tub fillers, I don't know why they become a really huge thing. They still are a huge thing, right? Tiled surrounds, they're the perfect fixture for, but they come with their own set of issues, right? Again, here, like that single lever faucet over at that sink where we're talking about some of the sink issues, here's a leak point here. Again, you will see some of the white calcification. Depending on what your municipality water supply is like and what kind of treatment you have available, yeah, you're going to see the white water markings, right? May not necessarily be indicative of leaking, because depending on how hard your water is or how many deposits there are and total dissolved solids, you may see that present. But working the system, turning the valves on and off, you know, multiple times can be good as well. But here's a good example of a cartridge leaking. Again, potential to leak down below the deck, potential to leak onto the subfloor, and carry on from there, right? We have 3 leak points here, where this meets here, and where this finish meet the deck of the tub, and right around the faucet here. Sometimes, depending on the way things are built, they will have a little bit of silicone under here or a rubber O-ring seal. Again, they're not perfect. If you have kids, they're going to be playing on the handles, stuff like that, back and forth. So you definitely want to have a good look at potential. Sometimes I've seen some tub fillers have aerators in them, depending on the quality of fixture. Again, you want to check for flow. You want to see how well it's flowing. Is it consistent? Check your hot and cold. Again, now I don't know what your standards are on this, Alex. You know, when you're filling your tub, again, you're going to check, make sure this doesn't leak, right? You're going to check the surround, like here, okay? Personally, if I was buying the house, I would want to fill the tub up right to here and let it sit, because I want to see if this overflow leaks, okay? Insider trick, I've run across too many jobs where the piping, which extends down, this 90's over and then goes down to the trap, okay? This section here is a lot of times improperly placed. Sometimes they are a rubber gasket. Sometimes they are a neoprene gasket. Sometimes they're a foam gasket. And depending on who installed it, if laziness superseded best practice, sometimes there's no gasket at all, okay? Now, that being said, if we fill that tub up to here, you run the risk of potentially having water flow in and behind the tub onto the subfloor, okay? So, Alex, I'll allow you to reiterate your best practice on that. If it was my home, I would check. But again, you run the risk.
Yeah, fair enough. I will still want to answer that question, but you know, some folks, some inspectors will fill up the tub. I actually thought you were going to a different point with that, Taylor, and that's to actually test the seal for the drain stop, right? So I mean,
Well,
a
that
lot
too,
of inspectors. I'm sorry.
That as well, right? You want to put
Yeah.
that hydrostatic load on there.
Absolutely, yeah. So again, I think it comes down to a personal slash professional decision what you guys want to do. It does take quite a bit of time to fill up the tub. Again, if you're not mindful, if you forget to turn on the timer, or say you get a call as you're doing mid-inspection, you have to take off where it's somewhere quiet, you may flood the bathroom. Again, if you're vigilant, by all means. I personally feel that running the water 10 minutes, 15 minutes straight through the drain, you know, is a better indication. if I get a client that calls and say, hey, we had a leak because they ran the water to the overflow, well, I'd say, what are you doing running into the overflow in the first place, right?
Yeah.
Like I said, for me, I would prefer just to test the whole drainway system, running the water, draining continuously. But at the same time, like Taylor said, you're not going to be testing for that gasket at the overflow, and you're not going to be testing the actual seal around the drain stop. Like I said, for me, I would much rather check those leaks through the drain system rather than these two spots, because they're a little bit easier to deal with. If you have to replace the drain stop or install a foam gasket, you're talking $50 or less for tools. If you have a leak that you didn't test because you spent 7 minutes filling the tub and only running it for another 3-4 minutes, I mean, if you want to fill up all the way, check the drain, check the stops, and then keep running it, by all means. Personal decision.
Perfect. Okay, and again, here we're going to get into some damage. This is applicable for showers as well, for shower surrounds, 1-piece showers, 2-piece showers, 3-piece showers, tub packages that are, metal or even fiberglass. Okay, metal ones, you're going to see the rusting. This may potentially not happen, but you will see chipping. Okay, this looks like fiberglass to me. Guys, you really want to pay attention to defects around this general area, okay? Because what'll end up happening is if someone's working on this drain kit here and, trying to change stuff, pry it out, right? A lot of times these will get seized below, and some people will not have the right tools to get these out, the proper extractor kits. So they end up trying to jimmy along this base here, okay? And this is what happens. This is exactly what happens, because I can tell you guys, because you know what? I was there as an apprentice and I've done it. Okay. So this is exactly why that happened. Now, a thing that you really want to check for is the apprentice did this. How does the apprentice fix it? Well, he grabs half a tune of silicone caulking and he shoves it in there. I'm not saying that's what I did, because I'm not going to sell myself out. Customer was notified on my end and proper repairs were made. But you need to be careful of the dishonest guys, right? They will end up filling this with silicone caulking, and whoever comes to repair it next, it'll be their issue. So take your thumbnail, take something, credit card, something really light. You want to check around here. Like, I can't tell if that's hair or a crack. That could be potentially a crack. But you just, finesse it, go around it, check to see if you see any soft spots, stuff like that. Make note, because these are huge areas where they've been patched before, which have the potential for issues in the downstream future, okay? Another thing is, on enamel tubs, look for small spots like this in different locations, here or here or here, or in the middle of the tub, where there's slight discolorations. Because they do have porcelain fixed kits, you'll want to keep an eye out for that, right? Let the client know previous repairs likely have been made, or the possibility of repairs have been made on this fixture, right? People will want to know that. Going into surface damage, right? Look for discoloration, look for rust. These drain kits, a lot of the times, are going to be a metal, okay? Some of them are chrome, brass, stuff like that. Here you can see caulking around the perimeter by what it looks like. It's discolored. Again, age caulking has the potential to, start deteriorating. If that deteriorates and starts shifting out of here, we're going to be left with gap space in between where this plumbing orifice seals and, the fixture itself, right? We can have up and down shifting, okay? That is a potential for a leak point to not go just down the drain, but past the tub. So we're going to run the tub for a couple minutes. We're going to check for, chips, sharp areas, stuff like that. Again, people with kids, people with elderly, people with disabilities, people with really soft skin in general, anybody. We don't want to cut ourselves, right? So let's pay attention to some of these sharp points, some of these sharp aspects, any nicks and stuff like that. Okay. We're going to check again, shower surround, loose tiles, loose, items. Look for any rot, look for black mold, look for freshly painted areas. Okay. Freshly painted trim around a tub. That's a red flag for me at times. Check for MDF baseboard. Look for swelling, right? A lot of times, again, if you guys look at the mouse on the screen, water will come this way. It will fall over the tub. It will saturate the MDF. Okay. if the baseboard's not painted, left open, not silicone, not caulked, okay, you can run into issues where water will trail the bottom of the tub where it meets the floor and the subfloor, okay? It can drain past there. It can saturate the MDF and create huge issues, okay? People with long hair, let's just say you end up meeting the client, they have really long hair, the whole family has long hair. A lot of the times when they wash their hair, head goes forward, they're washing their hair, showers directly down, what's ahead of them? All of the fixtures, all of the decking of the tub, right? I've seen multiple times, not to be prejudiced to those with long hair, I had long hair too, so let's just be honest here. It can run down the wall, it can run behind the wall, it can run over the tub. So look for MDF, look for some of those other markers, right? You're not going to be looking for just the apparent stuff. Again, put on your investigative caps, look for some of these other areas. They're going to add to your credibility. They're going to add to your notoriety. People are going to say, wow, he really noticed that, or she really noticed that, okay? These are the potential things that you're going to notice that have been issues in the past. So again, getting into other leaks, right? So this is a 2-hole faucet setup for tub shower surround. Again, no escutcheon plate on the tile. If it's not caulked, you have a potential for leaking behind. If those fixtures are graded backwards, you know, here's being the front handle of the fixture, here's being where it meets the valve, okay? You can have water travel all the way through into that wall cavity, drip down consistently, okay? Check for leaks, they're important. You know, discolored fixtures, again, you see the one handle's been replaced, one handle's insanely discolored. Make note of that. You're going to notice around here specifically, okay, we've got this tub spout. We got our diverter here, okay? We've got gap space here. Again, it may be silicone caulked in behind. It may be sealed behind properly. We don't know that. Generally, I will caulk and I will seal all the way around, and I will leave a weep point at the bottom in case any condensation or anything happens with this fixture. You have forewarned notice by weeping through the small open way here, right? Again, we want to check for back grading. This is sloping forward. Water's going to slope down and out, right? We do have the potential, if water runs on the tile here, to go behind by the way that this just looks. And if this was back graded, you know, it has the potential to run on the stub out back into the wall. It also has the potential, depending on how the tile was done, if it wasn't grouted and sealed behind here or silicone, to run and saturate the subsurface of this tile. So again, pay attention. That applies for specifically for tub spouts and valves. Shower heads, not as much, unless, you know, something really, really is an odd shower head and it's back graded weird or this or that. Okay. Our number 2 photo is a good, excellent picture of that back grading deal, right? So there's 2 things that I can say about this picture here. Possible back grading, right? Because of corrosion, maybe it's causing it to cycle back over here. Possibly, you know, just the way it's flowing, it's back grading over here. Okay. And this is that weep point that I was saying, right? Sometimes it may work its way to the wall. Sometimes it may not, right? And it has the potential for issues. Okay, guys, the way that these shower valves work is, if you haven't seen them before, this shower valve here will either be screwed on, okay? It may have, you know, threads on both the shower or on the tub spout as well as the stub out as well. So it may be threaded, okay? It may be, you know, O-ring sealed where it's pushed in and secured with an Allen key. Generally, those are the 2 methods of attachment. Now, that being said, O-rings can deteriorate. O-rings can deteriorate, and same with threads, right? If somebody didn't use Teflon and, you know, pipe threading compound, or, you know, didn't use enough or didn't use any at all, you can potentially have this right photo scenario where water is trying to escape, especially when you're, you know, possibly showering because the water is held up in here, and it can regurgitate back towards this weep hole, okay? So that is another thing to pay attention for. That is, you know, if you have a weep hole issue here, could be the pipe leaking in the wall here, could be an issue with the seal where the shower or the tub spout actually seals, could be a slew of issues. So please make note of those, okay? Excellent picture on the left. We have deterioration. This here is indicative of leakage behind the wall, which I've seen before. It leaks behind, it rots out the drywall, and you're left with soft spots, especially in this scenario, okay? So again, huge factor. I would likely say that this was leaking. You know, test it out, investigate, go from there. If you have an access on the other side, generally on the other side, there may be a closet, especially on older homes. That's the way it worked. You may have a bedroom on the other side. They may have an access portion. If it's accessible, have a look, right? Picture's worth 1,000 words, especially to a buyer. This spot here, again, make note of it. I'd end up replacing this whole surround. It's pretty ratty. We've got a lot of these issues going on, right? We've got a little bit of mold mildew over here, possibly missing caulking. So here's a shower diverter issue here, okay? Just make note, guys, diverters may be in different spots. On this set on the left here, you pull out towards you. This one here, you pull up, right? This one goes up and down. This one goes in and out. So here's an opportunity to see where the diverter has been pulled, because generally this stem will not be visible. It will be sitting down, and you'll just have this little cap here resting on the top. This is a regurgitating shower diverter, okay? Whether it's been wire drawn from water flow or however, or there's a bad rubber seal in there, or there's just a bad seat in there, that is what you will get. You will have the shower running like over here, you know, not at full pressure, not at full flow. You'll also have this shower valve or tub valve running, okay? Something to keep an eye out for. Fairly cost effective, easy fix. Here, good note, we got caulking here. Excellent job. Again, spot like this, damaged tile. What's going on behind here, right? Check the drywall. If you have a borescope, you know, possibly you may be able to fit it in there. I don't know, again, what the implications for you guys are in doing that. So use your best practice for what Alex and the Canadian Institute of Home Inspectors are teaching you. If you can see what's behind here, check it. There may be mold, there may be mildew, there may be issues behind here going through, okay? Generally speaking, it is damaged tile. Check on the tile for the grout. And again, with this button here, likely a jet tub, you know, again, take it above here, a couple inches above, let it sit. However you guys take care of business, definitely do it that way. Here we have a leaking tub drain here. Okay, so we have a tub shoe here. We come off. Again, our P-trap's directly below this. Generally speaking, rubber gasket on this half. Some people will create a buffer on top, whether that's a neoprene gasket, whether that's a foam gasket, kind of to take you back here, right on here, silicone or plumber's putty. So personally, I'm old school. I like plumber's putty. Yes, it will deteriorate over a long period of time, so keep note of that. But what I like about plumber's putty over silicone, silicone discolors when it starts to deteriorate. That can give you forewarned notice. But again, a couple things to notice, right? So a possibility that this has eroded away or the plumber's putty has let go and we're getting this issue. There's a possibility that the drain kit is just loose, right? And we're seeing this issue. There's so many possibilities, right? So keep an eye. This is one where it's easily accessible for this photo. It looks like there may be an access hole cut here. Sometimes you'll come into spring fit access panels that you can open up and have a look. Thing to make note of, probably waste and overflow is leaking as well. We have that white calcification here. We got some white buildup here. Maybe drywall, maybe likely water in my opinion. Check the joints here, right? Sometimes people get in a rush. They don't look at the joints. Maybe glue here, maybe not. Again, we have a lot of water or paint buildup here. Hard to tell for me in the photo. Investigate that. Looks like we either have running water here. So again, investigate that. Take pictures from all angles, right? The more ammo you have, the better off you're going to be. So here we got a pump assembly, right? Here's the pump portion of what looks to be a jet tub. We've got the, this looks like the inlet portion here. The outlet would likely be on top, okay? And we have our motor assembly. Again, why GFIs are so important, right? We have a shaft. We have sealed bearings on one side. We have bearings on the other at the motor. We've got a lot of things that can go wrong electrically. The potential is there. But what we're seeing here is either the pump housing has failed or potentially at the very top where it has a union connection like here, has possibly failed. The seal has possibly failed, and it is running down past and saturating the base of this tub. Of course, you can see your outlet here where there should be, possibly GFI running back to the breaker. So again, run those pumps, check for these leaks. They're important points to really check. Check below here, shine your light here. Do you have any mold buildup? Do you have any other issues, that have potentially been from this condition? Personally speaking, when you buy these pumps, this plywood here comes as the base. If there was a bit of water here or a bit of swelling here, personally speaking, I would not ring an alarm bell. Take a picture, make note of it. It's your butt on the line. I don't see this as being a cause for alarm or cause for issue. It's whatever's happening below here or around here. Any saturation on subfloor, on anything lower, that's where I would start ringing some bells, making some notes, running some red flags, okay? Let's get back into our shower defects. We're going to look at some deteriorated sweeps. Generally speaking, again, rubber products, right? If the shower door is lasting a long time, 5, 10, 15 years, you're going to start, noticing some wear and tear. Generally, where the glass sits inside the frame, you're going to have rubber material here. Check it. Is it cracked? Are there chunks missing? There's a good potential for a future leak, right? Take some close-up photos, shine your light. Check your glass again for any cracks. Make sure it's tempered. These sweeps here, generally on this bottom sill plate, the sweep here will come as one piece attached. Possibly you can replace this whole sill. Possibly you may have to replace the door. Check these, right? Open the door, close the door, open the door, close the door. Don't pull on them too hard unless that's part of your scope. But if you do end up pulling on them or twisting them or, moving them excessively, you may end up cracking them. If you crack them, you may start getting the separation. If you get that separation, again, what these sweeps do is when the door is closed, the sweep protects right in here, keeps the water from flying out, right? This little sill plate keeps the water going back. Another good thing you can check, pull out a level, check this sweep. Which way does it run when the door is fully open, right? Because this door is going to be saturated with water. The water is going to drip down. If this sweep does not grade back to the shower, you have the potential for water to follow all the way along here onto their bathroom floor. Okay, your level takes 2 seconds to check. It's a really good item to check. Probably not every inspector in your area is checking that. Again, build your credibility. That's a really good way. It's something that likely would go unnoticed. Here again, deteriorated caulking, especially around the base level. Generally speaking, nowadays we have waterproofing membrane behind there. We're running Schluter or we're running a Curdy system. We're waterproofing. Check these points, right? You got this little point here where I can see, a lack of caulking. Here, lack of caulking / grout or, flashing one way or the other. We want to check in between here. These are generally drilled to the tile or to the wall. We want to make sure there's caulking in here. You're going to check all the way on the surround for caulking one way or the other. Let's look for any discolored portions. Take some photos of that. Those are going to be some really good points to add to your guys' reports. Pardon me. Damaged tile. Again, this is, wow. I don't have a coat hanger long enough for this one. That's absolutely terrible. Anyways, that's pretty self-explanatory, guys. I'm not even going to touch base on this one. Quick question I'd bring to mind. What's going on behind the wall? What's going on above the wall? What's going on below the wall, right? We're buckling for a reason. Let's investigate that further, see what the heck's going on. Deteriorated caulking, again, right? Good idea. Close the shower door. Personally speaking, this is what I do. Run the water, close the shower door. If you're tall enough, reach on the shower head, slowly move it towards the door. See if you have any leak points, right? Potentially, I see this as a leak point here. We got some discoloration here. Baseboard, check your baseboard again, right? Check for the bottom where it meets the floor. Any blackening, right? Any mold, any mildew, any expansion on here, right? I've sold major jobs from going in, doing small plumbing inspections or solving small issues. First thing I look for when I go into a bathroom that's leaking below, what's the MDF look like? What is the what does everything except the problem look like? Those are your basic clues, guys. Okay. Obviously here, you don't need a clue. Even Scooby and the gang could find that in a half an hour, right? Here again, caulking, pretty disheveled. Take some photos, add that to your report. In this section here, possibly caulking, possibly not, depending on the shower surround manufacturer, door manufacturer. This portion here where the door is, if that is specifically the door, not just the jamb, sometimes they slide into each other. Sometimes there's a seal inside, sometimes they're not. Again, run that shower, double check. Cracked tiles. What, again, big question. What's happening below here? For your drain kit, good chance we're leaking past this whole system, right? And I mean, it looks like somebody dropped a 40-pound weight on here. So the potential's there. If this is a basement level, likely we're leaking water down past the drain in below the concrete. If this is main floor level, we're leaking below, possibly, potentially. Again, check these sill plates, check for your seals, your grout lines underneath, over, above. Look for any black areas. You know, kind of go through everything, guys. You want to really look for any other defect that's kind of going to jump out to you. Anybody can find what's going to jump out to you, right? Any inspector is going to look at that and go, hey, whoa, take a look at the abnormal, right? Build your credibility, be the best guys that you can be, right? Of course, grout lines, deteriorated grout, possible deterioration, possible separation. Deterioration, we know how that happens. Separation, where's the why? Okay, where's the so what? What's happening to cause that separation? Do we have a little bit of shifting in the home? Do we have this? Do we have that? Again, you're here to present the fact. The fact is it's deteriorated grout. Take a look at every joint. It takes 10 seconds to look up, down, left, right. Okay, guys?
I'll make a couple notes there, Taylor.
Go for it, buddy.
Absolutely, thank you. So with this image on the left and also the other one where we notice the towel, coming off the shower enclosure, in these situations, I would not recommend to run the water because you're obviously going to cause damage. So it's just best to put as a limitation, the X fixture was not tested due to excessive damage or cracks to, whatever the enclosure. And the second thing is just in regards to grout. Now, it is not required by the building code to have grout sealed. And I mean, I always recommend to my clients that it be done. And the way to test that is you simply just run some water, whether it's, well, I guess shower probably the best place to do so. And if the grout changes color, that just means that it was not sealed. So it's a really simple thing to do to first get it cleaned. You just buy a grout cleaner and then you can just get a grout sealer. There's a few different ways. A lot of service providers like carpet cleaners will also clean grout. Of course, plumbers as well can clean and seal it as well for you, or for the potential owner of the house.
No, those are really good points to come into. Personally speaking, if it's my house, guys, I want the grout sealed, right? Let's take it the extra notch. So going back to you, Alex, what do we think we take lunch when we touch base on system components, or do you want to go to the next place after that?
Totally up to you. We have about 35 minutes, so how about we see how we do?
Yeah, you know what? Let's take it up to, let's just double check here. Yeah, you know what? Let's take it to the end of this. We'll take it to system components. We'll break
Sure.
for lunch just before there.
Okay.
So here we go, guys. We have a laundry service. So on the laundry service, we've got our supply lines. We're going to touch base on this photo to the right more so specifically right now. So just to read from the book here, it is your discretion as an inspector if you will be testing appliances, including the washing machine. Should you do so, check the door and buttons for damage. Front-loading units often leak around the seal, which may be due to failing seal or possible debris like pet hair. Older homes, pre-1960s, often are discharged into the floor drain from a line running from the washing machine or jackhammered under the slab with no standpipe. You'll want to inspect the washer supply hoses and connections for corrosion, leaks, and damage to the supply hoses, right? Generally, supply hoses are of a rubber material. Use your discretion. If it was my house and I was looking specifically on my house, I would take the hoses, bend them over lightly, see if there's any cracking, okay? Again, use your own discretion. And Alex, you can redirect them if you want at any point in time. So you're going to check for leaks, corrosions. You're going to look for, again, that calcification, that white buildup, where the hose bibs are / your valves on the water supplies to where it meets with the actual drain pipes. Potentially, you're going to want to look for those barnacles I was telling you about, right? That corrosion buildup almost looks like popcorn in a way. Check for that. That's indicative of a previous leak, indicative of a current leak, possibly. Take a look at that. Hoses generally should be replaced every 5 years. I prefer stainless steel braided flex supply lines. I think they're better. They are rubber, right? But they do have that extra layer of that stainless steel braid, which helps prevent any bubbling. It prevents UV from penetrating into that rubber, which can cause further deterioration, early deterioration, right? I know if it's in the basement, you might have a window nearby, may not be as intense as anything, but another good upgrade, right? If you see braidless or braided supply flex, definitely an upgrade. That's awesome. So that is the preferred choice. Now going into the photo for what you see here, we want to double check, okay? If you are going to run the equipment, we want to double check that we're making sure that we're not getting splashback out of that P-trap and that standpipe, if it's accessible, okay? So we want to make sure that discharge hose, the 1.25" hose, is properly seated. Is that discharge hose secured? Does it look like there's hair on the wall or the concrete wall or wherever it is around there, right? Has something flooded over before, and vice versa, right? So we want to have a quick kind of peek in and around that way. Check the drain hose. If you're going to, check the water supply hoses, check your drain hose as well, right? To have a look, run the whole length of it. Generally, they're a plastic material, possibly on older ones, it could be rubber. Check for cracks, check for degradation. You're going to know when you see it, right? Check for leaks all the way through. That's kind of what I would look for. Some homes, we may get into this further on. I'll have to see in system components. Generally, laundry systems, especially when they're a clothes washer, should have what are called water hammer arresters on the water supply terminations. There's two different models. There's the old school model, where we would take a T and we would run 18 inches of pipe up. We would cap it and we would drain that line. That pipe that would rise up would fill with air. And as the water flows one way or the other, when the water comes, because the valve on the equipment closes like that, it's a solenoid valve, right? So it closes just that quick. The water and the inertia of the water would keep flowing forward. And when you shut that valve, again, like a car hitting a brick wall, that water's got nowhere to go. So it lurches back and forth. So sometimes you guys may hear in your homes or, friends and families' homes, if they're running a dishwasher or if they're running, their clothes washer, you'll hear that tung, 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 tung. Those water lines moving, which can cause extra stress on the water lines, is because that valve is closed quick. The water was still flowing. It slammed into that wall. We don't have any hammer arresters on that. So the old school ones that have that air pocket in there, every so often that line would have to be drained down so that air could be reintroduced. Over time, water will end up absorbing that air and they will become quote unquote waterlogged, where you'll notice that back and forth, that tunk, 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 tunk when that valve shuts off. Okay, the new version, the new standard for hammer arresters are a small little bullet looking item. They're rounded top usually, and they have a rubber diaphragm in them, right? Again, rubber, mechanical, semi-mechanical, they are prone to failure in the future. They do work better than the air pockets, but if you ever go to to a clothes washer, dishwasher and see, 8, 10, 12, 18 inches of pipe going directly up and just going to nowhere, it's not a future. That's an old water hammer arrestor. They used to end up making them out of copper. I've seen my old school journeyman, build them in plastic, which I don't know why, I guess cheap. If it was my home, I would want the proper manufactured water hammer arresters in there. So you can also take a look for that water hammer if you're going to run the equipment, when it stops filling. Do you get that, lurching, tunk, 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 which slowly slows down? That's a good indicator that the customer does have water hammer, and definitely make note of it, right? If you're not sure what that is, again, ask the questions. Alex, if I'm missing any questions or we need clarification, give me a heads up. And then again, just to touch base, we got our laundry tray on the left here. Sometimes some of the dish or some of the clothes washers were actually drained into here. Not preferable, okay? If we have a high load coming from the clothes washer into here, we run the risk of flooding over because, again, this specific system does not have any overflow. Be wary of that, okay? Again, taps, you know where your leak points are, check, work it back and forth. Underneath, generally a P-trap, and it runs off to our DWV system again, right? Same thing as this, runs into our DWV system. Keep an eye, folks, on older piping arrangements where things were tying in together. Like, let's say we have this here, we had another fixture tying in over here. We have what's called a sud zone. Our sud zone, again, it gets a little deeper into the code. From the old washers, the way that they worked and the soap that they created and vice versa over the new washers and the suds that they create, we have what's called a sud zone in and around here, in through the P-trap, in through and down into the rest of the drainage system. If you do run this equipment, make sure that it's, you know, if you record the equipment in your inspection, make sure if it's a high efficiency unit or not, because some people are very dense. They'll run normal soaps in a high efficiency unit and it will over suds. When that sudsing happens, we can discharge out of here. We can overflow this. It can cause other fixtures to back up and drain inappropriately because we're basically pulling all that air from here. We can run into potential further issues. So if you are running that equipment, let it run, you know, a cycle. If you are running it without soap, be wary that, you know, these are some of the implications. If they do run it with soap or vice versa, that may happen. Generally now speaking, as per our codes, we have limitations on this height, which is 24 inches minimum for us, from the standpipe to the top of the trap. From here on forward, we have limitations as well nowadays as far what this total measurement is. Again, I'll add it into supplementary material out of our national code and hand that off to you guys for your own viewing pleasure. So getting into our laundry services again, what you're seeing on the left here again is our pair dryer washer combo. Again, I'm gonna touch base on it now, whether it's touch base on later on. Gas dryers, guys, any dryer specifically, if we're looking at the hot air discharge pipe leaving the home, we're going to pay attention to, is it plastic pipe? If it's plastic and the corrugated stuff, not optimal. On the gas side, not allowed, okay? The corrugated stuff is a trap for fuzz, dirt, debris, and whatever else is going through. If it is metal venting, specifically in relation to gas, and I would even go as far to say it's a best practice even for electric, we are not allowed to use screws in that venting, okay? Because it creates a point of contact for dust and debris and hair and fuzz to catch on. So if you're looking at discharge hoses for dryers, if they are metal, make sure they're taped and make sure there's no screws in them. If they have screws in them and it's a gas appliance, that's a code defect, okay? Make it known. Going back to here though, here's the floor drain with the discharge in it. This is basically like my home, right? Plumber's house is always the last to be fixed. So check here, you can see where it's either been displaced or is flooded over a little bit. You know, we got a little bit of that spotting here. Here's our laundry tray box. We got a bit of corrosion here. These valves and underneath, really difficult to get in to see. What you can do if you need to, if it's necessary, if it's part of your scope. Sorry, guys. This is a trim piece, which covers the penetration on the drywall. At times, be careful if it's brittle. You can pull this trim piece off, possibly see in behind, see if there's any leaking, any damage behind. Potentially, I would say likely there has been leaking behind this wall, possibly into insulation or floor plate or drywall, okay? This is a potential leak point here. They are tightened, but they are not sealed by an O-ring, okay? Here's that little bit of barnacling specifically over here. Here's your corrosion over here. Valves, if you move them, if that's within your scope, if that's what you want to do personally, I wouldn't touch the valves, okay? leave them alone. It creates another potential leak point that you may be liable for. We already have the water damage kind of discoloration, rusting here. We've got it here. Replace the hoses. Really good thing to note, guys, is right here. We do, I mean, it is a little hokey, but it's better than nothing. We've got zip ties here. Okay, that's going to keep this discharge pipe exactly where we want it and keep it from popping out, right? Same as a softener. It's high pressure discharge. It's pumped out. You know, we got a lot of force on that. If we're in a bad spot or if it's loose or just hanging in there, we run the risk of this flying right out and splashing everything in that room, okay? We're going to talk quickly of steam and spa bath units. This is something I'm not going to lie, guys, I'm a little bit more green with. I know a little bit about them. We don't do a lot of them here specifically. The unit on the right will have a discharge line running to a shower unit, or I've seen them for what little I have seen them for saunas, stuff like that. On the top here, we do have a relief valve. It is sitting vertically because it technically is acting as a steam boiler. The big thing to note here is these relief valves are vertical, not sticking out of the side, okay? What happens if they stick out of the side, or if this unit was rotated 90 degrees, is this has the potential to plug that relief valve inside and prevent proper operation, okay? This discharge on this relief valve, this cannot be facing just over to the side, okay? If someone opens a cabinet where this is or starts looking at it and it decides to overpressure, over temperature and discharge, guess what? You're going from low pressure steam, which may be a pound or two, and you're turning into atmospheric steam, okay? You're going to have expansion. You're going to have higher heat. You're going to have higher temperatures, which are not metered, okay? That is a huge safety concern. I don't care who says what, it's a huge safety concern. So pay attention. If they have a relief, it could, if it's a steam unit, it should be hard piped copper. It should be hard piped steel, some kind of a hard pipe materials. We come over and we come down within 6 inches. Okay. We're not allowed to exceed 8 or 12 inches up. We're not allowed to bring it right to the ground. Okay. Because we create a blockage there. Okay. So make sure if you see these relief valves, they're pointed in the right direction. They, you know, steam units sitting vertical, they need to drain to the floor. Okay. We don't want it hitting someone in the face. Being said, so they're generally found in retrofits or higher end homes, right? People working on renovating their homes. That's kind of where more so you're going to find them. You are not required to test these as per CSA A770-16 home inspection manual, but you may if you want to. Okay. It is very common that the steam generators are not serviced annually, as is required by most manufacturers. So you generally see a lot of corrosion and calcification around the units, more specifically, possibly around the relief valve and those brass fitting outlets on there, okay? The spa must not have a timer that can be set for more than 45 minutes. And both systems should have GFI protection. Okay, why do we have GFI protection? Likely our piping material is going to be copper or some kind of a solid pipe, assumedly, right? We want no conductivity from this unit displayed to wherever it is going to, whether it's a steam shower, whether it's a steam unit, right? We do not want that electricity to be conducted. Partially times these are electric units, partially I've seen gas ones before, okay? So pay attention to that. No conduction, GFIs, and going back to the whirlpools and stuff, make sure you check for those GFIs one way or the other, you know, and go from there. Okay, guys, system components. We're going to get into this a little more in a little bit. Do we want to take lunch break now?
Yeah, you betcha, Taylor, for sure.
Okay, you guys want to take it 12:41, 12:45?
I will be
Oh,
doing
no, sorry.
half hour lunch, but yeah,
that's right too. So
that's okay. Yeah, we'll come back.
Yeah, we'll reconvene at 11:15.
Sure, yeah, that works.
Okay. Okay, sounds good. If you have any questions, guys, you want to drop off while you're chewing away, leave it in the chat. We'll get to it, okay? Okay, we got everyone here again.
Yeah, I think so there, Taylor.
Okay. Alrighty. Well, let's start again. Thanks for being here again, guys. I actually was really looking forward to teaching you guys. So I figured I'd just let you know that. And again, touch base on Wes's statement in the chat. Yeah, completely right. You got to be careful, especially poking around different things. There has been, I'm just waiting on going in for some asbestos testing course as well. And Wes made a really good point about there being asbestos in the packing underneath the lead packing in cast materials. So thanks for pointing that out, Wes. Definitely something to keep an eye out for. Same with drywall materials, certain aged homes, which I'm sure you guys maybe have touched base with in other modules. So really good statements to make. And then again, touching back to the rest of the class here, like I said, I will be putting together a bit of a module that features some of the different codes that we do have in regards to our plumbing code, nationally, not municipally. Don't forget that there may be subcodes that you folks have wherever you're living that are, you know, either superseding national code or vice versa. So we will be putting together a small little email handout after the fact. I'll probably forward that to you, Alex, and then from there we'll send it out to the rest of the group, likely today or tomorrow, guys. So let's get into some of the system components. We're going to talk about valves. On the left, we have a standard ball valve, and on the right, we have a gate valve. So our ball valve is consistent of threads or socket for either soldering or pipe adapting. We're going to have a stem, a seal, a handle, a nut, likely neoprene ball or nylon, my mistake, nylon ball inside, and 2 seats. Of course, as you spin the valve 90 degrees, that nylon ball switches directions and you have the seats pressing against the nylon material. Generally, ball valves are considered the best valves to have in any circumstance today. They make different ball valves for general water application, gas application, as well as Dahl brand specifically. We're not sponsored by them, but Dahl makes an extremely good quarter turn ball valve for toilet stops, for supply line stops, for sinks, for a variety of different items. Ball valves and some of these other different valves, they can be compression as well for where it needs to be applicable. On the right, we do have a gate valve, and you can see again, it has that stop waste fitting off the side. This one specifically has a direction of flow dependent on which way that stop waste drains. Ball valves, depending on the manufacturer, the type, you possibly can tighten down that top nut, which will end up tightening the seal if it is possibly leaking by the stem. Our gate valve on the right, the way it's manufactured as well, it basically has a big gate. You have rising stem, or there's rising stem, or another term for the other kind is a static stem. So one rises and the actual rod or shaft moves up and down with the gate. The other brand is where the gate will actually ride on almost like worm threading interior to the valve and will raise the gate up and down with the stem staying independently in its vertical position. Okay. On that gate valve, and again, I'm just going to double check, make sure the mouse is enabled here. For this portion here, this is your packing. You can see that there are available threads left over. Under this packing, there is a rubber seal, which as you tighten this nut down, it squeezes the seal tighter against this stem, okay? So if we do have leaking around the stem of this valve, specifically, there is an opportunity to tighten this nut in a clockwise direction, and make sure that the piping is reinforced to be able to tighten that, okay? If we have a source of leak on the gate valve, it will be around the stem packing here, or possibly on this waste valve here as well, around the waste fitting, or possibly around the threads, dependent on piping materials, vice versa, okay? Handles, depending on the age, the environment, have been known to get brittle over time. They are generally made of a white metal material if they are a metal valve that has either been painted or unpainted. And then, of course, some, as you see on some of your outside hose supplies, may be plastic as well, okay? These valves specifically are not for throttling. Just like the ball valve, they are meant to be in an on or off position or state. They're not meant to be halfway down, halfway up. The other issue on a gate valve specifically, which is why they are not my favorite valve, is depending on the way that they're seated and depending on sediment going through, there is a channel in here, kind of a U channel, which receives the gate. If that channel is wire drawn by the flow of water, because if water can carve out the Grand Canyon, God knows what it can do to a piece of brass. We may end up seeing valves that will not seat or shut off 100% because of wire drawing. The other issue that happens is if the valve is half seated and the water is flowing around the stem on the interior here of this valve, we can start wearing away at the stem, and you run into further issues where if a valve is moved one way or the other, you can actually bust off the stem inside of the fitting itself, and it can either positively stay shut or flutter or positively stay open depending on what's internal to the valve, what kind of corrosion, erosion there is, okay? So just a little background information for you guys. Going back to our municipal water supply, as we were talking before, in the States more so than Canada, you know, and again, in Canada, it depends where you are. If you're in a private area where likely you folks aren't going to be inspecting, but the opportunity does come up, our pressures may exceed what standard home pressures would be internally, right? Because when we talk about toilets, when we talk about sinks, when we talk about other fixtures, generally on that product, there will be a pressure limitation or rating. We need to meet or exceed, you know, we need to prevent from exceeding the maximum allowable working pressure of that fixture. Well, how do we do that? Okay, we run into what's called a pressure reducing valve. So in a pressure reducing valve, up here, as you can see by the mouse, we have this adjustment bolt, okay? And then generally speaking here, this nut here prevents that bolt from rising, whether by itself or by someone brushing against it. So this nut here seats against this pressure reducing valve body, okay? On this side here, you can see this little piece or flag hanging off. This is actually your rating plate for that valve. It's going to tell you what your size is in and out, which here seems to be 1/2 inch. You're going to see what the output range is, because what we have here is called a loading spring, and that is going to dictate what pressure we are going to have on the downstream side. I guess the arrow is heading this way, so this would be the downstream side. It's going to determine what our pressure is. This spring, because it is a metal object, it has its limitations, and it is going to be at a predetermined range, whether that's, you know, for hydronic heating, anywhere from 5 to 20 psi, or for a residence, it may be from 30 to 60 psi. There's many different styles of pressure reducing valves, and each is suited for their own specific application. Generally speaking, they will look the same. They will have this top cap. They will have an adjustment nut that may have a cover on it. And some of them, not specifically all of them, have an inlet screen filter, okay? So the way these valves work is your water comes in, it goes through the filter here, and it ends up on this side of this valve. Well, how does it make its way through? Okay, we have a diaphragm here. You can see by this rubber portion here. How does the diaphragm meter the amount of water or the pressure of the water going through? Okay, example, we have 150 psi on this side. We're searching for 60 psi. on the downstream side. So this spring here will exert pressure on the diaphragm, okay? We are going to set the amount of pressure on the spring to counteract the amount of water flowing in from the inlet side, okay? When the pressure equalizes on the downstream side, as well as the spring, it ends up shutting this diaphragm off, so water cannot continue to flow through. As we reduce pressure on this downstream side, whether by using a fixture like a laundry, clothes washer, or a tub, or whatever the water using fixture may be, we are going to drop pressure on this side. This spring, when it notices there's that pressure drop, will activate up and down and modulate depending on what our requirement is here, okay? Points of issues and points of failures, our inlet screen. We can get clogged and dirty. That can present an issue. Generally, if we have an inlet screen, we can clean these filters, okay? If we notice that our flow rates are not, consistent in the home at every fixture, this is likely, if it's installed, a point of that issue, okay? Possibly inlet screen. As far as failure points, the diaphragm can rupture, which will, in that case, allow 150 PSI, if that's what our supply is on the municipal side, to enter the home and go through every single pipe and pressurize those pipes. So if we have a toilet fill valve and it is rated for a maximum of, let's say, 60 or 70 or 80 PSI, we run the likelihood and the chance of blowing that valve apart, okay? And that goes for anything. That goes for your clothes washer. If it's only rated for 60 pounds and we exceed that, we run the risk of damaging that specific piece of equipment, okay? That's why under high pressure conditions where the municipal water pressure is higher than the maximum allowable working pressure of your fixtures in your residence, if we are exceeding that, a pressure reducing valve is completely necessary, okay? Now, if we are checking pressures and if it is determined that you folks are inspecting these pieces of equipment specifically, we can hook up a pressure gauge onto, let's say, a hose fitting outside or vice versa. We turn that faucet on, we check what our pressure is. Now, if we want to see if the valve's working properly, we can add more tension onto the spring by spinning this nut, this bolt clockwise, okay? And it will load the downstream piping with more pressure. Now, to relieve that pressure, we would end up spinning it counterclockwise, okay? That pressure will still be maintained in this side because it can't go back to the high, can't go back this way to the high pressure side. So we would have to drain a little bit of water off to see or ensure that it is working appropriately, okay? Leak points, issues, diaphragm, union fitting here, potential for leaking. Our base fittings here where we have a clean out for the water for where it goes through. This has potential to leak, and the seal here for the inlet screen filter has the potential to leak, okay? Possibly the bolts and the studs around the top end here, and as well as the stem here, has the likely potential, okay? So when we get into that, we are going through PRVs. Our city specifically has pressure reducing valves in the system one way or the other, okay? From the storage station, from the aquifer through the treatment plant, all of our water is getting pumped out through our pipes one way or the other. There are regulator stations, as there is with gas. There are regulator stations with water as well, where pressures, if need be, are regulated and knocked down, okay? As it says in our lovely book here, our pressures must operate between 30 and 80 PSI, okay? When we're hooked up to a municipal supply, that can fluctuate slightly depending on time of day and, usage in that municipality and that area, okay? When we get to well systems, these pressures are going to fluctuate and adjust one way or the other. And in a well system or a, farm-based system, possibly we will not see a PRV because we're going to be operating off the pump. Okay. Thermostatic mixing valves. So as we were talking about earlier before with temperature pressure balancing valves, As far as our new code is, if we do not have temperature pressure balancing valves within our fixtures that utilize mixed water, we're going to be looking for one of these specifically near the hot water tank. Okay, it is a current code. It was not necessarily code back in the 60s, back in the 70s, possibly the 80s. I can't remember when the change actually came through. Okay, so these work in the same idea as a pressure reducing valve, except we're working on a thermostatic range. Okay, we have a thermostatic element, which is likely fluid filled or gas filled, which is attached to a spring right around here, which is preloaded, again, just like the pressure reducing valve, by this adjustment. Sometimes this cap, this plastic cap over here, has to come off to make your adjustment. Sometimes the cap is the adjustment itself, where you turn it clockwise or counterwise. We're going to meter the temperature of the water, okay? And again, just like a pressure balancing valve, we have a cold inlet, we have a hot inlet, and then we have our mixed outlet, right? This would take place for where we don't have pressure, or I should say temperature balance valve specifically, okay? We're going to mix. If this bulb here ends up losing charge one way or the other, it cannot accurately measure what our temperatures are, and we may either get exceedingly hot water coming through our mixed outlet. We may get exceedingly cool water, right? Depending on the way that the valve's built and the way the manufacturer has it set up. That being said, you're going to see over here, this is specific on a hydronic system, but this can be used. There are applications for potable water. Again, hot one way, cold one way, mixed out. So there we go. We are preventing the water from exceeding 110 Fahrenheit, okay? Depending on your water heater and depending on what your range is on the thermostat itself on the water heater, we can fluctuate one way or the other. Because our water heaters, we want to keep them hot. We want them above 140 degrees because the issues that we run into are we can create different bacteria in that water supply in our hot storage tanks called Legionella. Legionella are extremely harmful. They can cause diarrhea. They can cause a slew of other health issues. They are a pathogen, okay? So the issue is we have to find the sweet spot. We don't want bacteria, and we want to make sure that we have hot enough water, but we don't want to scald our clients. That's where we bring in these mixing valves in older applications, right? Hot water heaters set around 140 degrees, possibly more, possibly less, likely 140 plus. Again, these are an anti-scald function device. Potential for issues, again, around the top packing here, where this valve stem can move up and forward to preload this spring. We've got union nuts on this one here specifically, and I believe this may be a union here, or it's just a female adapter. We have potential for leak points here. On the valve itself, really nothing specifically else can leak. Again, where we're going to notice issues is massive or wild temperature fluctuations. These are key indicators that the valve may not be working properly. Again, if we're going to be testing this equipment, we're going to go, where we assume we do not have, or we can prove where we do not have a thermostatic balancing valve. We're going to, let's say, run the tub or the shower, run it all the way to hot, make sure the water is at an appropriate temperature at 110 degrees or whatever it may have been set to. We're going to test that. We're going to run the toilet. If the toilet flushes and the temperature gets insanely hot, we may have an issue with this balancing valve, okay? Oop. So here we go. We're going to talk about our lawn services.
I think you missed a couple slides there.
Yeah. We skipped the heat trace here. There we go. We're going to talk about heat trace, okay? Primarily used in trailer homes or people with unconditioned basements or unconditioned spaces. Let's say there's an addition on a house. They have water lines or drainage running through, and it's an unconditioned crawl space where it meets up with the rest of the house, which may have a basement or vice versa. We're going to need to protect some of our lines, right? So our heat trace systems, we're going to plug them in. They're basically a giant resistor. Imagine two pieces of wire they're going to receive 120 or 220 volts. They are going to be the heating element. Okay. When we're looking specifically here, this is a temperature sensing device. So when the outdoor ambient or the ambient of wherever this specific probe is attached to gets below a certain set point temperature, which is about 5 degrees Celsius, it's going to activate this heat trace. When we're looking at heat trace, obviously we see these power cords running down here, potentially water line. Again, we have a potential for, a hazard issue here for the way that it's plugged in. Is it GFI? Is it not? We run into some potential issues, okay? Our heat trace, we're going to want to wind around the pipe and keep going. That's an important thing, especially trailer homes. We've dealt with them multiple times where the water supply coming in, either they're not insulated properly or they're not heat traced properly. Again, heat tracer line is not meant to defrost. So if a line has frozen up, we're not defrosting. The heat trace's purpose is to prevent freeze up, okay? What you want to be looking for specifically is where the insulation goes up and into the home. If we have any gapping there, that's a potential issue. Where the heat trace goes, and it may go down a pit to where it connects to wherever, as far as the municipal water supply or down, upstream of that. If we notice any gapping like this, or any spot where this Armaflex insulation is not covering, that is another potential for major issues, especially sub-zero temperatures, right? So we're going to look at that.
Make a quick note there, Taylor. So,
Yeah.
Like Taylor mentioned, it really is manufacturer specific. Some manufacturers, they will not allow any sort of coiling around the supply line. Some will allow it. It all depends on the manufacturer's rating. If you don't know, sometimes you can actually find the discarded installation manual, but if you don't know, you could always recommend that they further look into it. And again, most manufacturers, I think, if we actually go to the next slide, Taylor, will prohibit wrapping the heat trace line around any sort of drain lines, because the vast majority of these systems are only meant for pipes, pipe size, 1.5 inch or less, and the lines are typically full of water. Because now if you have an ambient space in the water supply line or the drain line, and that's not filled with any fluid, the line may overheat. And obviously you want to make sure it's wrapped in insulation, but here it's a drain line, so that's typically a no-no. And like Taylor mentioned, nowadays, it should have been, any installations since about the mid-70s should have been covered, or plugged into a GFI receptacle. But nowadays, you'd also have to be an arc fault circuit interrupter receptacle as well, which we'll talk about tomorrow. Last point I'll make is, in the summertime, these lines likely will not be working because it's plus 20, plus 30 where we are. So there's something called the ice bag method, and that is basically something you can tell your clients, but just for your knowledge, it's when you grab a bag of ice and you wrap around that thermostat, the little black button, and basically yourself or the client or the homeowner will just basically check back in 20-30 minutes and just feel the line to make sure it's actually heating up. It's a lot easier to do that in the summertime than when it's minus 30.
Yeah. And if you are checking with the meter, remember that there is that sensor. Because it has that sensor on there, you may not have continuity from one point to the other, right? So again, having that ice test is very smart. And yeah, you know what, Alex, you're definitely right. If it's tight coils, what you may run into is over time degradation of the insulation on the outside. So check for that as well. If they are tightly coiled too, again, you're going to run the risk of overstressing the materials. Another thing to check into, and again, I wouldn't play around too much, but you may run into the risk of tight coils on metal piping, possibly cracking on the interior. And if that ends up coming into contact with the piping, depending on which way it goes, you have the potential for, creating that gap, creating that current, creating some kind of a shock or a melting point, which can lead to issues. So if you see any cracking, anything like that, definitely make note of it, right? Going back to verifying installation manuals, vice versa, over here on this picture, as you see the mouse scrolling, generally there's a rating plate or a data tag on here. Feel free to look up that information online as well to verify one way or the other what their installation procedures are. If you end up coming across, and generally in wherever you folks are, in that specific area, more than likely the suppliers are going to buy from one specific supplier, generally speaking. Always double check. But if you learn it once, generally you should be able to keep that knowledge in your head for that one specific product line. So you can just quickly reference your brain and say, no, that's not right. Take a picture, put it in your report, and kind of go from there. Here we get into lawn service. So we're going to talk about specifically bleed ports. Let's go down the list actually here. So on the right, what we have here is a frost-free hose bib. Awesome piece of equipment when installed properly, okay? What it does is on a normal valve, generally you would end up seeing this portion. If it was not a frost-free, the handle will spin the rod in here, the shaft, and the seat will likely be here. Well, the issue with that in sub-zero climates is where the seat sits, that means there's water. Okay, where we come into the home, we've got sub-zero temperatures. It'll travel through here. It'll freeze that specific spot on a normal faucet if it's preloaded with water. Okay, with these frost freeze specifically, our seat and our seal happens anywhere from 8 to 16 inches all the way back. Some of these can be brass, some of these can be copper. Okay, but we do have a long stem that goes all the way back to here. Here we end up having an anti-siphon, which is like a residential backflow device, which will stop any water from in a low pressure condition on this side. So let's say the city fire department hooks up and they're pumping a house. And let's say you have this spout here hooked into a chemical pail because you're filling, let's say, soap and water or some other material in water. If we create that low pressure condition here, while this hose faucet is on, we'll end up draining that fluid back on a normal faucet without an anti-siphon. New faucets nowadays, and any home who has a exterior water service, if they do not have a frost-free with a anti-siphon fitting here, it is highly recommended on older homes, and it is required on newer homes to either have a vacuum breaker, which is the same thing as here, a vacuum breaker on the discharge side of the faucet, okay? In regards to these frost-free hose bibs, our points of failure are the anti-siphon, because there is a diaphragm in here that will seat and unseat depending on what the conditions are. We have a valve stem packing behind the handle here, which can be tightened, but is at point of leaking. We have our stem assembly at the bottom here, okay? Not much can happen here except over tightening, under tightening, back and forth. We can allow water to bypass through here and still leave the spout. In that case, this would have to be repaired by undoing this whole portion and pulling the entire system out, and possibly having necessary repairs. Generally, we replace the entire assembly. Where you'll run into issues specifically on the stem bottom assembly here, bypassing or allowing fluid pass, is especially in the wintertime. If we go and there's a little bit of water getting through and it's not apparent here, it will keep filling up. When we hit sub-zero temperatures, it'll either freeze in this portion, it will balloon and crack, okay? Or it will just keep falling out of the spout here. That being said, the one good thing about a frost-free hose bib, it could also be the bane when you're doing an inspection. Summertime, if there's a crack in this section here, okay, and this is off, you will not know that this is cracked without operating this faucet or visually inspecting it, okay, and putting your hands around it, because it could be at the top or the side or the bottom. I've seen them where they've frozen in here because water was allowed to bypass. Nobody noticed it coming out. It froze in here, but because this seals off in here with a little bit of corrosion and whatever else may come through, they have no idea. Summertime comes, they turn on the faucet, and they've got their city supply water pressure flying out of this break point, okay? Out of this leak point, out of that freeze break. Frost-free hose bibs are meant to be graded so that this end here is higher than the outlet end here. Why? If you have residual water in this whole portion here, it needs to drain somehow because we've closed it off here. Water can sit in here if it's graded the way that it is in this photo, okay? So we need to have this end being lower than this end here. The other thing that I would double check, freeze breaks can happen if customers leave their garden hose attached in winter. If you go to a residence and you see a frost-free hose bib and it still has the garden hose attached, it is more than likely safe to assume, that it has a freeze break in here. So I would do a thorough inspection on that, see if you can't get your hands around that, and check it out in any which way that you can. So going back to our list here, again, going back to the garden hoses, let your clients know that it's good practice to remove the hoses and the attachments from the bibs before the first snowfall or before sub-zero temperatures, okay? You may also want to have a clause in your reports that states, if you are unable to verify leaks at the hose bib connections that are buried behind the walls, as typically the damage occurs near the threaded connection and in between, right? Another style of hose bib you may come across is not frost-free with a long stem. With these units, you must have a shutoff valve inside the home or the dwelling with a bleeder, right? Those are going back to our gate valves or our ball valves with those bleed ports, right? And there's bleed port on the left side there. People take a T, they put that compression fitting on, and it allows the drain to drain all the way from this point, if it was a normal hose bib, all the way back to this point, right? You're bringing all that water back inside and getting rid of it. Generally, what I'm going to say is, if it's a home, their shutoff will be down here. The outlet will be all the way up here at the outside of the home. More likely than not, to customers that are competent and enabled, I will usually, if I'm doing the full service, leave this bleed port open, because if that valve has slightly failed, and this isn't a mechanical room, this is me personally speaking, I'm not recommending to tell anyone this, I've left this open to ensure that we do not get water that ends up going up and over and all the way back to the hose bib. But that being said, double check, you know, if it's your own home, if you're there, that there is no leakage or bypassing. These here can be checked if you end up doing it by putting a pail up here, opening it, you know, slightly and slowly, but be forewarned, it's going to be high. It's going to be regular pressure water, but high velocity coming out. Failure points, these don't really fail except for being able to open and close them and having them seize, right? This one here is specifically a compression fitting. Because it is compression, if it's not tight enough or improperly installed, you'll notice possibly corrosion, barnacles, weeping, any of that sorts, okay? So here are some different defects. Big no-no, missing vacuum breaker. Again, if we have chemicals and we pull a negative inside the house on the water supply, we're going to be pulling all that chemical into our home and possibly into the municipal water supply. If that goes into the municipal water supply and kills somebody, guess who's liable? Mr. Homeowner here, okay? Vacuum breaker needs to be installed. This could technically be sealed and a vacuum breaker be put on the bottom if they wanted to. But likely, you know what, just repair with like parts and fittings. Leak here, vacuum breakers do fail because they are a diaphragm fitting. Here's a good example of how one has failed. Now, that being said, there is a possibility that these do leak under normal operation. When you have pressure differentials on one side, let's say you load up a hose with all of your water and you shut this valve off and slightly open that hose, you may notice that water will come out of the vacuum breaker because of the different condition that you've created. But when these valves here, or an attachment or a hose, is completely positively shut off and the water here is turned on, you should not have any leaking out of this vacuum breaker. You should not have any leaking from around this entire area, okay? So here is another good example of this hose bib, potentially frost-free, where the seat all the way at the back has been allowing water to bypass, and it has froze up to here. More than likely, 9.9 times out of 10, you will have a freeze break on the interior side of the home, okay? Now, if you ended up, you can't do much in this situation. You can't tighten, you can't loosen. You start screwing with it, you're going to end up liable for a lot more than this icicle hanging down here, okay? Make note of this. This is an issue. This isn't a defect. Okay, circulation pumps, hydronic heating. This is absolutely my favorite section in the plumbing industry. It is something that I thoroughly enjoy. Love talking about it. Okay, we come into hydronic systems. These are Grundfos circulator pumps. Calling them a pump is a lie. Technically, they're a pump. Technically not, because we're not taking any fluid from one side and putting positive displacement on the other. We're simply taking the fluid that's already within the pipes and just spinning it around. Now, that's a baloney plumbing school teacher saying, let's put it that way. Generally speaking, nobody is going to know it as anything differently. Colloquially, it is definitely a pump. Okay, we're going to look at some different situations here. So here we got a pump in the horizontal state. Excellent. We've got isolation valves. We've got no leaking around here for what we can see. Orientation, maybe not the best position practice-wise, but it works. We're good. Okay. Same with here. Awesome positioning. You got accessible to the speed selection. This one here, assumedly, is going to be a cast body. It is not going to be lead-free. It is going to be steel piping. This one here, specifically, we'd have to double check. That is likely a Grundfos stainless steel or bronze interior pump, okay? We're gonna talk about the two different ones here. This one here is meant for non-potable application, right? Because we have steel, we're not allowed to have steel piping, specifically raw steel, in domestic water supply, okay? We cause rust, we cause issues. There's a whole bunch of just negative potentials that way. With domestic recirculation systems for domestic hot water, we need to see stainless systems or bronze or brass body systems throughout. That includes the impeller, right? So that includes this portion here, the motor and the impeller, which will be one, and the pump assembly two, okay? You can see this is painted. This is going to be black iron steel that's been kept precast. This you can tell is going to be bronze, okay? So, and going with the boilerplate here, these circulation pumps are generally used in hydronic heating, which is heating through a means of liquid, whether water or glycol. It is going to be some kind of fluid. The hydronic heating code changes often, like all of the other codes, and every jurisdiction is going to be different. It is one of the most constantly changing fields in regards to rules, regulations, wants, needs, and application. So that would be something, folks, to check with or retain information on your jurisdiction, where you are located or where you are going to be servicing, okay? Generally, newer pumps will have speed selector settings on them, which you may want to increase during home inspection to see how the pump reacts. If you want to increase the flow rate, you should take the thermal imaging scans and photos of the system to see the reaction one way or the other. Black face on pumps are hydronic heating pumps, while stainless steel face is for potable water. Potable system pumps have to be stainless steel, plastic, or bronze to prevent contaminants from entering the water. There are a few ways to test if a pump is working. You can often feel the pump circulating just by placing your hand on it and adjusting the speed settings. That's one of the best ways personally to see whether it is working properly to a degree or not. Of course, feeling the heating lines at the manifold can indicate the pump is circulating, or scanning the floor with a thermal camera will also show you this. If you really want to get a visual check, and it isn't recommended that you do this, but you can also remove the bleeder cap and see the turbine spinning, okay? That being said, if you do that, we may want to shut off the pre and post valves of the circulators. And if you open that bleeder cap to see that it is operating, be aware that there may be, dependent on the system, a level of pressure when you open that bleeder cap. If you do, okay, those valves, depending new or old, may not have seated appropriately. If you open that bleeder cap, again, do so slowly with the intent that that water is going to slow down in speed, for which it drains. We do not want to remove that bleeder cap for an inspection and have full pressure, whether it's hydronic water or city supplied water, coming at you, because there is the potential for a freak out, a panic, losing that plug or that fitting and causing a mess, okay? So home circulation pumps for domestic hot water, which is hot water supply and return from a storage tank or a heating source. The one on the left is a circulation pump that is time-based, okay? The reason why it is time-based is we don't necessarily need that circulation pump spinning all the time, reheating that water consistently and having all those losses through the system as it travels from one end of the house back to the other, okay? We're gonna have either timers or temperature controls, you know, possibly, or on older systems or quote unquote cheaper systems, we will just have a circulator pump. With the one on the left, it is timer based because we do, again, this will be in our amendments or package that we bring out. There is an allotment of time that we have to circulate that water in that piping so many times a day at such a period of time. Why do we have to do that? Ties back into our temperatures and possibly causing Legionella, okay? We want that hot water to cycle through every so often so that we avoid those contaminants and we avoid those bacteria, right? We want to make sure that those are killed. Touch base here. So that was it. That was it for that. Fail points on these, again, the motors and possibly where it seats, where it connects into the other water supply. I do want to touch base on this because I didn't while we were back here. Possible failure points is around the circulator where these little Allen key holes are, there is a seal between the motor and the pump body itself. Not likely to leak, but there is a potential there, right? It is going to be water-based. In and around here as well, where these valves are, there is a rubber gasket or a neoprene gasket or a pressed paper gasket that will be in here. Sometimes you will see dripping, sometimes you will see water buildup, corrosion, barnacles, because what happens during heating season, everything expands, everything tightens up. A lot of these issues seal themselves. During the off season or the cool period, these fittings and piping arrangement and seals end up contracting, which allows a little bit of seepage past at times, okay? Another thing that I want to stress on is when we're doing our inspections, let's say it's a new home, okay? This orientation for this circulator is correct. Same with these. We cannot have these circulators with the pump body as well as this motor facing up generally, because what happens is if it is a what's called a wet rotor circulator, we need to maintain hydronic fluid or moisture or water in that portion. So facing down, generally not ever done. You know, this face facing down is generally not ever done. It is technically allowable, but we absolutely cannot have the circulator head facing up to the ceiling. That is going to be prone for failure in the future if it hasn't failed already, okay? And again, here's a good piping practice of how our recirc line will work. We've got domestic hot water coming out of the storage tank. We're going to come through the system. We're going to pick up this lav. We're going to pick up this lav or sink as well. We're going to pick up the clothes washer. Now, all of our hot water is going to continue back. It's going to start cooling down a few degrees if it's unused. We're going to make it back to the circulator and into the bottom or into the supply of the tank. If we take this line and come into the top of the tank for the recirc, we need to have a flow check valve, okay? That way we can only go one solid direction for that recirc system. Going into backflow prevention devices, going into the frost-free hose bib. Off the top, this is basically the same thing that we have, but it's built integral to that system, okay? This, again, prevents water from coming back into our residential system or our municipal system in the event of a low water condition, okay? We don't want chemicals. We don't want anything else to end up coming back. So this is an atmospheric vacuum breaker assembly. It works on vacuum pressure on one end of the system, okay? These are able to attach to existing hose bibs, frost-free or not. And then we have this tightening nut here, which allows it to be tightened to that hose bib and prevents it from being taken off, okay? Sometimes these bust off, right? Take a look at it because these end up failing intermittently, you know, in one way or the other. They're a mechanical operation part. They're prone to failure. They're rubber gasket, rubber diaphragm inside, again, prone to failure. Sometimes when people tighten these on, this little fitting busts off. Now, that being said, you may be able to drill it out, vice versa, whatever, to try and repair it. At the end of the day, you will not be able to remove that easily if this is broken off, because this will be jammed against this fitting as well as the hose bib, okay? Again, failure point, seeing water leak through here. Now, mind you, this is upside down in the orientation that it normally would be in, but water would drain from here and it would fall to the ground in the event of a low pressure condition or possibly failure. If you see from these holes, when you turn on the faucet and water is just completely gushing out of here and will not stop, this device has failed and will likely need to be replaced, okay? Let's see here. So this one specifically here is a dual inline check valve. Where are you going to find this? Extremely low risk conditions, right? Residential boiler systems where I am, if we are running any kind of extremely low risk fluid in it, we are allowed to have these on residential application. Commercial, we either have to have a reduced pressure or a double check valve assembly backflow preventer. These are allowable for residential applications, okay? Water flows in this way, and it has a check valve or two in here, and it continues on through. You notice this portion here, it does say lead free. Anything lead free should be stamped LF, or it will have LF within the rating plate or tag, data tag. Or it will be mentioned somewhere, right? Brass, we've had two different models. We have had two different kinds of brass. There is lead free, which is potable, allowable, and non-lead free, okay? Failure points. Union fittings here, possibly not tight enough. Heating and cooling, expansion, contraction, leaking there. Barnacle buildups on either side. The vent portion here, if we run into low pressure condition, possibly and likely this vent will open up. On a failed check valve, likely this vent will regurgitate, okay? If you see corrosion or buildup or issues around here, likely the seal for this vent or this drain here has begun to fail. Please make note of that. It is a replaceable, part. It is a cost-effective part. Make note of it, right? It's something that does go by and missed. So we're going to talk about our expansion tanks and heating systems. What are we doing in a heating system? We're taking a fluid that's a hydronic system. We're heating it up. Well, just like metals, just like everything else in this world, when you heat an item up, it is going to expand to a varying degree. Water's no different, okay? In a hydronic system, newer style, we have an expansion tank, because when we heat that system up, if the system set it, on our tridecator gauge, 15 PSI, if we heat that system up and it climbs to 30, our temperature pressure relief valve is going to go off. So because we're heating a huge amount of water at times and possibly little amounts, we're going to be expanding that water. That water needs somewhere to go. It's going to go into this expansion tank, okay? This specifically, with this expansion tank here, we do have a bladder in here. We're going to pre-pressure one side of the expansion tank to the system pressure when this is empty, okay? So if your boiler runs at 15 PSI, you can expect when this tank is empty, 15 PSI of air pressure on this side of the expansion tank. We want to equal that out, okay? We have a diaphragm in here. What can happen as a failure point is over time, this diaphragm, through heating and cooling and depending on what the water makeup is for the hydronic solution, we can end up rotting out this bladder. When this happens, okay, the system's going to cool down. If they have an automatic feeder system to keep the pressure at 15 PSI, the tridecator gauge is going to go down. We're going to lose pressure because the system's cooling. As we lose pressure, because this isn't filling the system back up and pushing on it, we're going to start introducing makeup water, fresh water into the system, whether that's with a system glycol pump, whether it's being fed from the city supply. Okay, we introduce that cool water into the system. We introduce that new water into the system. That's awesome. We're maintaining 15 PSI. That's what it's meant to do. We go into a heating cycle. We go from 15 And depending on the mass of the water in the system, we may exceed 30 psi. If we exceed 30 psi, this temperature pressure relief valve is going to go. As far as testing, I don't know what you say, Alex. Personally, I don't really say that this is a testable device because you're looking at draining the water out of it. You may not be able to drain the water out of it, vice versa. If you run the system in heating, though, and you see this regurgitating constantly, that would be a sign of an issue. But Alex, what do you think?
Sure. Yeah, there's a couple of ways. There is what some refer to as the tank method or the tap method, and basically they're gonna hit the top and the bottom of the tank, and they're gonna be listening for different sounds. So typically, if you have a a fresh working expansion tank, and you hit where the threaded connection is, where you typically would have a fluid, you would have a dull sound. And if you were to hit the cavity where it should have the air or whatever gas they're using, it's going to have a more higher tone ring to it.
Yeah.
I personally am not a fan of that method because I have seen it where it is actually has shown false negatives or positives. So what I prefer to do is actually remove the snifter valve cap, which is typically on where it says Thermextrol on the
here.
bottom. You bet you. I usually have a little like a snifter valve, which is like the same little valves you have on bike tires or your vehicle tires. And they're gonna have a little valve stem. So if you depress that, you're gonna get one of three things. If it's a working, functioning expansion tank, you should hear a hiss of air. So I mean that's great. The next thing is if you depress it and you don't see anything, if you don't hear any air or nothing really happens, then there's a chance there actually may be no charge in that expansion tank. The third thing, which is typically something that happens after about 10 years of use, is when you depress that snifter valve stem, you're gonna get water shooting up. So that usually means that the diaphragm has failed. So you have now the water or the glycol breaching around the diaphragm, and now basically the whole tank is just an extra gallon or two of fluid that's holding. So obviously at that point it calls for replacement.
Yeah. There we go. You heard it here first, folks. Temperature or tridicator gauge. So what we're looking at here is we're going to look at system pressures. Okay. We're going to look at temperatures. Generally, people who are good at setting up hydronic systems, residential with a basement and a main floor, if the boiler's in the basement, you should be looking for around 12 psi pressure. Okay. If you're looking any higher, the best way to gauge it is for every psi on your gauge, you're going to look for 27.72 inches of height. So if your home, let's say, is 20 feet tall, you do the math, you figure out what your pressure should be from the very top, where that last radiator, or convector, you're going to measure down to the boiler. So you're going to get your psi calculation for every psi. It's about 2.3 feet of height. You basically double it. So 3-story building, you might be looking at around 18 psi. You take it to whatever that level is, add 4 psi on top. Roughly that's what your pressure reading should be. Again, home systems, most commercial systems, and depending on what it says on the boiler equipment, we shouldn't really be exceeding 30 psi at the equipment. If we do, again, we're going to blow the temperature pressure relief valve. Water-filled hydronic boilers, we should not be exceeding about 200 degrees. Okay, 210 possibly, but that's pushing it on a water-based hydronic heating system. Okay, we know what happens at 212 degrees Fahrenheit or 100 degrees Celsius. We start making steam. Okay, that's something to watch out for. Again, likely that should not happen. If that does happen, our temperature pressure relief valve should end up going off. Boiler systems, again, temperature pressure relief valve should be sitting in this position. You should have discharge piping coming off and down to the floor, 6 to 12 inches off the floor. Okay. So that is that. basically we're trying to prevent overpressure conditions as well as excess water temperature conditions. And go, Alex.
Yeah, I was just gonna make a quick note. So, a couple things. A lot of times, you guys are gonna see, discharge tube for the TPR. I mean, hopefully you will on a water heater. If you see those weeping, point out because
Yeah.
over time you're gonna get a lot of calcification and any other minerals that are in the water. Yeah, thanks, Taylor.
Yeah.
So there's a little diaphragm that opens and closes, when that lever or when the valve actually actuates. So lots of times you're going to see a lot of incrustation, a lot of barnacles, if you will, on it. So if you see weeping, especially on older valves, you want to point it out because eventually it will not seat properly, and then you got a flooded basement.
Yeah.
The other thing is, if you see that discharge tube going inside a floor drain, you may want to point that out because if it is weeping, no one's going to know because it's just going down the floor drain. And again, over time, what's going to happen is that TPR valve is going to be open full bore, and it's going to be a flooded basement because the floor drain will not keep up with 40 to 60 pounds of pressure. It buys you time, but it won't ever keep up. Last thing is when you see that discharge tube, run your finger inside the tube because it may be weeping, and by the time that you leave the mechanic room to continue the interior inspection, you may not notice that it's dripping. So just give it a little feel. And if you feel any droplets or moisture, then you know that it's weeping.
Yeah, and that's a really good point too. If you guys are checking the bottom of them, be careful and be wary. If it's steel piping or copper piping, whoever installed it may not have deburred the interior. So you need to be very careful if you end up putting your finger up there, not to cut yourself, right? Kind of be careful and slow at it. So here we have a drain recovery unit. Again, something that we definitely do not come across as much here in Regina. Specifically, I've never seen one. We have learned about them in school one way or the other. So what we're looking at here is you're going to have hot water being discharged through a drain, and we have a coil there. We're going to end up recovering some of that heat that's lost through our drainage system and either adding it to our water lines or vice versa, depending on another application. You can actually run them in reverse, specifically for what we learned in school. If you have extremely high discharge temperatures coming from appliances, commercial washing equipment, we reverse that and you can run cool water through that to keep that system clean. So going strictly into it, drain recovery units had a slight presence in the plumbing industry in the 2000s, but never really took off. The idea was that the heat from the drain line would be used to preheat water to be heated by the water heater. But again, not a super great application. Possibly if you're having a bath, or a hotel, more large scale applications, apartments may be more, a better application for this, right? Generally in a home, I mean, that coil would be no different sitting away from the pipe because you're just going to be taking in heat from the ambient temperature in that residence. Again, as it says, they never really took off as well. In regards, though, to what we're seeing here, you can check for any leak points, any corrosion, in the same way as you would look at any other copper piping throughout the system. Here specifically, we have Fernco couplings, one here, one here. Always check around there, see if there's any discharge, any buildup, any, around top to bottom. Again, not a very super great system, even if it was meant to be an energy saver. Air admittance valves, as we talked before in our DWV portion, you'll find them a lot in island sinks, homeowner retrofits, even professional retrofits in areas where at times the plumbing jurisdiction does allow them. So they are a mechanical one-way valve. What is happening here is air is being drawn through this portion as we run our water here, run a full sink, drain the sink. It's going to hit our trap. It's going to get to this point. Well, if we didn't have this vent, we'd have an S vent and we'd run the risk again of draining that trap dry. So what we've done is we've added a small vent here to introduce air from our ambient home and introduce it to our DWV system. The way this valve works is it is a one-way valve. We are meant to draw air into it. Gases and other odors are not meant to come up and out. Okay. Something to look for is, again, stick your head under there, smell in and around. These are meant to be threaded. They are meant to be removed because they are a mechanical fitting. They are meant to be replaced upon failure. They do fail. It does happen. Okay. Points of failure are that it doesn't seat correctly, which you'll notice an odor underneath the sink basin here. Another point of failure, again, our vents are supposed to be technically tied in above sink, above the fixtures. This one is below. We do have the potential for water to back up to this point if we had a blockage downstream of this Y fitting. Okay. So if we do have a threaded fitting here, you may also see or smell sewer gas, if this is not sealed right, come from around the threadings. If you see, crusties or, calcification, again, on or around this area, there may have been potentially an issue beforehand where it has regurgitated past and through. Again, these are a replaceable item. Most jurisdictions are allowing them on a per basis item in this orientation. Generally, what they would like to see is this fitting be above the fixtures and the sink itself, just to prevent any backing up of water or other materials into those valves themselves. Installation requirements: 4 inch above the fixture drain, not less than 6 inches above insulation materials. They have been known to be put into the walls. If they are, again, it would be above the fixture, and they usually will have a grate or something of that sort on there. If you end up doing your home inspection and see this pipe, going into a wall, and possibly there is an automatic air admittance valve above, and you don't see any pipe exiting the home above, two things have happened. They decided not to penetrate through the roof at that position and have tied into the main stack, or they may have a sealed up air admittance valve. There's a possibility one way or the other, either which way. And again, that I don't know if you can really have a look at, Alex, with thermal inspection. So that would be a curiosity on my side of things. Here's an application where, again, possibly the valve has failed. It's down here. Possibly somebody forgot to install it. Again, we're missing that automatic air admittance valve. We're going to have sewer gases bypassing, coming straight up and out. Again, because this isn't here, if we have a blockage anywhere down here from grease or hair or whatever, we run the risk of flooding over and flooding this cabinet, okay? So these do need to be installed and appropriately done. Again, for fail points, you know exactly what's happening. We're going to get into, again, hydronic systems, system components here. So on the far left side is one model, looks like a Watts air vent bleeder valve. These you will notice more so than not at high points of a system or traps of a system where you end up coming across, where the heck are we here? Draw for me. Basically in a system where you come up to a trap like that and down, you're going to find your air admittance valves should be graded, the pipe graded up towards it. You'll find it at these points in the systems, possibly at each individual radiator, multiple locations, right? So for these items here, again, one way that we can have a look at them at the points of failure, possible threads, again, those can fail. We do have a portion here where one half of the valve is threaded into the other for possible maintenance, but they are such a cheap part, we do end up replacing them. You've got this screw cap here, which when you fully seat all the way down, will not allow air out of this port here, okay? When you open this valve, you're only meant to open it about 1/8 of a turn to 1/4 of a turn counterclockwise. That will allow air out of here. When these air vent bleeder valves fail, generally we can see water bypassing out through here. There is an opportunity for water to come out of this port here. If we were to turn it around, you would specifically see that, okay? There is an opportunity for water corrosion to come out here. If we end up with issues, generally, if water comes out here or here, it will drip through down the valve and possibly onto the floor, onto the piping, and creating markings that way, okay? Let's see here. What they prevent is air airlocks in systems, which again, with hydronic fluid, we're not pumping it, we're circulating it. If we have an airlock in that system, that circulator will not be able to overcome that restriction and be able to pass it through. In hydronic systems, we don't want air, because if we bring it back to that circulator, the flow of the water compared to the speed of the impeller in that circulator, we can damage that impeller. It's called cavitation. So bringing us next to the zone valves. Zone valves are for metering hydronic fluid to different zones or rooms or areas in a building or a home, okay? One way that we can check these is we operate the thermostat. Generally you go from the thermostat to the zone valve, from the zone valve to the boiler, from the boiler back to the thermostat. You're creating a full loop of wiring. And on these zone valves, generally, you can have them independently activated off of a transformer and a thermostat alone, okay? These zone valves, when you turn on the thermostat and turn the heat on, you should hear somewhat of a grinding-ish sound. You may see the stem here actually move left and right. If you take your thermal imaging camera while the heating system is running, you're going to see the water moving through it. You may notice on this Erie pop top valve, you may end up noticing if you're thermal imaging that there will be a round disc in here and it will get warm. It is the solenoid mechanism of the device. So if you're going from one to another, to another, to another, and you end up seeing this, 10, 20, 30 degrees hotter than the others, potential issues may arise electronically and mechanically. Definitely make note of that. Check the wiring, because there will be wiring going in here. Check for, insulation, check for bare wiring, right? If bare wiring grounds out or, shorts, then you're going to end up blowing a transformer, possibly fuses at the boiler system, vice versa. Another way to manually check the operation of the valve on these specific zone valves is you can take this little clip and you can slowly slide it to the right and push down, okay? These zone valve motors themselves have a lot of resistance to them when you manually push them. So don't be afraid to give a little bit of a push if you do decide to operate them, okay? They will move back and forth. I usually take my index finger, my thumb against the valve and push across if I'm testing. If you want that zone to stay open so that you can do thermal imaging through the floor, or if it's in concrete and you're worried about a subgrade leak on the in-floor heating, you can hold it and push it down into the open position to maintain positive flow. You can do that also with the thermostat. Points of failure are the zone valve itself, the actual mechanical. You can have electrical failure of this pop-top device. And at certain times, you may also have this valve body, which is replaceable independently of this, basically seal itself or kind of, stay open or stay closed, right? So it can get stuck permanently in that position. If that's the case, this little device here, you pull over to one side or push in or pull out, and you pop the whole top of this zone control off, which would just leave the valve body exposed, okay? So zone valves are more so used in modern hydronic systems. They have been retrofitted to older systems. You're normally going to find them on baseboard heating convectors. They have been retrofitted to, the standard cast radiators, which are for fluid hydronic heating. There's other applications, like for what you're seeing on the right-hand side, this boiler tank. At times they've been, you use them to possibly operate, controls this way. Generally, these valve bodies are either going to be 1/2 or 3/4 inch. You would likely see something larger on the supply or the return of this boiler tank itself. Some boiler tanks use zone valves. Some will use a independent circulator as its device to, meter temperature back and forth. The boiler tank specifically, if you are running a hydronic water system, as you can see from this photo, we're going to have a couple different points, right? And there are many different models. There are many different styles. We're going to have an insulation and jacket around the system. and we're going to have piping one way or the other. Okay. We're going to have these piping arrangements here, which are these copper pipes going into the tank. Those are likely going to be your supply and your return for your water service piping, you know, your residential, your domestic hot water, your usable water, right? Generally, these tubular portions here, which are spiraled around the tank itself, these are going to be what are connecting to your boiler, okay? So your boiler is going to turn on. It is going to heat up that hydronic fluid. It's going to make that expansion tank go, and it's going to start circulating water through this system. We're going to heat the thermal mass in here, and you will have your usable hot water, okay? The reason why these are a good system and why I like them is you do operate them off of one piece of equipment. Generally, boilers nowadays have become highly efficient, especially in condensing appliances. Older natural draft appliances are anywhere from 80 to 85% efficient. The only real downside is the expense of the tank. If the boiler goes down, you have no hot water. If the circulator goes down, you have no hot water, right? There's multiple points of failure. Generally, these boiler tanks will have a thermostat control based on the tank that you may adjust, called an aquastat. It will consist of a device with a temperature sensing bulb, which will go into a thermal well, and that will detect the inside water temperature. Those controls can be adjusted. You can hear the contacts make and break inside that control if you test them. Some are with a handle on them, or some are operated by a flat blade screwdriver. So be careful when you are working them. Some have their covers on, some do not, which leaves some of the electrical components, which may be 120 or 24 volt exposed, where you need to be really careful. The other way that they are controlled is through a 10K resistor, which ends up going back to the boiler or to a systems control like a Tecmar controller, okay? So either way, that's the way that these boiler systems are controlled for the tank side itself. So here's the aquastat I was telling you about, which can operate that indirect fired water heater or that boiler storage tank. Points of failure for the tanks, again, just like a water heater, you're going to be looking at the top connections. You're going to be looking at corrosion. There should be a temperature pressure relief valve. Again, you're going to do your checks on that. If there is circulators, pumps, you're going to check the pumps for the proper operation. If you run the hot water, you should see that boiler fire up to provide hot water for that tank after a period of time. Again, you can check your temperature controls, make sure they're accurate, do some readings that way. Other than that, there's really not a lot that can go wrong with them. You will have drain valves on them to check. The boiler in and out connections sometimes will, fail. You'll notice corrosion or rust or barnacles, that whole kind of deal. So those are other things to keep an eye out for. On the left, we have a makeup tank. So if our boiler system isn't connected to the city water supply or was independently, pumped up with water, we're going to be running a makeup tank. So this one here is specifically made by Axiom. We've got a valve over here, which will operate it so that it will either pressure up the system or it will mix the water in the tank and likely drain a portion of the system, right? So if you flip this switch down, what will happen is some of the boiler water will recede back into the makeup tank, but it will mix and it will run and it'll sound like a grinding sound. It's kind of startling if you're not used to it. You switch it back to the run position, which will end up feeding the boiler with the appropriate preset pressure on this gauge. What we're looking at here is the connection that will go into the boiler to supply the glycol or hydronic fluid that is set up in here, okay? This pressure, again, will read slightly higher than the boiler pressure because generally these tanks sit on the ground. Because we have more head height above us in terms of water weight, this may read a pound, maybe a half a pound, maybe a pound and a half, more than what the boiler gauges will specifically read. Okay, and that's fine. To test these specific systems, what I do is you got two options. You can take a garden hose from an outlet on the boiler or the trim piping, drain it back into the opening in the back, which allows you to return water to it or to fill that tank up. That's one method. The other method I prefer to make sure that it works properly is this little valve over here. You turn it one way, it drains a little bit, it lowers the pressure. You turn it the other way to run, it will pump that system back up to the appropriate pressure. If it doesn't and has slippage and you're still losing pressure, there should be a valve very close or attached to this point here that you may be able to shut off if you are testing it. Failure points, electronically, it doesn't work. On or off, it's going to go or not. The other points we're going to look at is the valve or the pressure gauge. Is the gauge reading properly, right? You should have multiple gauges on a system if it's installed right to double check and see. Again, over here, corrosion, leaking, check around the tank, see if there's any leaking. Remember that propylene glycol is kind of an oily, slick feeling substance. It does have some hang time on flooring or concrete. It doesn't evaporate as readily, you know, so do a thorough inspection on the system. If you see any fluid on the ground, double check it. Our aquastat here, again, it's a mechanical switch. It's like a light switch, except through here we have our little sensing bulb. It's going to work on the controls up here. Again, preloaded spring is how we set our temperature, one way or the other. There's going to be a stop here and on the other side. For this one here, if it's on the boiler tank, we're going to set it to our 140 degrees. Hopefully we have thermostatic mixing valves or temperature balancing valves throughout, okay? What else we're going to look at is on a boiler, we should technically have two aquastats specifically. One may or should be a manual reset high limit aquastat, okay? This one may be set for, 200 degrees. We don't want the boiler to overheat. We do that, we start making steam, we run into a lot of issues. You may notice on another aquastat, it may not have this push button and it will maybe be set to 180 degrees, okay? That is known as our operator. One should be set below 212, minimum, below 212. I would prefer to see 200 as your safety control. One, the temperature will fluctuate. Generally, home systems, we set for 180, we leave them there. You can play a little bit with it during shoulder seasons. Super important thing, and I cannot stress this enough, on cast boiler systems, okay? Even on copper boiler systems, fin tube systems, anything with metal venting coming off the top, okay? With gas heating, it's wet fuel, right? Natural gas, propane, butane, it's all a wet gas. It has a hydrogen component to it. So that being said, when we fire these boilers, if we fire these boilers and the hydronic fluid is too low consistently coming back to the boiler, we can create an issue of having too cold a fluid coming back. We cool the exchanger too much, which whether it be cast or copper or stainless, with the flue gases that are going up, if we cool them to 127 degrees Fahrenheit, we create a high moisture condition on those flue gases and we start sweating inside the venting, okay? When we start sweating inside that venting, we will literally rot out the boiler. We will literally rot out the venting. This can create carbon monoxide conditions, and it has, and it's killed people before, okay? I cannot stress this enough. Aquastats are not to be set below, generally, 150 degrees Fahrenheit. If you see one set below 150 degrees Fahrenheit, make note of that, okay? There is a potential that that system has, during its operation, been too cool and created carbon acid waste in the venting or in the boiler, okay? This is extremely harmful to the boiler. This is extremely harmful to that boiler's exchanger and the venting. We can create erosion of the venting. We can create open spots. There is a lot of problems with that. So operator aquastat, generally set 180. High limit aquastat, generally set 200, possibly 210. Depends on who's dealing with the system, if it's, being dealt with professionally. Our sediment drain on the right. So aquastats, as far as functioning, you can turn up, turn down, one way or the other to operate the system to check if it works. Okay. You're going to notice right here, there will be a flat blade slot to make adjustments, and that will be correlated by this position here. On the cover plate, you're going to have a position here, which will correlate to the temperature here. That will be your set point for both your operator and your high limit. On the right-hand side here, we're just looking at a boiler sediment drain. Same as a outdoor faucet, vice versa. Generally, boiler sediment drains are a little different because they are meant to handle higher temperature applications, okay? These are meant to be opened intermittently to allow sludge, if there's production of sludge in a system, or sediment to drain, okay? 9 times out of 10, these will never have been touched since the installation date if they do not look new. Stay away from them. Do not touch them. Make note that it is likely they haven't been operated. That potential is there. If it looks brand new like this one, and it looks like, whoever's selling the house had the system reworked on, likely it is going to work, okay? If we open and close out, we're going to create the issue because of that seal inside being heated and cooled multiple times and never re-wet or operated. We're going to create a leak point here, okay? Boiler connection here, steel to brass, that's safe. Again, check for buildup, check for discharge, both at the drain here, both here. Check for barnacle buildup here, and at the valve stem, okay? Check for moisture marks, rust on the floor, vice versa. On this specific photo here, we've got insulation here. Check for rusty insulation. Check for wet marks around the skirting on the floor. In regards to the boiler itself, check for rust, wet marks here. Could be an indication of, condensation or a leaking system, okay? Here we go into other system components. We're going to look here at this boiler. It has a low water cutoff. So this is going to be our low water cutoff here. Why do we have a low water cutoff? Again, it brings us back to a steam production situation as well as harming the exchanger, okay? We want our system to, and again, generally with smaller boilers, residential application, all the water is going to be above the boiler. In a cooling season, your top floor is going to lose heating, or a heating season, I should say. Your top floor is going to lose heating. Your next floor is going to lose heating. If the water keeps receding back and down, we create a condition, if we didn't have that low water cutoff, and let's say the sediment drain at the bottom of the boiler was leaking, we fire that boiler, we are going to cook that exchanger. Cast is a little more forgiving. But that being said, high temperature of natural gas is 3,600 degrees Fahrenheit in the hottest part of the flame, okay? We do not want that happening to our exchangers. We got 2 issues. We can totally warp and destroy the exchanger. Number 2, if we have any semblance of water in there, due to the way that the exchangers are built and the maximum allowable working pressures of those exchangers, if we create steam in that application, we may be potentially sitting on a ticking time bomb, okay? So low water cutoffs, specifically, they are generally, I haven't really come across that aren't a testable device, okay? We've got 2 kinds. One will kind of look like this flow switch, but it'll be more square. It is one version that literally will have a test button on the top or the side or the bottom. You're going to have that boiler system running. You're going to hold that test button down on that low water cutoff, and it should kill the boiler. It'll cut the power to the boiler. Circulation pumps may continue running. The main essential part is that the boiler flame shuts off, okay? So test those during system operation. You should not harm anything by doing that. It's just as simple as turning a light switch on and off. That's the same effect, okay? It is going to sense a low water condition. What you're seeing here is on this specific boiler, the low water cutoff is set to the top of the exchanger, okay? So it will not let that water level recede past that and let that boiler run. we're going to get onto flow switches here. They're not generally found in residential boilers. They are mandatory on larger boilers. So, you know, anywhere from, I believe it's 160,000 BTUs, possibly larger, possibly 250 and up. More so, you're going to find them in commercial applications, okay? Or anywhere where a boiler branch requires them to be licensed. A lot of these trim and controls are taken care of by the Pressure Vessel and Boiler Act. And again, each jurisdiction will have their own subset of codes. Flow switches work by a paddle operating back and forth, okay? That is dependent on circulator flow. These are more important and they are mandatory on boilers that are what are called tube fin, okay? This super hot here is a tube fin boiler. These flow switches are mandatory on a tube fin boiler because the exchangers are possibly, they could be copper, they could be stainless, they could be light gauge steel, but they will have fins as convectors to extract as much heat energy as possible. If we lose flow in that system, again, we end up wrecking that exchanger, we end up warping things, we end up destroying things. Flow switches you will see on fin tube boilers. You can check that by looking up the manufacturer model number and seeing what kind of exchanger is in that system. Flow switches, how do you test them? Well, we have a couple different things we can do. We will likely have 1 or 2 screws in this position and possibly on the backside where we can pull this cover plate off. Please be warned, there is a potential for electricity to be under here, anywhere from 24 volts to possibly 220 volts, depending on the application, okay? Do not touch the electrical. Do not touch anything within this compartment. What you can do is if the circulators run independently, okay, you can shut off the circulators. If you shut off the circulators, you will see linkage in there, which will move back and forth depending on the speed or the flow rates. If you shut that circulator off, that little paddle should move inside and it should shut off the boiler in the same way as your low water cutoff would. Okay, it'll remove the control. It will completely shut off the boiler. Again, the circulators may operate off the boiler independently. They may operate off of switches. If they operate off of switches, awesome, super easy to test. If they operate off the boiler, just be careful with what you're doing if you end up trying to test it. I probably wouldn't screw too much with the boiler or the boiler controls, but what I would do is you can change your pump, circulator, speed settings, see if there's proper operation, see if that linkage moves, okay? We want to go into our vent dampers. So we got 2 kinds here, okay? This here specifically is called a draft control device. Its purpose, we are going to slow down some of our flue gases exiting the building, okay? We're going to control what's called stack effect or pancaking, hot, cold, hot, cold, hot, cold, slow, fast movement in our chimney or venting, okay? Our flue gases are going to go through this central portion, right? Could be anywhere from 4-inch up to, you know, I've worked on systems that are 14, 22-inch, okay? Our hot combustion gases go through the center here. This hood here is going to draw in air from the residence or from the building you're working into, and it is going to draw in here, okay? We have a couple different things we can test with this one. What we can test, for you smokers, more specifically, or those who are going to carry a lighter on their inspection kit, when the system has been running for 5 minutes, you take your lighter, you put it at the edge of this hood here, and you move it up and over like this. When it's been operating for about 5 minutes, you should see that flame get sucked into this portion. If the flame is blowing back and out, you have venting issues, okay? You have products of combustion coming back into the space that you're working in. Now, let the system run for another 2, 3, 4 minutes, especially in the summertime, especially in hot temperatures, right? Because this system needs to heat up a bit to start carrying those flue gases all the way up and out. If you notice after a few more minutes that if you take your lighter around here and it is blowing out still and not being sucked in, shut that system off. Okay. You have no right, you have no business operating that anymore, because it has at that point become a safety risk for you. It has become a safety risk for people in the residence. Okay. At that point, you need to call a licensed gas contractor, have that equipment looked at. It is a safety risk. And if you were the last person to operate that, you are going to be liable. Okay. That's carbon monoxide. That's carbon dioxide. That could be somebody's death. And that I can't stress enough. Other than that, that is basically the only few ways that you can really test that specifically on the draft control device. As far as the vent damper, what does the vent damper do up here or on this boiler here? What that does is when we are starting that boiler system, we do not want any other items or products of combustion. Let's say we have other appliances tying in above, rolling back down potentially. So that damper is going to stay shut when that system is not operating. That damper is going to roll horizontal generally, unless the positioning of that damper assembly is horizontal, well, then it's going to roll vertical. What it does is it closes that system off and prevents any other gases from coming back or backdrafting through the system, which may potentially blow out the pilot light if there is a standing pilot. These draft control dampers here, they are going to be interlocked to the system so that if they do not open, the system will not run. It will not fire, okay? The way that you can look at them or test them is simply by starting the boiler, okay? You should hear that little motor, which will be on the end here. It should work one way and the other. There's a shaft that goes into here that you should see operate. It will go from a fixed position to an open position, and on shutdown, it should go back, okay? They aren't really necessarily quote unquote testable other than trying to operate the boiler and looking at it move back and forth. On these boilers, if you want to, operate on for 10 seconds to check the operation and shut the switch for the boiler off, you should not and will. I've never seen any issue where you've operated a switch and could cause harm to that system, okay? So don't be afraid of that. And that's kind of what I have for that. But the most important part, guys, especially on this draft control device here, on this vent hood, check for carbon sooting around here. Check for carbon sooting, in and around the boiler. Check for, any flow with the lighter coming back, any backdrafting. Sometimes there are measurements. And again, if you have a mechanical inspection, it might be a different story. They might look after that. Generally, I know on these specific boilers here, there will be a stamp on here that has a certain limit from the edge of this hood to the top of the boiler. Some contractors will cut these down and they'll squeak past inspections. Proper code, proper installation. The area in between here must be maintained, okay? Let's get into some backwater valves. On our left, we have a mainline backwater valve. We're going to get back into our drain waste and vent here, some specialty stuff. So in operation, we are normally going to be flowing from the cursor back through here and out to the city, right? This will go in the direction of flow. It's going to point in the direction of flow through this way. We're going to be left with a flapper in here. It's going to have foam on the underside, or a styrofoam material, okay, which is probably indicative here. You're going to have scoops on this specific model here that when normal operation, fluid's going to continue this way all the way down. In the event of a backup or backflow from a sewer, whether that's because of heavy rain and we have combined storm systems with sewer systems, or possibly a septic system that ends up coming back, or however, with the inrush of water or the high level of water, this little flapper here is meant to pop up, and there is a seal on this pipe here where it positively pushes against. Under those circumstances, we should have positive pressure pushing on this paddle here, okay? if that happens, we can flush stuff down here. If that closes, though, we still do run the risk of products of the home possibly pushing up through, the basement fixtures, or if this is all one main level fixtures. Okay. They are testable. They're not testable specifically. What you can do is you can clean the flapper here. We have a clean out fitting here, which can act as the main building clean out for where it leaves the building through the footing. And you can actually rod through here if you have issues, with your drainage, or you do camera inspection or so forth, right? You can open this clean out here. Generally the full cap here, I would ask to remain shut unless you are servicing the equipment. Given the circumstances, unless you really have to tie in here to fix this, or, anything kind of more potentially further than that, then yes, you would open it. But generally, as an inspector, if you are playing with these systems, you should be able to get everything that you need through this specific cap. Okay. These do have a gasketing material on here. You may have to replace it. Just word to the wise, be wary of that. Going into these, I know specifically here, some insurance companies require maintenance or inspections annually to maintain, your backup or, black water insurance coverage. So again, everybody's insurance is different. Everybody underwrites differently. Something just to be well known for you folks. Operation, it operates on a pivot. Things that can go wrong with it specifically is possibly buildup in here, possibly sludge in here. Generally shouldn't be. Flappers have been known to be seated open, and if it is a slow backup, if the styrofoam's rotted out, it may not activate, and you may receive backflow from the sewer system throughout the home. Okay. I don't know about you guys. If you want to tackle that, go for it. Mechanical contractor, plumbing contractor, I'd say leave it in their hands, because you know what? They get to play and crap all day. If you guys want to do that, by all means, go for it. Under Alex's or, your folks' authorization or scope.
The only thing I would say maybe with those, Taylor, is by all means, guys, like typically there's going to be two different ways to access these backwater valves. So nowadays in modern builds, you'll have a plastic airtight cover that's going to be embedded into the concrete slab. So again, a lot of times if, after the builder gives the keys to the homeowner, you'll notice there's a bunch of concrete embedded around the that access port. So you may need to chip it away. It's pretty thin. It's up to you again if you want to chip away that concrete. Once you have all the debris removed, you can see the actual backwater valve. You can open up the black access cover, and that's when you want to inspect the actual the flap, the orange flap. If they're dirty, I mean, by no means do you have to clean them, but you can advise your clients that they take a garden hose, just flush it out. Basically, you can tie it into the drain valve of the water heater or what have you. But like Taylor said, typically these should be inspected annually, and they're not a fail safe. Like they can be defective in the event of any sort of a backup.
Yeah. And again, they are left normally open. Going back to our city municipal mains, the entire DWV system for each home has to vent those mains. So from your main stack all the way through out to the sewer, you have to have normally open equipment. Some jurisdictions, depending on case by case, depending on previous issues, have been known to allow normally closed. This is a good example of a normally open backwater valve. Here's another application of where it ends up going through and out of a home, possibly high drainage. Generally, we set them subgrade. This would have its own, proper application. Here is an example of that one should be normally closed. So on the top portion here, we have an access where we can inspect the flapper here. We can inspect, the condition. Where you will normally find these: basement or subgrade, bathrooms, mechanical rooms, any branch off of the main line that leaves the building, we're allowed to have these as long as our main stack vent is not blocked from the main. So you'll normally notice these in somebody's basement, possibly in and around their bathroom group. You may never notice them at all, depending on if they've been retrofitted or not. New homes where I am, we have companies that I hate to say are taking a lousy, quote unquote, cheap way out, and they are only protecting the basement areas with these instead of installing a mainline backwater valve to protect the whole building. Now we can add or have multiples. We can have, this mainline backwater valve to protect the entire premise. We can have these valves on each individual bathroom area or any area in our basement, as long as we're not blocking off that main drain, the full 3-inch area. Okay. So we can prevent any backup in the house from possibly occurring to our basement fixtures with these. Again, you have a screw cap on top. Sometimes the screw cap is subgrade to the concrete. Sometimes they're covered with wood, metal. Sometimes they're easily accessible. Okay. These can be serviced. They do have a seal on one side. Again, operates the same way, but it stays normally closed. Big issue with these, solid waste coming through, getting and hitting here, creating an area where they do not positively seal. Okay. So they definitely do have their faults. They do need, some kind of an inspection or cleaning here and there. Okay. Make that known if at all reasonable to. They are better than nothing. Let's put it that way. They are prone to failure. They are a mechanical, item in its own right. And talk about dielectric fittings. So oftentimes above the water heater where you have the hot and cold water lines running into the tank, you will notice these union fittings on the left. Okay. You will notice some plastic on them, and you will also notice a gasket on them. These are called dielectric fittings. Their job is to prevent the galvanic corrosion that occurs when dissimilar metals come into contact with one another. Okay. The composition is galvanized steel and brass. The washers are nylon fittings and a rubber fitting. So there is a galvanic chart online, and it shows the closeness or the similarities or the dissimilarities between different metals. Okay. Copper and steel piping are far apart, which means they have a lot of electrical activity between them, right? Between their molecular properties, positive charge materials, negative charge materials. So through these exchanges, and when water is going past and carrying, minor amounts of electricity and, some of these reactions back and forth, you're going to notice when copper adapters are specifically on top of water heaters, you will see 9 times out of 10, some kind of a corrosion or extreme buildup on them where these reactions are occurring. Sometimes they create a leaking condition and get exacerbated as time goes on. Okay. Our solution to that is creating a product where the two metals are indefinitely separated. Okay. As you can see, this plastic piece separates the galvanized completely from the brass fitting here, right? Because this rides on this piece here, plastic piece here, and the brass sits on the face on the rubber. So we are completely breaking that connection between the two materials. Okay. Really good to have. Some places these are codes, some are not. Some have, said this, some have said that about them. Personally, I include them with my water heater installs, but anytime you're going from two dissimilar metals, you should be installing dielectric unions. Issues with them, again, you got rubber, you got plastic, you have potential for expansion and contraction, leak points, slight rusting. That's kind of the few things to look at on that way. Let's see. So then we're going to go to our water hammer arresters. Again, we talked about that before. I'm not going to talk as much extra on that. That is a good example of what we talked about before that prevents the water from basically slamming into the brick wall. It's going to chew up some of that velocity, some of that flow, and it's going to back up into that arrestor and level itself out. Okay. Again, leak points, Failure points, if you operate the appliance and this has failed, you will notice that water hammer. It'll sound like that, kunk, 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 kunk. If it's plastic lines, well, you'll see them shuffling back and forth, or possibly hear them shuffling back and forth. Generally on appliances or, items with fast opening and closing valves. Let's see here. So we're going to get into food disposal units. Really good for getting rid of, solid waste, stuff like that. Generally speaking, it's best practice, solid waste, go where solid waste belongs. Water waste should go where water waste belongs. Yeah, we've gotten away from that in the last, 15, 20 years. Why? Garbage disposal units, okay? The way they work is, of course, they have a grinding section to them where they're going to macerate or grind up whatever hard particulate matter. People will put fruits, vegetables, eggshells, wild stuff down them sometimes, sometimes even meat. Highly inadvisable for meat or oils, fats, oils, or greases, stay away from. So here's a cracked unit. The motor and the grinder assembly are all in one here. So cracked unit, we may have busted seals inside. We may have motor failure inside. Of course, we're going to have leakage, water damage, that kind of thing. Things to look for. On those, I believe it's current code now to be GFI compliant on them. What you can do is on those ones specifically, check for operation. If there's a tabletop switch, you can check that, run it on, run it off. Look to see if there's a guard that you can put in place just in case. Sometimes they have a push button embedded in the countertop. You push down to operate, let go, to run it off. Some of them, the cover or the guard is actually the operator. So you have to put it into the hole, spin it in the proper way, one way or the other, and push it further down to operate the disposal unit. Okay. Check for leaking around, some of the fittings, some of the terminals. Again, ABS, PVC, check for cracks anywheres. You can see almost what looks like cracking on this adapter here to tighten that fitting down. So we're going to have leakage there. This fitting you see here is an allowance for our dishwasher. Okay. These generally, if they do not, work with the dishwasher or the dishwasher doesn't feed into it, these should be capped. Generally, Badger or any, InSinkErator, they will have these capped by nature that you either have to bust the cap in or remove the cap. Okay. If you don't see a cap there and the system's left open, that's an issue. In other regards, check for leaks from here to the sink, look for corrosion, look for buildup, food solid waste, that kind of a deal. Over here, faulty gauge. Faulty gauge, it is let go on the internal side. We have humidity buildup. That can be because the glass has not kept its proper seat to the interior gasket, or we could have buildup or issues on the back side of that gauge. Okay. Gauges fail in multiple different ways. They are literally a spring connected on the inside, or they are operated by, again, chambers with gas or liquid in them. Faulty gauge should be easy to see. Hand on the pipe, if it's reading 150 degrees and it's 0 degrees on the pipe, likely a faulty gauge. Double check for leaking past the gauge. Double check for rust here, corrosion here. Those may be potential future issues if they aren't already. System components, so missing handles, contractor-based and customer-based, right? We run into multiple issues where, again, here, that's the aluminum handle that I was telling about before, that these bust off regularly. We go down here. Somebody's obviously had to work the meter stops one way or the other. We're looking at somebody's great adaptation who didn't want to pay, the $200, $300 to have things fixed appropriately or repiped. Yes, it has the potential to work, but that is a defective item and it has the potential to snap that stem or in the event of an issue, not be able to shut off as readily. again, replace with ball valve, but definitely make note of that. Dishwasher leak, we're going to look at here. Dishwasher leaks, because they're so compact inside, what can we do? What can we look at? Well, we can check right here. Okay, we've got our hose here. Sometimes they may be running copper. Sometimes they may be running plastics. Sometimes they may be running braided flex. Okay, we're going to look here. You may see calcification again, right? Generally, anytime any water is leaking, look for the white spots. Look for white spots on the floor. Look for rust spots on the floor, right? Look if you can see the hose, which way it goes. Is it kinked? Is it loose? You know, you don't want to play with things too much because, again, liability factors. But you can notice underneath, you know, pump assemblies or any of the wiring. Are things marred? Are things, you know, burnt looking? You know, those are clear indicators into some of the dishwasher leaks, right? Where does it end up? Is it, you know, leaking by the sink? Is it leaking where it goes through? Is there water spots, water marking over there? You know, run the dishwasher for a period of time. See if there's anything leaking. If there isn't, you know, again, be careful. Some dishwashers, you can hold the cancel button for 5 seconds. Some of them want you to play tic-tac-toe to get them to quit and drain and shut off. Make sure if you're going to operate it, you do have the knowledge or the confidence to be able to drain the equipment, because we don't want to leave, you know, a whole bunch of water left in that dishwasher for, you know, either odor or the customer to deal with or the client to deal with. It does take at times on newer units, you know, 5, 10, 15 seconds to look up. You have to figure out where you want to donate your time though. Again, here we can see different leaks. We can see if things have been repaired, water markings on the floor, vice versa. Okay. Subsoil drainage system. So we're going to look at sump pump, sweeping tile, and that whole deal. So subsoil drainage system may be a sump pit below the basement concrete slab, or possibly weeping tile connected to the municipal storm system, right? Which again has potential for backup into the home. If there's a sump pit, you should inspect these so long as it's accessible. Sometimes the cover is encased in concrete. Here you are not required to chip away at the concrete for access. Sometimes there are openings where you can inspect the pit for debris and water or even roots. Current plumbing code requires an airtight lid with a gasket. Oftentimes you will see the sump pump discharge line going into the municipal waste system. Most municipalities do not allow this. It's an overburden on that system. Check in your area, because some may permit this during colder season, where you're allowed to bypass one way or the other, okay? And bypasses generally are made up of 3 valves, 2 T's. You can switch one way or the other, right? Because we do not want those discharge lines freezing. To test a sump pump, there are a few methods. You can fill the pit manually with water to engage the pump. If the pump has a float, you can lift the float manually and see the pump engage. Or if the pump has a float relay, simply direct wire the pump into the receptacle to engage a pump. And by a float relay, let's see here. Do we have one on one of our slides? Not specifically. So the relay will just look like a little ball. It should have a plug-in end and a male end and a female end. That will operate off the ball and will let power flow through when necessary, okay? So if you have a sump pump that connects into one of those balls by itself, unplug the sump pump, plug it into somewhere where you have known that there's power, and you can check to see if it operates that way. Please be aware that some sump pumps nowadays do have internal floats, or they have internal pressure switches where you may have to manually add water to that sump pit if you have the ability to. So the gold standard of a sump pump system would include a high water alarm and backup batteries, okay? Just in case there's a loss of electricity during a rainstorm or failure of the pump to engage. Upgrading the discharge line from 1/2 inch to inch or 1.5 inches is good practice, as some pumps cannot keep up to the smaller interior diameter of the discharge line. The pit can be made of plastic, concrete, steel, wood, or even earth, right? Again, check for operation. Points of failure, generally ABS piping. Sometimes, you know, they run poly piping. You know, check the system. Look for any potential spots where there's pinch points if it's soft piping, anywhere where there's been previous leaks. Look at where it's discharging to, right? If you run that system, you can see the pump operate. The big key thing to check for too is checking the discharge, because sometimes, pumps will operate. Sometimes there may be stuff stuck. Maybe there's, soil or some kind of a blockage in the system. We want to check that, make sure that that drainage pipe is, pushing out as far as it can and as quick as it can. Here's another good example, right? We've got roots tied in on the left side here, and that creates a potential for blocking water from flowing and possibly harming the impeller or causing the float not to work. Again, in this situation, the float will raise up, which will allow the system to come on, okay? Over here, right off the pump assembly, we've got a check valve, which is great to have in the system because we don't want water consistently coming back. Generally, nowadays, a sump pump system should have a check valve, it should have a ball valve, and it should have a union so that if you have issues, you can replace the system readily without having 20 feet of water in an 1.5 inch or 1.25 inch pipe or whatever it may be coming back into the pit or spraying around as you're changing it out. Locations, yeah, poor location, right? Why would we want it near the foundation, right? We're trying to take that water, we're trying to move it away from the home. We're not trying to bring it right back. I mean, that should be a common sense item. Whoever installed it should kind of be ashamed of themselves in this regard. Sometimes you do have soft piping on the outside, which will be a flexible flat hosing, which will pump up on discharge. Sometimes you will end up draining out to a solid weeping tile to the street, and you'll have a pump up cover. So a couple things to look out for in those regards. So over here, faulty pump, we are exceeding massively what our levels are in here. This one, you can see the ball float on here submerged by the water. Now, it may be hung up, which would require just a jiggle to reactivate. Again, if it's hung up or if there's an issue, have it noted that, have it looked at, because there may be other issues that we're not picking up on or noticing. Again, that should be operating. Missing pump. We've got nasty, nasty water here, probably bacteria ridden. It's going to cause a massive stink in this person's home, right? Now, we're also missing the pump. If there ends up being a high rain condition, yeah, we're going to flood the basement. Make sure that these pumps are there. Make sure they're operating. Takes a few minutes. Very, very easy test to do. Okay, gas water heaters. Tanked gas water heaters are one of the most common water heaters you will come across. Looking at the system components, you have your water control thermostat on the bottom. It is directly installed so that the probe is in the water. Now, that being said, you have direct access to the interior of the water heater at this point. Make sure that you have no corrosion, leaks, discharge from this specific position, okay? Generally, you will either have an open cabinet or a cover plate that you can see the combustion working on. Do not stick your face in that hole. If there's an issue with that water heater, and let's say the venting's blocked or possibly there's an issue, you may have backflash if there's an initial startup. You may have just heat come at you. You may have flame come at you, okay? Always look at these flames if you're inspecting them indirectly, whether that's with a mirror or with a camera or however you want, or off to the side so that you can see, but not directly in front of the burner, okay? Absolute no-no. The interior of the tank, as you can see, we've got a integral baffle, which helps to slow down the flue gases, okay? As we slow them down, we are making efficiency savings because we're extracting more of that heat energy from what would normally be wasted out, okay? We've got our hot and cold connections here. Again, whoever installed this water heater, bad person, no dielectric fittings. We've got copper directly to galvanized piping here. Okay, on our, let's see here. On our cold side, we have a dip tube that runs all the way to the bottom, okay? We're bringing our cold water directly to the bottom because what does cold do by nature? Cold drops, hot rises, okay? We're bringing our coldest water here to be tempered and mixed, and we're pushing it out through this nipple. Temperature pressure relief valve should be set to go off at 120, 150 psi in and around there, and about 200 degrees, 180 degrees, if in and around there. Okay. They are old. They do have a tendency to leak, barnacle buildup, stuff like that. If they're well aged, right, you will be able to kind of look under. Don't touch it while you're doing that in case it decides to go off, and see if there's any corrosion or issues that way. Okay. This is one application where a temperature pressure relief valve can be installed horizontally and discharged straight down. This is literally one of the only positions, only on a hot water heater tank. Hot water heater, that's a steam boiler, on a water heater tank. There are two. You will have also your anode rod. It may be on the hot port here, which is called a nipple style anode. It will do the exact same function as a plug style anode rod, right? Plug style anode rod is standalone. It looks like a big nut on top. The nipple style anode rod will need to disconnect the piping and remove that galvanized nipple. Generally where we live, it's all pretty subjective and water status dependent. Where we live, 2 years, 2.5 years at most, and you need to change it. The reason why the anode is there is it is a sacrificial piece of material, because you do have electrolysis through the tank, you have dissimilar metals, you have water, and the different ionic responses and actions within that acting on the tank. We want to sacrifice something. We're going to sacrifice the anode, and that is where you get anodic protection, or electrical based is cathodic protection. In our manual here, they say change anodes every 3 to 5 years. They often disintegrate after 5. Here, I probably would do it where we are in Regina every 2 years at minimum. Data plate on the water heater, because you have inspected it. Take a picture of the rating plate. You're going to notice it in different areas on different water heaters. On this General Electric, right here, it's going to have your load information. It's going to have your BTUs, your model number, your serial number, right? Another thing, mechanical room access, okay? Sometimes some people are just weird. They put up walls where they shouldn't be, and they don't think about the next person. Check to see the water heater size. Generally, water heaters, 28, 30 inches, not uncommon for a 40 gallon. They are building water heaters a little taller instead of wider, just because of limited access points, okay? Check our pinch points, check our stairs, check our doors, see if that is going to be an issue. Again, set yourself apart from the inspection pack. If you can go above and beyond in certain ways, that's awesome. We're going to look at here, we got a heat transfer surface, which is directly where the flame is going to be touching, where it is going to be licking. This is the bottom of our tank. This is going to be the medium primarily that we heat to heat the water. We've got our combustion chamber where our air through these grills is going to mix in and appropriately mix our fuel source as well as our air to create proper combustion, right? We're going to look at a couple different things. If you're doing your inspection, you're going to look at a weak or lazy flame. If you look at it and it is, yellow and consistently stays orange and yellow, we've got issues, right? We may have a fuel source issue. We may have an air issue. If the flame is lifting off of the burner, we may have an issue with the heat recovery ventilator unit where we're pulling too much of a negative in the home and we're not balanced appropriately, okay? If we create a negative, it will suck the flame off of the burner. Another thing to look out for, right? And I'm assuming you guys did your HVAC mod, so you'll already know about HRV units and proper balancing. That could be one of your key indicators. Same with the gas stove. If the flame is lifting, you may be running a negative in the home. And again, inadequate oxygen supply to that burner. If you're looking through the port, if you open it up and it licks out towards the front, two things. We could be, have high temperatures outside where the flue gases aren't ready to go flying through the chimney or the venting, right? That's why we want to let things run for about 5 minutes on really hot days, just to, you know, build up that heat energy so that they do flow appropriately, right? Again, draft control device right on the top here, right? Vent hood. You can do your lighter test up there as well, right? See if it's rolling back. See if it's sucking your flame from your lighter upwards and out. If it's rolling upwards and out after 5 minutes, awesome. You're in a good place. Water heaters, just like water piping, places to check, you know, gas valve. You can check the thermostat, see if it turns the water heater on, off. If we turn it on, you can check the little switch up here, which turns from off to pilot to on. Switch it to pilot, switch it to on. You can check that way. Do not switch it off because if you do switch it off, unless that is part of your inspection, you may end up, whether it's a thermocouple, thermopile, or a flame sensor, if it's already pre-weakened, you may end up making it come on or off for its last time. Definitely cycle it on and off if that is generally part of your scope. And depending on what Alex has instructed specifically for what's allowable or not.
I probably play with the
You wanna go for a
thermostat
break?
setting.
Okay,
It's 2:20 now. We got a few more slides. Did you want to do a quick 5-minute break?
that's fine with me. Whatever you want to do, Alex.
Is that
I know
what
we're
you guys
getting
want to
pretty
do?
in depth here, so I'm just thinking about our time frame here.
Okay.
So
Well, are you guys okay with powering through? We'll try to stick to 3 o'clock as an end time.
I'm happy to keep going.
Sounds
Okay.
good.
I didn't know we only had one student in here today.
Right.
So what's general consensus? Do we want to keep going or go for 5 minutes?
Yeah, I'm good. Alex and Taylor, I'm good to keep going here.
Okay, let's keep going then.
Perfect.
Okay, we're going to switch over to electric, right? A lot of the things are going to be the same. Inlet, outlet, anode rods, potentially nipple style or plug style. Temperature pressure relief valve, yes. They're going to be based on some different measurements, okay? Other than that, we're going to be looking at elements, electrical elements, instead of, having our gas fuel source. So here's what we're looking at. We've got our thermostat and our first element in this specific scenario, okay? Here is our thermostat. Please be wary. We have electrical contacts absolutely everywhere in here. Generally, these are plastic encased. They are spray foam filled, okay? We need to be really, really, really cautious. If it is live, I would prefer to shut it off. If it is live though, you do not stick your fingers back behind here. There is an element behind this specific flap here. You can pull this flap up, okay? There will be bare contacts under here. This will be 220 volt appliance generally, okay? Roughly 3,500 watts per element, depending on the model. You do not want to come between that. You do not want to be touching the water lines and touching one of these contacts. You will directly go through your heart. And considering the load, if it is working and operating at that point in time, you have the potential to absolutely stop your heart. I cannot stress enough the safety of this, to be careful if you are looking inside or doing an inspection in that regards, okay? We have our upper heating element, we have our lower heating element, right? In the same way as the other water heater, we've got our dip tube coming on the cold supply. We are going to supply cold water to this portion, hot water is going to go up. Key point, both water heaters. If we run hot water and it only is hot for 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, 4 minute, 5 minute, very short span, whether the tank's 40 gallon or 30 gallon, likely issue, dip tube, cold water supply, right? Because we are short cycling that water. We're going immediately from cold to hot, and everything in the tank is just going to sit here and possibly mix lightly, okay? So if you have a very short span of hot water, possibly the dip tube, write it down in your report. So we're looking here, we've got our thermostat, we've got our one element, we've got our lower element, and possibly lower thermostat, depending on the model, vice versa. Just like the other water heater, we're going to have a drain valve, right? Generally, drain valves through the lifespan of those water tanks. Homeowners are the most poor people at maintenance, and so are plumbers at their own homes. These generally do never get operated, okay? Stay away, don't touch it. We open it, close it. We've got plastic, we've got rubber in there. We want to run a lot of risks, right? The other thing here is, if you open this top compartment, I do suggest you do shut the power off on the breaker panel, because we don't know who completed the connection with these morettes or wire nuts, okay? And these are metal plates up here. Yes, it is grounded. If you are going to look in there, if you are going to check in there, please shut the breaker off, because we do not know what's behind here. At least with these panels are bulged out so that you are away from the wiring. Generally, people don't, field run this wiring. People field run this wiring. I don't trust anyone, neither should you. Okay, going back to those water heaters, just a quick blurb. The upper heating element will engage first to keep the water warm. The lower one will engage second to provide and keep up with the hot water. Most tanks here have 3,000 or 3,500 watts elements with 12 to 14 amps on each, right? So likely we're going to be looking at a 30, 40 amp breaker, depending on the make or model, okay? The maintenance items that you can do on them is, of course, if it's a new tank, open that drain fitting, drain any sediment out, right? Gas equipment more so, you create hot spots on the bottom. That's why we like to drain sediment out. That can cause, weird expansion and contraction of the base metals where the fire meets. Make sure that the conductors, when you do your inspection, are insulated properly. And I'm going to literally tell you, I don't know why all this shit must have happened to me preemptively before teaching you guys. Guy that I worked with, we went over to his house, water heater not working. Okay, it's electric one. Probably an element burnt out or something shorted. End up going over there. He's telling me that the breaker keeps flipping. Weird. Open up the top element in the thermostat. Somebody let all the smoke out of the wire. And it wasn't anybody directly. And what happened is, whether there was a weak point in the wiring or a massive malfunction or an overload, vice versa, that whole one compartment was completely burnt up. The insulation on the wiring was completely burnt up. It was bare electrical, and where it was still connected to one half of the element, it was connected on 18 gauge wire, literally by a hair. When I opened up that panel and I moved the one flap, it was actually arcing internally, okay? And it did not flip the breaker. So that's why I'm telling you guys, you really need to be careful under those circumstances. It's a good idea to check these things, to check the insulators, to make sure we don't have any, discoloration of that wiring insulation. Those are good key points to finding hot spots or not, right? Which I'm sure you guys have covered in an electrical mod. So we want to make sure that that's all good. Double check the max load draw on that water heater. Double check the breaker. Let's make sure those line up, right? We know our limitations on, maximum breaker size per equipment. So let's have a look into that. Let's verify that, okay? Water heater issues, again, let's take a look at air intakes as being an issue. People like to sometimes insulate their water heaters and run a whole bunch of crap around them. We've got, an obstructed intake here because of the neighborhoods. 10 cats have come inside the house and plugged that. Another issue is, stuff around the floor, cardboard. They decide to insulate the unit with bubble wrap and completely block it. I've seen it, right? Over here, right? Manufacturers of the water heaters, manuals may be nearby. It's extra ammo for you guys. There are minimum clearances, right? On the equipment, as well as the vent piping as well, okay? Those are manufacturer dependent. Our venting here, 6-inch minimum clearance, 2 combustibles, okay? From what I see here, this is a poor example of venting because A, we have no supports, right? Big no-no. B, we have quote unquote combustibles here, okay? You want to flood your house? Great way to go about it, right here. It's going to touch hot piping, right? Another questionable venting practice is this looks like galvanized. I can tell by the speckling of the materials. Aluminum should be, nice and smooth and uniform color 99% of the time. Galvanized can look pretty, best way to tell between galvanized venting and aluminum venting is, because you're professionals and you have your levels and your tools and your magnets, you're going to take your level with your magnet, you're going to pop it on the venting. Does it stick? Aluminum is non-magnetic. Awesome. Galvanized is magnetic. If we put it to here and it's magnetic, we may have a code compliance issue, right? Galvanized piping over such and such a gauge size, dependent on jurisdiction, sometimes that changes, is allowable because of corrosion factors. Generally speaking, though, a lot of installers will put in aluminum venting because generally it does not rot out where we are at the same rate. Okay, we cannot put the same galvanized venting that we use for our ductwork here as fittings here. Okay, I believe it has to be 24, 26 gauge minimum, possibly thicker. I will get back to you folks on that in the handout. Again, water heaters, upper corrosion, possible leak on the bottom side of this nipple where we cannot see it. Okay, sometimes these little flaps here on the hot and cold, we can move up or angle up a little bit to see. Sometimes we can't. This is a key identifier of a leak or possible previous corrosion on the top. That can be from the anode or the hot and cold side, okay? Or a possible puncture of the tank itself that has pinholed or maybe made a possible tiny leak, right? That has leaked and maybe stopped up now. Again, here, we've got leaking somewhere. Could be from temperature pressure relief valve. Could be from hot and cold again, right? We've got multiple points. Professional opinion, get ready to replace that tank, okay? It is not in good shape. You are likely going to end up perforating somewhere on that tank or blowing through a fitting and pinholing and creating a huge mess. Again, these top little plastic pieces, okay? Check to see if they're all melted. That's a good key indicator that we are backdrafting on our venting, okay? Every water heater needs to have this device on top. If we are backdrafting, you will see melted. Going to our PEX piping, okay? Every area has, some kind of a minimum. Here, we want to see 12 to 18 inches of copper or hard piping on a gas-fired water heater before we transition to plastic. Why? Because if we end up in backdraft scenarios and we have high temperature flue gases coming back to here, we will melt the piping, okay? That is a bad practice. That is a no-no. Here we go. Scorched fronts on the gas equipment, okay? We've got flame rollout here, right? We've got high heat coming out. Why is it coming out? It's starved for oxygen somewhere. Check the bottom intakes, right? Fire moves to oxygen. Fire will use all the oxygen in a room, and then it will travel seeking more. This is an amazing example of that, okay? So it will lick up, and you will either see carbon sooting, right, which is kind of more so here, or you see, you'll see this peeling of the paint, and then the subsequent oxidation or rusting of that material, okay? Electric water heaters, corrosion interior, right? Maybe a small pinhole leak that's just being sucked up by the insulation, okay? That's what we're getting here. Possibly corrosive environment. Could be either or, right? Generally, the outside of the casing is not affected. I would more so go with interior corrosion because of water leaking issues. Here's another good example of an interior leak. Possibly past, possibly present, more likely past because we see these water markings here, right? This may be active, and the rest maybe have dried, but these are the good key indicators to look for, especially when we see rusting on the bottom. That being said, we may run into this scenario where something in the room has leaked previously, and because the contractor dragged the base across the floor, we may end up, from that water just having rusted there, okay? Another good thing to look after. But if you look in here and it's reflective and you got moisture in there, yeah, you know what? There's a possibility that there is a good leak in here, okay? We're running into our data plate. Our data plate, also known as a rating plate. It will possibly have your measurements or your clearances to combustibles. It will have your code compliances, who's responsible for what, right? Where can it be installed? Good example here, not for, a mobile home. Can it be placed on metal surfaces? Electric water heaters? No. Can it be installed, here or there or anywhere? That's where going to be the bulk of your information. Okay. Going into drain pans for water heaters, right? Electric water heaters with aluminum or metal drain pans. Huge no. We are going to conduct, possibly an electrical current through that in the case of a bad event. We need to see plastic. That being said, I don't want to see plastic on gas equipment. We want aluminum there. Okay. Little common sense in those regards. Use that to your advantage. You guys are smart. Gas piping arrangement. Okay. This is just totally finagled completely. And I would literally shoot whoever did this. For one, silly place for the valve. Number two, we want to see a sediment trap on the bottom of the gas line here, right? Which is a dirt pocket, which will collect any sediment through that gas piping, right? Now on here, for what's accessible as well, we don't see a sediment faucet. So we got two issues, right? We've got nowhere for any gas sediment to go or any PCBs and older gas systems or older gas suppliers to go. We've connected the gas to the system. And then here as well, depending on where you are, this is not a gas swing, okay? This is just the meaning of connecting a gas line. If you are inspecting some of these gas items, talk to your primary contractors who you like to use, who you like to utilize. Talk to them about, the minimal standard gas practices if you don't have a gas mod. I'm assuming you guys do have a gas mod through this course. Tankless water heaters, they are a completely different rank beast on their own. They are the BMW, they are the Mercedes of water heating conventional equipment, right? How much can we pack into a tiny little space? Now that works for me in chocolate. It's pretty tough on some water heaters, right? I got thick, meaty hands. Try working on one of those, let alone look at all the issues that you may come across. Okay, we're going to go into tankless water heaters. They're newer in Canada. They've been more prevalent in Europe as an outdoor mounted unit because of certain weather applications, right? We've moved into the Canadian market about 10 years ago, specifically in Saskatchewan, the cooler Western provinces. 10, 12 years ago, we've had issues with the flue vent piping, not being long enough and allowing cold weather to come through and not having some of the safety preventative features that we do now today with Navian and Ream, right? So we've ended up with issues, freezing exchangers, warping exchangers, a lot of issues with the earlier models, okay? So they're more prevalent in Europe. They've grown in prevalence in the last 15 years in Canada. The first tankless was invented in Germany in 1987. These are highly efficient units. That's why I love them. 95% efficiency, right? Standard water heater, you may be able to get 80, 85, 87% efficiency ratings out of them. Possibly. These are going to get up to 95, 97, 98 at the most. Okay. Generally, they're on demand to deliver hot water when there is a call for heat. They should be flushed, again, very subjective, depending on your treatment of your water. Here, it's annually. We recommend annual flushes. Certain applications, certain treated water areas, 2 to 3 years, okay? It all depends on your hardness, total dissolved solids, right? Common issues with the units are corrosion at the vent line above the unit. Why? Moisture, the seals, degradation of the seals. Depending on here, what do we have? Stainless or aluminum or vice versa? We need to be aware of that, right? We need to check the top of the units. And you know what? Some days, on my worst days, I can be a lazy prick. I grab my phone, snap the picture, right? Even to the short guys in the back, snap the picture. We got arms, we can do it, right? I ain't the tallest guy around either. I end up using my phone for a lot of that stuff. The other issues we're going to have is we've got a lot going on in that small space. We've got water, we've got electronics, we've got motherboards, we've got condensate, we've got fuel source, right? We got high flow rates, it depends. So we run into those issues, right? The things you're going to look for primarily when you're opening these units or opening that outside cover, check the motherboard. Okay. We may have potential faults on that motherboard if it's exposed. Look for little green spots. Look for, burnt areas, yellowing areas on the board. either it has faulted or is an area of potential issue because of heat management off of resistors, okay? So we're going to want to pay attention to, your green printed circuit boards that have our electronics in them. Water marking on the boards, right? Look for your white spots. Are they present? Has it leaked before? Look on the bottom pans. Do we see white spots as well from calcification? Condensate on these water heaters, highly acidic. We want to look at, rust spots. We want to look at our water connections again, right? We want to look at everything in those regards. Sometimes, on the bottom here, we're going to show you on the right side, on these valve kits, if it doesn't have a valve kit, whoever installed it is silly. Have a valve kit. They allow for proper flushing and shut off the supply of water. On the valve kits, generally, you will find your temperature pressure relief valve, okay? These will be piped generally horizontal and discharged to the ground. Again, 6 to 12 inches. We have our exchanger portion, right? We have our exchanger. We're going to have our hot water, being produced on one side and our products of combustion going in and out of the venting on the other side. You've got your combustion fan motor. Is it grinding? Is it extremely loud? Does it look like it's shifting or have a warble sound to it, right? A wah, 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 wah. Those are potential future issues, okay? These are wearing parts. So again, when you're checking it, check for water marks. Check the boards, see if there's any yellowing on those circuit boards or, different colors on those circuit boards that aren't normal, okay? Signs of premature failure if they haven't already. We're going to test what line is our condensate line running. And now this is going to apply to your gas cores for your furnaces as well. Is it metal? If it is metal, that's a big no-no, big issue. Any appliance that produces condensate, right? That's a category 4 appliance that is, high efficient. We're going to produce condensate. Condensate is extremely acidic. So that's why our exchangers are stainless, right? Because we're not going to corrode at the same rates, as what we would expect with other metals. So if our condensate, which we should see either go into a drain or a pump or a neutralization kit, depending on what your code compliance issues are, we want to see plastic piping through and through. I don't want to see plastic piping with brass fittings. I don't want to see any metal in that condensate system, okay? If we notice metal anywhere that way, big no-no, make note of it, okay? It will cause future issues, I guarantee it. Excessive heat, any melting in the panel, any weird, discoloration of your venting piping. If it is white 636 PVC, which is rated for 200,000 BTUs and lower for tankless water heaters, not combi units, which also act as boilers, but tankless water heaters. We can use 636 PVC venting. Look for discoloration, look for burning, look for weak points, look for, swooping or dragging, okay? Check the outside vents, make sure they're clean. Make sure, again, no rank discoloration. Make sure the intake is clean, okay? We don't want bird nests. We're gonna, change the way the system operates in terms of fuel source and products of combustion. Check for your active leaks, right? We are going to go into some of the other issued areas. So there's corrosion on the vent kit. That one looks like an NTI, almost like a boiler, I'd say on that one, which are, yeah, they look rough like that sometimes. Here's an avian, right? Oil at the heat exchanger here. That can be caused by a slew of different issues, right? One way or the other, whether it's through fan motors, vice versa. That is a issue. That is, a sign that things need to be taken care of. And again, keep with me, guys. We're going to kind of move a little faster through these. Here's your watermarks through the system, right? We've got some patina on our copper piping internal. That's a leak. That's an issue, okay? We shouldn't have any patina action going on our copper piping integral to that system unless it's specifically on the cold water feed or we're in a very high humidity area where we receive high humidity during the summertime or constantly, right? Look at our corrosion here. Products of combustion, that is likely coming from our cap here, which is meant to do combustion analysis for proper setup of the equipment. Okay. Here's hot spots. Why are we getting hot spots? Exchanges getting plugged. Maybe there's debris inside, right? Maybe our water has plugged certain areas and is slowing that water flow through the exchanger, which is superheating that water past what we want. Okay. Thermal imaging, one of the best tools you guys could ever spend your money on. Use it. You're going to find more in terms of electrical and in terms of mechanical and in terms of, water systems where you're going to find issues, right? When you check your combustion blower motors inside there, if you have accessibility to them, check the bearings, look at the temperatures, see if there's rank hotspots, possible area for potential failure. Here's a good example. Condensate leaking internally to the unit. I can tell you that right now. We have rusting here. Okay, we have massive corrosion here. This is your water filter, your inlet screen. Here is your condensate trap. Look where the issues are arising, right? They're arising back here. They're flowing this way. Highly acidic materials. Okay, natural draft venting. Quick power course through it. We need to grade from the equipment 1/4 inch all the way to where it ends up rising up. Okay, there's going to be different code clauses depending on the pitch of the roof and where the vent is relative on that roof, right? 2 foot minimum. We need 10-foot clearance horizontally, right? 3 foot minimum to the bottom of our rain cap. Going through unconditioned spaces. What defines unconditioned? Roof, uninsulated areas, right? Extending past the roof line. That's uninsulated, right? So we need to have double wall venting because, again, this ties back into our boiler talk. If we cool our products of combustion too quickly, we're going to create carbonic acid. If we create carbonic acid, we literally are going to rot out our liner. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but this will be a massive future issue, right? And it's a massive safety issue. We are allowed to be single wall vented pipe in a heated or conditioned space up to our base T or our fitting where we go up through the chase, through the existing chimney and out. Okay, we need to have straps or support straps at a predetermined distance depending on the size of our piping and our piping material. Okay, let's look at the picture quick here. Now, that might just be the angle. It's a little sketchy. It almost looks like our draft control device, our vent hood here is getting squished a little bit. Definitely make note of that. Okay, guys. Whoever did the vent piping, they used foil tape. Excellent practice, right? We possibly have strapping behind it. I can't really see. Alex's head's in the way, so I'm going to move him over. Here we go. We're going to come over. We are grading up. We're going to bounce up a little bit more, and we're going to tie into our B vent. So our B vent here, which is our double wall pipe, you can see here we've used a B to C connector, C being our single wall piping, okay? This is completely allowable. I would prefer to see 2 strap connectors. Where? One possibly here, and one over here where we rise up and continue across, right? With this case here, the reason why they've piped it and done this gooseneck here is we've got products of combustion, right? This is insulated combustion air, okay? Fresh air from outside has to be sized adequately to serve our equipment, okay? We have Z-Flex, single wall connector, C-vent to connect our furnace, okay? We have a mid-efficient fan-assisted unit here, right? We are allowed to use Z-Flex from point of use. That being said, other than that, single wall piping here, nicely done. Would like to see some straps on it, okay? We need to maintain our minimum clearances to combustibles, guys. Going back to here, if you end up seeing corrosion or water dripping back, water dripping down here at the base T, which the base T is required on a vent kit that supplies 2 appliances. A single appliance can vent like in the left picture here, okay? You do not need a base T. For this specific scenario, if you start seeing moisture buildup or issues in here, where you're starting to see rust, you are running into issues where either the rain cap is not present or you are in a situation where carbonic acid is being created by some condition, okay, we've got an issue. There may be single wall pipe above. We may have perforations in our B vent, our double wall pipe, okay? We may run into those issues. Please make note of those. Those are important, okay? As inspectors, last line of defense before people move into this home. You're extremely important in those regards, and these are high safety regards, okay? Going into our venting, I'm going to quickly touch up here before we start moving the photos. We are allowed through a chimney chase to be single wall because a chimney chase has been changed over to be considered insulated space, okay? So we are allowed to go through single wall and through a masonry chimney. Where we exceed that masonry chimney, we need to be B-vent, okay, guys? Draft connector issues, right? Here's an issue. We've got corrosion here. Could be because of our water lines, you know, and causing issues here. But the main thing that you see here in this venting issue is you see that white formation, that white flaky material there, okay? That is a sugaring that does happen inside the pipe. That is because, you know, a piece of equipment, whether it's the water heater, likely it's the water heater. Again, I'll amend this in our handout that we give out. This is because an improper way of combustion is taking place, right? There is likely in this point either too rich of a fuel mixture, and that is what's causing that white flakiness on that to have fallen down. If you see black sooting, well, that's because we do not have enough free air coming into that appliance, right? We are starved for air in that circumstance. Big thing, please pay attention to, you guys. Unsecured draft hoods. Now, sometimes the hoods will just rest on top. If we just have these little, you know, little pieces on the bottom that just fit in, you know, just pop in to the top of the water heater. As an installer, I add screws to every one to try and secure that in an extra way, okay? Some will, on the newer water heaters, have little tabs with screw holes in them that you screw to the outside of the tank, right? We do not want this to lift off. If this is displaced or improperly placed, we can run into issues of possible carbon monoxide or carbon dioxide poisoning. Please pay attention to this. You are somebody's potential last line between their family dying, some homeowner trying to do their own upgrades, okay? This is super important to maintain, you guys. If you don't know the answer to something, reach out to your preferred contractor, ask them, right? You folks are going to be developing awesome relationships with these guys. Natural draft, other issues, you know, going back to our backdrafting, this is one scenario, guys, okay? We're backdrafting, we're creating a hot spot in this general area, okay? Or possibly our flue pipe is blocked above, okay? This manual here is provided in general gas manuals, right? With water heaters, with furnaces, right? We have a version which is in the Saskatchewan Codes of Practice, which is supplementary material where it goes over some of these venting requirements, okay? We are going to have limitations to windows, to doors, to mechanical air supplies, for gas equipment on power venting equipment, from moisture exhaust vents, right? You can see over, where do they have it here? That almost looks like the meter. Generally 3 feet away, minimum, okay? Depending on the size load of the equipment and their intake, possibly 12 inches, okay? Operable window, 3 feet away, possibly 12 inches, depending on the size of the equipment. Okay, fixed close, doesn't matter. Go as close as you want to it, right? Non-mechanical air supply, we need to maintain some distance away, right? That is G. This is our vent here, okay? So there's a lot of material. We can't just go over this in one day. It will be in supplementary material that is going to be applicable to each individual appliance based on the manufacturer's recommendations, okay? So we're going to go through this quick. The newer high efficiency water heaters will be power vented as well as furnaces. This can include either a 1 or 2 pipe system, one pipe for just exhaust being vented out of the residence, assuming that we have assuming that we have enough free air or one of these buckets down in the basement, right? A fresh air intake. Okay, then we're allowed to vent to our heart's content on a single pipe system. We're allowed to be sidewall vented. We are allowed to be vented through the roof as well with this product, right? The exhaust line must be a white PVC pipe called 636, which is meant to handle products of combustion. Typically, that is what's used. Older installations may still have black ABS piping, as was the standard back in the day. That is not a code compliant product anymore, except for the intake onto pipe systems. Okay. It was not allowed by generally around early 2000s, 2006, 7, 8-ish. That, even slightly a little bit earlier is when the code started to change. Okay. If you see yellow discoloration on the pipe, as we've talked about before, you know what? The gas equipment may need calibration or a double check, right? That is not proper. That is either extremely aged or issued equipment. The vent configuration can vary wildly from manufacturer recommendations or where the home has spots allowable for these products of combustion to be let out through this venting material, right? Because we do have certain limitations. Generally, the slope should be graded back towards the unit, right? Because it is plastic piping, because our products of combustion are lower temperature, we may have condensation. Back to the equipment, guys. Okay, here's a couple of different ways that we can skin the cat. This 8-inch minimum, okay? That is dependent on manufacturer recommendations. Your manufacturer's minimum codes will supersede our CSA codes in gas safety. Here's a good example of a vent terminal, right? I can tell you this is our discharge because it comes out straight 45. This is our vent terminal on our exhaust. It comes out 45s and away from the house. Here is a concentric vent kit. We use these for a cleaner finish and possible different areas. Again, these can be vertical or horizontally installed depending on the manufacturer's recommendations. Depending on the vent kit, we do have minimums for spacing away from the residence, right? We do not want to starve that appliance of oxygen or air. We can create improper combustion, which can create carbon monoxide or carbon dioxide. Generally speaking, not always, the equipment will have fail safe. So if one of these is blocked, it will cut out the equipment operation, okay? Here's an example of a roof penetration. We have sealing on the roof. We have our terminals coming out. In this specific example for this equipment, we have an 8-inch minimum, okay? We need to worry about snow loads, right? 12-inch minimum as per code. This vent terminal is goosenecked because if we get 12 inches of snow, we do not want this close to the intake. We do not want to back cycle products of combustion because we will burn out the equipment's exchanger. Okay, Alex, I don't know how far you guys want to go here. If we want to keep going, we can.
What we can do, Taylor, is just basically we can go to the private water distribution systems and call it a day, just because that is not required to be inspected by our standards. So we can just kind of burn through these next few slides pretty quick.
Okay, so I'm just going to give you guys the cold notes because you guys have all the other notes on this. Please do touch up on this, okay? Gray water, what is it? It's recycled, cleanish water that we're going to reuse for different purposes in the home, okay? Washing our hands, toilet on the left, there we go, gets reused in the tank. Any excess may go to a container that's going to store that gray water for repump in different applications. Primarily, it's going to be used specifically for that toilet. A great area where this may be used is jails, right? Stainless steel toilets where the sink is attached to the toilet, right? Got to keep our costs down somehow. We have enough criminals. We're going to go to oddities, macerating toilets. Fantastic pieces of equipment to install and use. Do not ever try opening one up. It'll be the worst mistake of your life, okay? What we are doing here is we are putting a bathroom, potentially shower and lav, depending on the style of equipment, wherever we want in a home, okay? Let's say we're 10,000 feet down below ground and we got to pump all this up to a holding tank to be pumped up further. Or let's say we don't have any subgrade drainage in a home where we've just put in a basement or where the city sewer is higher above. Macerating toilets are the perfect answer. The outlet sizes vary depending on the manufacturer. How does this work? Okay, you see on this system here, we have a side outlet here or a side discharge. We see a discharge from the toilet to this tank. There may be multiple other inlets on this tank system. What there is in there is a grinder pump. It is going to take all of the products that come into it, paper, non-flushable wipes, whatever you put into it, it is going to try and grind, and it is going to pump it to where you need it to go out. Okay. Composting toilets. Again, huge storage tanks. We are going to be putting more solid waste in one way or the other. We're going to be putting organic material in to possibly and later use it as organic material for as compost is. This is an ejector pit, okay? So again, same idea-ish as a macerating toilet assembly. These may have macerating pumps in them, or they may be for effluent, right? Effluent being strictly water-based items, right? Urine, strictly water. I can't get any more clear than that. These are applicable for under lav sinks or kitchen sinks where we do not have access to, gravity drainage, okay? Coffee sinks installed in new offices or, different fixtures in the home, that's where you're going to possibly see these. They're going to look like a sump pit. The one biggest difference on these systems is you are going to have a vent pipe. You're going, likely you're going to have vented systems. And if you follow the piping up, you may see one or multiple systems that drain into it. These are generally going to be a larger receiving tank than what you may see as a sump pit. But if it's point of use, it will likely be very small, okay? Irrigation systems. We're going to, quickly go through this. Guys, if irrigation systems are connected to a residence, we're going to want to blow out those systems, drain them down. Depending on your municipality, here we have a double check valve assembly. It is the same thing as a double siphon backflow preventer. We are going to use this to prevent chemical water from coming back into our domestic system or our municipal system. It is important in medium and high risk positions to have a DCVA check valve or a reduced pressure RP check valve. Irrigation systems. We may have a control module. We may just have valves, okay? We may have, an exposed manifold with control valves either above or below ground in a box. We may have our control module inside the home, possibly outside the home. We're going to have wiring supply our control module with power. Sometimes they're battery operated. This Rainbird here will run to each individual head depending if there's enough zones, allowing enough zones for these sprinklers, okay? These are solenoid valves. Rainbird specifically, you can give a quarter counterclockwise turn on these to see if a zone manually turns on or off, okay? That applies for everyone. Hunter may be different, Hydro Rain, I can attest, is the same as Rainbird. You can manually turn them on. If you have a manual present or look it up, work through the control manual if you're looking at testing the system individually and properly. Blowdown fittings can be applicable. Where we put snifter valves on our systems so that they can be readily blown out. Procedure, pre-winter time, shut off interior valve, drain the valve system there, have another valve outside, blow the systems out through each individual sprinkler head, okay? Water softeners, total dissolved solids and hard water in. We're going to charge our resin, right? Why do we have salt in the system? Why do we have brine in the system? Brine and salt as charged ionically one way. Our resin withholds that charge. As we have all of our products of hard water come in, right? They're going to bond with the negative charge in the resin and get attached in there, okay? We are going to, on a regeneration cycle, clean this system, back flush it, refresh it with brine so that the resin is again negatively charged. Resin does need to be replaced, okay? It is not a indefinite product, okay? About every 7.5 to 10 years is what certain manufacturers recommend as replacement for resin, okay? a lot of new systems we can manually put into a regen cycle to check operation by holding a manual regen button, or possibly on the older dial versions, switching it over to regen. You are going to be checking the supply and the return for where the, or I should say, the water in and the water out on the system behind the head. Check for leaks. We're going to check our salt and brine tank. Do we have water in the tank? Is water being introduced to the tank, right? We need to worry about how are the people previously filling the water? Have they been overfilling it to the point where we have bridged with salt? If we bridge with salt, this brine tank may very well just be garbage. You're going to need to hammer and chip away at that if there is a bridge, okay? How do you check that? You can move the salt pellets in there. Be careful of the bottom grid plate, but you can move those pellets around to see if there's a bridge. It is literally going to look like a solid salt lake, that has formed in there, okay? You will not likely remove that by hand, because I'm going to tell you, I've got one in my softener in my basement, okay? Thanks, Dad. It is a solid block. I'm going to be replacing my softener system, okay? You have upflow, downflow softeners. You have more efficient, less efficient softeners. The only way to set up a softener, find out what your municipality is for total dissolved solids and your hardness. Here we're 33 grains per gallon. That is how the softener should be set, okay? Now, potentially, if you're doing a water test or not, that's one way to find out, okay? Basically, you can see through the photo how it works. That's the regen cycle in a nutshell. Private water distribution. We are going to pull.
We don't need to touch these here, Taylor.
No, we're good.
No,
Okay.
yeah, you betcha. Just because, like I said, it's not part of the CAN CSA standard. The module does talk about all these points. So, like I said, I don't want to keep you guys past the 3 o'clock set time that we had set.
You want these touched on or no?
Would you guys like to touch on them?
I don't know, Alex, if you said it's in the module and we read about it in the module anyway, I'm okay. But
Okay, That's pretty it. Yeah, it's basically your own municipal water system, guys. Same thing as we talked about, pumped into your own house on your own property, okay? Keep an eye out for iron, bacteria, growth positions. Please do read into that. And you can come into issues with that. Big thing is look up, if you haven't yet, blue baby syndrome. Very important in private water systems, okay? Septic tanks, look up about sludge, look about your dividers, look at about some of those different things. They are important, okay? Other than that, I will be preparing some material for you guys. I'll be sending it out to Alex. He can forward it on to you guys of some different aspects, important things to touch on. Alex, if you want to receive any questions and forward them off to me, if you guys feel comfortable doing it that way or have anything else, please do. I'm all ears. If I don't know the answer, I'm going to get it for you guys, okay?
Any questions for Taylor before we stop the presentation for today, guys?
Thanks for your information, Taylor. Thank you.
Yeah, you know what? Thank you guys for
I really appreciate it, man.
for being present. I appreciate it, you guys. It was an absolute pleasure teaching such a silent class.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks for the good sense of humor, man.
Yeah,
No
no
talk
worries,
back.
guys. You know what? Please leave Alex some feedback as well. I know sometimes it can be pretty dry material. If there's a way that I could spice it up or make it better for the next group coming in, I would really enjoy that feedback, you guys.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you, John. Thanks for being here.